some sort of opportunity to tank the case for some unknown reason, or worse than that, trying to exact revenge on media for reporting the story. We really are mystified. We really don't know, but you're right. It brings up a lot of other possible dangerous and not good situations.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about trying to get to truth that is likely inconvenient for someone. And, if you have a freedom of the press, that is going to stand in the way and mess up that that someone or that convenience that they would like to keep. All right, a couple more things and we'll land the plane here. When people hear the phrase freedom of the press, they may believe that it's primarily about protecting reporters or television networks, and there is some protection there. But who do you think is really protected? And in your experience as a journalist, who is really protected when journalists are allowed to keep their sources and confidential information secure? Is it the media organization primarily, or does it also include the public itself?
In this case, it's the victim witness. Mm-hmm. We are solely focused on protecting her information that she asked to be confidential. And we are honoring that. So, yeah, I think it's for the public and for those people who are victims of crimes. In this case, the victims' rights have been egregiously. This is why we called it Injustice. Seriously, we called the series Injustice because this woman has basically dealt with injustice after injustice after injustice and has been re-victimized, which is abhorrent. It's absolutely awful to watch. She was shot 4 times. She endured a painful and terrible recovery. She was re-victimized by going back and doing a deposition in front of the perpetrator, like eyeballing him. And then she was given very little representation and very little support from the state's attorney. And then she was now not even asked about the plea deal. I mean, it's absurd when you think about it on balance and put those things all together.
And I think you make a great point. We'll break here. I do want to talk about injustice, but you mentioned the title of Injustice. This is not Beck News Channel saying, complaining or whining about, hey, we're victims of injustice. That really is about the victim. And what we're trying to do is help that victim and bring some measure of justice into this case and on her behalf, because there's so many weird and wonky things going on in the justice system as it stands right now. Lori, let us know. I mentioned we saw the first episode April 24th. So tell us, remind us a little bit about what we saw, what viewers may have missed that they can catch on demand, and then what's coming up. What are we looking forward to on the next installment of Injustice?
Well, I kind of gave you the Cliff's Notes here about it, about what the story is about. But what you can do is you can go to becktv.plus from anywhere in the country and stream the episodes. The great thing, Andrew, is that the episodes that we have done on this are 15 minutes in length. We have done 3 complete episodes already of Injustice. They're 15 minutes each. You can watch the whole thing one after another in 45 minutes, and you get a real good feel for where we're at. The next episode will be longer, and at the time of this airing of my interview with you may already be out, but check to see if episode 4 has dropped by then. We're working on it right now as we speak. And that will actually kind of really encapsulate everything that's happening.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
With this case. It is becktv.plus that you can go to. Scroll down to the bottom of the page where it says series and docu-series down there and look for the logo of Lady Liberty. It's actually Lady Justice, who has the blindfold on. So it's a gray logo with the Lady Justice with the blindfold on, and it says Injustice, and you can click on that and see any of the episodes on demand at your leisure. They're at becktv.plus.
Lori Hens, thank you so much for your time and for bringing us this story, this information, and also for carrying the investigation from Beck. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, Culture Crossroads will continue when we come back. Our Steve Juliana will be with us. Stick around, lots more to come. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. It's time for our rundown, and this is going to be a lightning rundown round with R.C. Williams, Juliana Armand joining us here on this. We're getting ready for July 4th, Independence Day, and so we're going to look at the news and notes you need to know, a couple of them real quick. And so, my friends, let's jump right into this right away. You know, at some point, we have to stop grading politicians on what they say they're doing and start grading them on the outcomes. And the outcome right now is this. In the midst of Iran and all this other stuff, America is facing a potential fuel instability with a depleted strategic petroleum reserve, a fragile Strait of Hormuz, rising gas prices, and reports of some gas stations limiting customers to $50 at a time at the pump. This is not strength. This is not energy dominance. We're being exposed. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve was created after the 1970s energy crisis to protect America from serious oil supply disruptions. It has an authorized capacity of about 714 million barrels. Today, federal data shows it is down to around 340 million barrels. That is the lowest level since the early 1980s, 1983 to be specific. Why? Because both parties discovered the same political trick. President Biden released 180 million barrels in 2022 to ease gas prices after Russia invaded Ukraine. President Trump later authorized another 147 million barrels, a major SPR release as a part of a coordinated international effort to bring down energy prices as a result of bombing Iran. But here's the problem. Those barrels were not meant for cheap political theater. They were meant for national defense, for military readiness, real emergencies. And now we could be staring at one. The Strait of Hormuz was supposed to be opened under the MOU, but traffic has not simply snapped back to normal. Shipping remains cautious. There are insurance concerns that remain. Tanker movement remains fragile because there are mines in the strait. So open is not the same thing as safe, stable, and fully operational. And this is where I believe conservatives need to be honest here. We cannot keep burying our heads in the sand and saying Trump has a plan or he's playing 5D chess or whatever the catchphrase is. Maybe he has a plan, maybe he doesn't. But adults are allowed to look at outcomes. The reserve is low, the strait is unstable, gas prices are vulnerable, Americans are being squeezed, and Washington keeps acting like slogans are a substitute for strategy. Proverbs says, precious treasure and oil are in a wise man's dwelling, but a foolish man devours it. That's not just biblical wisdom. This is national wisdom. Wise nations store what they need or what they may need for later. Foolish nations burn through the future to survive the next news cycle. And right now, America doesn't just have an oil problem, we have a wisdom problem. With that, I want to turn it over to you, RC and Juliana. Let me get a question here. See, this is what happens when I go on the road. I realize, too, I got my big headphones on, not my ears. I'm all out of sorts here today. Anyway, as I mentioned, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is around 340 million barrels, lowest since '83. At what point does this stop becoming strategic and start becoming symbolic of maybe a deeper problem going on with America and how we're using our resources?
You know, Andrew, it's interesting. We're almost in this laissez-faire economics, or as the old saying goes, let them eat cake. And so you start to wonder to yourself, we are dangerously low. It doesn't seem like it on the surface when you say, oh, there are 340 million barrels left. By comparison, that's probably a little less than half of our max capacity, which is where we should be at. Pretty much at all times, with the exception of a national emergency. Andrew, I think this entire thing is crazy. If we go back to last week's show, what did we say? We said, did we just go through all of this to come back around to where we were at the beginning, except now we've got $300 billion that I guess in some way is going to turn into something at some point. And now we have not had a steady flow of oil and other things for months. Now we're having to kind of pay the piper here. What is concerning for me, Andrew, and what I don't think people were completely ready for because they were buying the slogans, is the fact of what you said about some gas stations limiting the amount of gas that someone can get. That is a dangerous precursor, and that's something that nobody wants to see.
Yeah, and I think you have to take that seriously, because it's one thing if that were to be an edict that came out from on high in DC or Capitol Hill or something like that, or Energy Secretary or whatever. But when it's the mom and pop gas station all of a sudden saying, hey, we've got to limit this to $50, there is a disruption in the supply chain that has not quite hit everybody yet. And if we do not honestly assess the situation and stop going for just the next headline to gaslight people that what's happening isn't happening and that we're in a golden age and all the things that we know are not accurate. We know. I don't care, Trump supporter or not, that's not true. Our economy is not strong. We clearly know now our oil supply is not strong. That energy reserve supply is supposed to be, if there's a huge emergency, that our military has the oil that they need to be able to defend this nation. And we are depleting it so that we can get a couple of headline political points. The gas can go down 4 cents a gallon, and hopefully come midterm time, it'll save some Republican or Democrat votes. And clearly both parties are doing the same thing.
This is nothing but theatrics. It's all theatrics. First we're high, then we're low, then we're high again, then we're low again. I mean, you want to talk about messing with the American people, but at the end of the day, the Americans, we're awake to the fact that we have our own reserves, right? We have our own oil. We don't need it from anywhere else. Why are we not self-sufficient? I don't understand why we're even having a national conversation like this when we could be self-sufficient. There's no reason for this, none whatsoever.
President Trump himself said at the height of the Iran war that's not a war, that we have enough oil, we can do this ourselves, we don't need them. We had so much, we were going to sell it to other nations. Now all of a sudden we're below half and we're going to have supply chain issues, and that will raise the price at the pump. Right now we might have a temporary easing. And here's the other thing. Gas goes up to $4.25, $4.50 a gallon, $5, $7 a gallon in some states. If it comes down to under $4 a gallon, that's not good, because we started it under $3 a gallon. So I don't accept, I mean, we have to, but I don't accept as an excuse, hey, we brought gas prices back down. No, you didn't. You actually raised them 50 or 60 cents from where they were. Anyway.
So Andrew, just quickly on this one, what's interesting, and let's give our viewers, because they tend to be the smartest and the best looking around, let's give them some head off at the pass when they're having these conversations, because what you will often hear, you hear it in the media now, and you'll probably hear it in your conversations with your friends around the dinner table is, well, what do you want President Trump to do? You wanted the gas prices lower, he's bringing them down. No, what he's doing is the equivalent of, you have a bad infection, and instead of it actually being treated directly, they just keep scraping off the top and saying, oh, don't worry about it, you'll feel better in a minute. Meanwhile, all the infection does is continue continue to fester because it hasn't been dealt with. Here's what we would like to happen. We would like for President Trump and the administration to deal with this directly with a level of finality that balances things out. And as Juliana mentioned a minute ago, this is important. It's like we're being gaslit. And that ties into what you said, Andrew. When gas goes up to $7 a gallon, then it comes down to $3.50 a gallon, it feels good. And you quickly forget that it was below $3 before all of this started. That ain't good.
Yeah. And, and this frustration is reaching a boiling point especially among conservative voters. The narrative, the media narrative is there's a divide in the Republican Party. There's not. There are different principles being revealed. And people who don't share those principles are now saying, hey, the rhinos did take this party over. And I'm not going to be a rhino, and I'm not going to go about this just to get a win on Election Day in November every other year. I want actual, tangible national wins for this country. Case in point, Tucker Carlson.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save.
800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family.
Just said out loud what a lot of conservatives have been thinking quietly, I'm out. That's a direct quote. Now, according to Just the News, Carlson says he will no longer support the Republican Party after 35 years of backing Republican causes. His reason, he says the party has betrayed Americans by putting the interests of Israel specifically above the interests of the United States. Carlson said, quote, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, end quote. He also clarified that this does not mean he is joining the Democrats or that he knows who he will vote for next. Now, whether you agree with Tucker or not, this is not some random commentator rage posting from the cheap seats. This is one of the most, like him or not, one of the most influential conservative media voices in America, saying the Republican Party no longer represents him. And that raises a bigger question. How many regular conservative voters are in the same place? Because there is a difference between criticizing the left and actually representing the right. There is a difference between saying America first and proving it when foreign policy, spending, surveillance, war powers, and donor pressure enter the room. So the question is not just, is Tucker leaving the Republican Party? I would suggest the question really is, did the Republican Party leave a big chunk of its own voters out to dry?
I so totally agree with you, Andrew, to the point that in 2024, when the Republican Party in August left the fact that we were pro-life, we're no longer pro-life, we are now pro-choice as a party. I was like, in 2024, I cannot vote for the Republican Party anymore. I voted for the Constitution Party because they are pro-life. At this point, the Republican Party has left the conservative people because the Republicans they're not Christians. They're not conservative. They're not our people.
Andrew, what Juliana just mentioned about what the RNC did with changing the policy on pro-life versus pro-choice in 2024 was the harbinger. And I think we said it on the show at that point that this is the harbinger of things to come. And so now what's happened? Well, if you fast forward to now, we're at a point where you have these wedge candidates. James Fishback is probably one of the top examples around the country where people say, I don't understand how this is happening, or this guy is crazy. And we're like, well, we would easily direct you back to the foolishness that is the two-party system. And you can tell how fed up people are when this guy is polling, in some instances, comparable to how Ross Perot polled in 1992, when if he would have stayed on the path, he probably would have been president of the United States as an independent. Andrew, I think what people need to understand is that people get to the end of their rope, and when they have nothing left to lose, they lose it. And they'll start looking for alternatives. We have said it on this show for probably the last 2 years. You are probably looking at the last two-party cycle in the U.S. We're kind of sunsetting that. I think you're going to see legitimate independent or other contenders show up in races across the board and actually start taking seats. And if people aren't paying attention, they may get to the highest one.
Well, when you look at the people who have been run out of D.C. Over the past year and a half. I think Trump has been president for 535 days. There are 133 days from, at least as of this production, until the midterm elections. One common thread, just saying it, is that all of them were demanding the Epstein files be released and were upset when insufficient evidence was produced. But you have the Thomas Masseys, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, you have, Tucker Carlson now, and there's a host of others, Joe Kent, another one. These were the people that were purged from the party. We thought it was going to be the swamp. And really, when you look at the outcome, the swamp took over, whether Trump is the swamp or not. And I even heard today, and I'll bring the clip in a future episode because I think it's valuable for where we are, particularly as a conservative electorate. But the host said, in no uncertain terms, that, hey, don't be worried about how betrayed you feel by the Republican Party. The point right now is to defend Trump. Are you serious that now America is no longer a thing? It's just about the figurehead at any given point. I don't care what party it is. I don't care what nation you are. When you're just about defending, when everything rises and falls on the fulcrum that is one cult of personality, we have come a long way from a national identity, a long way from our founding on God, a long way from any Christian principle that might have bedrocked our freedom, and that we are now really into national cult land. I mean, that's what that admission is. But we're being encouraged by these people, these thought leaders, we need to defend Trump. Why? I have, and again, I've got the tweet. When the red wave did not happen in 2022, President Donald Trump posted that he blamed the pro-lifers. He said that, we delivered them Roe v. Wade, and then the pro-lifers didn't show up in the midterms. Well, actually, Mr. President, it's the pro-lifers that do show up to the midterms. It was the independents that were tired of it. We keep hemorrhaging now, and now we're at the point where we're hemorrhaging the actual voter base. And RC, as you said, we're coming up on. This is not national divorce time, but it's okay. We're gonna try something different because this game is rigged and it is most certainly unsavory. I give you the last word on this topic.
They're messing with our sovereignty, and it's time for the people to stand up and stand together and say we want our sovereignty back, and we're not going to tolerate this anymore.
100%.
And with that, I want to move right into our faith focus. Okay, the 250 years America is celebrating, that is significant in the history of the world. It is significant that a country, a nation that was founded on the principle of self-governance could last this long. This great experiment, as some historians have called it. But there's something humbling about the founding generation of America. They fought for a freedom that they would not fully see. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to an idea that was bigger than themselves. They were certainly not perfect men. They were certainly not sinless men. They were not prophets or apostles, but many of them understood. They understood something that our modern world has worked overtime to forget, that freedom is not created by government, freedom is given by God. That is why the Declaration of Independence does not begin with permission from a king. It begins with the Creator. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, not granted by Congress, not gifted by the courts, not leased to us by a presidential executive order, but endowed by our Creator. That was the foundation. That was the starting point. That was the great American claim. Human beings have dignity because God made them. Human beings have rights because God gave them. And government exists not to rule as master, but to protect what God has already given. And when the founders fought for freedom, they did not fight because they thought life would suddenly become easy. They fought because they believed liberty was worth preserving from one generation to the next. And that is the genius of America at its best. Freedom was never supposed to be a trophy that we put up in a museum or on our shelf. It was supposed to be a trust that we handed to our children, a responsibility, a stewardship, a sacred inheritance. And that is where we have to ask ourselves a very difficult question. Do we actually want to keep America free? Or do we want to cannibalize our own freedoms piece by piece until there's nothing left to defend? Because nations do not usually collapse all at once. They fade. They rot. They forget. They trade conviction for comfort. They trade liberty for security. They trade truth for applause. They trade God-given rights for government-managed permissions, and then one day they wake up and wonder where their republic went. History is full of nations that thought they were too powerful to fall, empires that believed their wealth would save them, kingdoms that believed their armies would save them, cultures that believed their brilliance would save them. But when a people forget truth, freedom does not survive on autopilot. Freedom requires virtue, freedom requires truth, and truth ultimately requires God. That's what the founders understood. Even with all their flaws, they understood that self-government only works if a people can govern themselves, and a people cannot govern themselves without a moral formation. You cannot build a free country with enslaved souls. You cannot preserve liberty with a people addicted to sin, dependent on the state, hostile to truth, and allergic to responsibility. John Adams said our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. He said it is, quote, wholly inadequate for any other. That was not a throwaway line. That was a warning. Because the Constitution can restrain government on paper, but only a virtuous people will demand that government stay restrained in practice. And that brings us right to our doorstep at this 250th anniversary.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases,
of our nation, what are we doing with the freedom they handed to us? Are we preserving it? Are we spending it? Are we teaching our children that rights come from God? Or are we teaching them that freedom is whatever the government allows this year? Are we defending speech and conscience and worship, family, property, personal responsibility? Or are we letting fear, convenience, resentment, political tribalism, and the like convince us to surrender those things so as not to offend some unnamed person somewhere you've never heard of? Because once a people begin asking government to do what only God can do for them, freedom is already in trouble. Government cannot save the soul. Government cannot make a man righteous. Government cannot erase sin. Government cannot create heaven on earth. And every time a nation tries, it creates another version of tyranny. That's why our hope cannot finally rest in America. We should love this country, and we should be grateful for it, and we should celebrate it this weekend. We should honor those who sacrificed for it. For you and me to be able to have this conversation right now, we should fight to preserve what is good and repent of what is evil. We should thank God for the men and women who gave their lives for the freedoms they would never live long enough to enjoy, but we inherit for free. But America is not our savior. The flag is not the cross. The Constitution is not Scripture. And Washington is not the kingdom of God. The founders fought for a freedom that could be lost. But Jesus secured a freedom that can never fade away. And that's the greater hope. Because the freedom Christ gives is not merely a freedom from a king across the ocean. It's freedom from sin, freedom from condemnation, freedom from death, freedom from the fear that this world gets the final word. Jesus said, if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. That is real freedom, not temporary, not political, not dependent on an election, not vulnerable to a court ruling, not waiting for approval from Caesar. The freedom Jesus gives is rooted in himself. He does not merely point to freedom, he is freedom. He does not just promise a future, he secures one. And he did not simply die for a cause. He rose as king. And unlike the founders, who fought for a future they would not fully see on earth, Jesus reigns over the very freedom that he purchased. He knows it, he possesses it, he gives it, and he invites us into it. So we should ask this American question: do we want to keep this nation free? And we should also ask the deeper question: is that freedom rooted in Christ? Are we rooted in Christ? Because a nation of spiritually enslaved people will eventually surrender political freedom too. But a people made free by Christ can stand with courage, gratitude, and conviction, not because America is eternal, it isn't, but because Christ is. That's what the founders understood when they talked about self-governance. And if we want that America to endure, we must stop treating freedom like a birthright that we can waste and start treating it like a stewardship that we must answer for, that we must defend. And friends, the fight is now. The founders handed us a republic. Christ offers us a kingdom. One can fade into the annals of history, but the other will never pass away. But certainly, the one that is eternal provides the strength, provides the courage, and provides the moral formation that keeps the temporary one as free as it possibly can be. And that is going to do it for this episode of Culture Crossroads. A big thanks to Lori Hins and, of course, RC and Juliana. And thank you to you for being with us on this episode. We do hope you have a happy and safe and celebratory Independence Day in just a few days. But until then, remember, it's the truth that sets us free, and the truth will keep us free. Until next time, so long, John 1:5. again, friends, and welcome to another episode of Culture Crossroads. I'm Andrew Southwick. He is R.C. Williams. She is Juliana Armand. They have Watchmen Action and, of course, Culture Crossroads as well. And we are so glad that you are with us for this episode. Going to be a big one. But, R.C. and Juliana, we didn't see, with us, or at least live, or technically live last week. So hope all is well. How's the week been treating you so far?
It's been great, Andrew. We're busy on the spin cycle, doing our daily. Folks got a chance to see some of that last week, but things are great. Watchmen Action, we continue to expand our trainer network, and with the launch of the Watchmen Action clubs right now, and also some other stuff within the Watchmen Action universe, things have been moving at a rapid clip.
Love the ministry growing.
Yes.
Yes, lots. And yeah, we have the spin cycle. You can see us now daily. It's an online web series only. It streams usually during the midday, but you can find it on demand on our Culture Crossroads YouTube channel, on the Culture Crossroads Facebook channel, on the Watchmen Action YouTube and Facebook as well. So encourage you to check that out. Give it a listen. It's very informal. We're just going through the headlines of the day, trying to take out the narrative spin just to bring you as much truth as possible. All right, let's get to it today. There is an old rule that applies to almost every area of life. When someone makes a simple transaction needlessly complicated, you should start asking what the complexity is designed to conceal. When the car salesman keeps moving numbers between the purchase price, the trade-in value, the interest rate, and the monthly payment, you slow the conversation down. When the phone company promises a lower bill but sends you a 14-page agreement filled with fees, surcharges, and conditions, you're going to read the fine print. When a politician takes a popular policy and stuffs it inside a $1 trillion spending package, we should apply the exact same level of skepticism. House Republicans are currently attempting to advance portions of the Save America Act, including voter identification and proof of citizenship provisions, by attaching them to several larger legislative vehicles. According to Reuters, the House moved forward with a legislative package involving a $1.15 trillion defense policy bill, a temporary government funding measure, and a $95 billion budget blueprint. Portions of the voter ID legislation were being attached to the defense bill, the budget process, and even a congressional stock trading bill. Now just consider that for a moment. Voter identification, national defense, government funding, congressional stock.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more. When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all three major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to.
Trading, war spending, and farm aid. These are separate subjects involving separate constitutional, economic, and political questions. Yet Washington has decided to load them onto the same legislative freight train and tell members of Congress that the train must leave the station immediately. And that should bring extreme levels of concern to all American voters, regardless of whether they support the underlying voter ID provisions. Now, I generally support requiring voters to prove that they're eligible to vote. I don't support Real ID as the enforcement mechanism. Elections are a public function, and reasonable identification requirements can protect public confidence in the process. But the question before us is larger than whether voter ID is a good idea. The question is why a policy that Republicans describe as essential to election integrity apparently cannot move transparently through Congress on its own merits. Why does voter ID need to hitch a ride on a defense bill? Why does proof of citizenship for voter registration need to be connected to tens of billions of dollars for war, intelligence programs, and agricultural assistance? Why does an election bill need to be attached to legislation dealing with lawmakers trading stocks? If the policy is popular, constitutional, and carefully written and worthy of public support, bring it to the floor in a clean bill. Let every representative vote yes or no. Let the Senate debate it. Let the American people see exactly who supports it, who opposes it, and why. Government accountability begins with legislative clarity. The current proposal calls for approximately $60 billion in additional defense authority, $13 billion for intelligence, $12 billion for agricultural, and another $10 billion connected to election law changes. The Associated Press reported that the proposal contained no offsets to pay for the new spending. That means Congress is considering borrowing more money for defense, intelligence, agriculture, and election enforcement while combining those issues into one political package. The explanation for the maneuver is fairly obvious. The Save America Act passed the House, but doesn't have support to overcome the Senate's usual 60-vote threshold. Republicans hold only a narrow Senate majority, so party leaders are looking for procedural vehicles, particularly reconciliation, that could allow portions of the agenda to pass with a simple majority. Now, that may explain the mechanics, but it doesn't justify the practice. There are several possible reasons the legislation has not passed on its own. One is Democratic opposition. Democrats have argued that the documentation requirements could make registration more difficult for certain eligible voters, including married women whose birth certificates may not match their current names, elderly voters, and citizens who do not have immediate access to the required paperwork. This, of course, because Democrats think everyone is stupid, but that's beside the point. Republicans dispute that characterization and argue that proof of citizenship is a basic election safeguard. Yeah, duh. Okay. Another reason may be disagreement within the Republican Party itself. Some Republicans may support voter identification at the polls, but have concerns about the cost, implementation, federalism, or other provisions contained in the broader bill. Some may worry about giving Washington more authority over elections that are traditionally administered by states. And some may support the stated purpose while questioning whether every provision is narrowly tailored to accomplish it. Moreover, some politicians may simply prefer to praise voter ID during campaign season without accepting responsibility for the details required to enact it. And that's one of Washington's oldest habits. Campaign on the slogan, hide from the specifics, then blame the other party when the bill stalls. There is also, though, a strategic reason for combining voter ID with military spending. Members of Congress are reluctant to vote against the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, because opponents can immediately accuse them of refusing to support the troops or weakening national security. And remember, this is primary season. The defense bill then becomes political armor. Place a controversial provision inside it, wrap the entire package in the American flag, call the bill must pass, and dare members to vote no. Now, the tactic is not unique to Republicans. Both parties have used enormous spending bills as delivery systems for priorities that might not survive independent scrutiny. Democrats do it, Republicans do it. Leadership in both parties defends defend it whenever their own agenda benefits from it and condemns it whenever the other party is in charge. The result is a national rot in the legislative process. A bill that should be debated for its own merits becomes a bargaining chip. A representative who supports defense funding but opposes an election provision must vote for both or against both. A senator who supports farm assistance but questions billions in unoffset military spending is forced into an artificial choice. And then after the vote, every politician will describe the bill according to whichever portion makes his decision or her decision look best. I voted to support the troops. I voted to protect elections. I voted to help farmers. I voted to help prevent a shutdown. What they rarely say is, I voted for a package containing hundreds or thousands of provisions, some of which I may not have read, because congressional leadership gave me no realistic opportunity to separate the good from the bad. Vote for me this November. See, this is where accountability disappears. Congress is supposed to produce a budget resolution and 12 regular appropriations bills for each fiscal year. Those 12 bills correspond to different portions of the federal government so lawmakers can evaluate spending by department and function. Congress may also consider supplemental appropriations, emergency spending bills, authorization bills, reconciliation legislation, continuing resolutions, and other funding measures throughout the year. So when people ask why Washington seems to be voting on another spending bill every few weeks, well, the answer is that the system contains multiple stages and multiple types of legislation. There's a presidential budget request. There's a congressional budget resolution. There are 12 regular appropriations bills. There are authorization measures, emergency supplementals. There are reconciliation packages. There are continuing resolutions when Congress fails to complete its work on time. There are omnibus bills that combine several appropriation measures. There are minibus bills that combine a smaller number. There are defense authorization bills and separate defense appropriation bills. There are debt limit fights, disaster bills, border packages, and war funding requests. Theoretically, the structure allows Congress to examine government spending carefully and divide the federal government into manageable categories. In practice, Congress routinely fails to complete the process. Pew Research Center found that Congress has enacted all required appropriations measures on time only 4 times since the modern budget process began in the 1970s. The only times it completed the process were 1977, 1989, 1995, and 1997. It's been 29 years since we've done this right. Instead of following the orderly process, Congress regularly relies on late budget blueprints, temporary funding bills, and sprawling omnibus packages. Congress has converted its own failure to complete basic responsibilities into an annual emergency. Members delay, committees stall, deadlines approach. The threat of a shutdown grows. Leadership takes hundreds or thousands of pages, combine them into a single package, and announce that everyone must vote immediately because there's no time left. But Congress created the deadline. Congress wasted the time. Congress failed to pass the individual bills. Congress produced the emergency, then Congress uses the emergency as leverage against anyone who asks to actually read the legislation. That's not a budgeting system worthy of a constitutional republic. It is government by manufactured crisis. The logical question is, why not have one budget, right? Families generally have one household budget. Businesses develop an operating budget. Churches adopt an annual budget. States are usually required to balance their budgets according to their own constitutional or statutory rules. So why can the federal government not produce one transparent annual document showing what it expects to collect, what it plans to spend, and how much it intends to borrow? Part of the answer is that a federal budget resolution is not itself a law that supplies money to agencies. It establishes a framework and spending targets. Congress must then enact appropriations legislation to provide legal authority for much of the discretionary spending. Authorization legislation may also establish or continue programs, while mandatory programs operate under separate statutes. There are legitimate reasons for separating some of those functions.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherloc found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family.
As large as ours cannot be reduced to a household spreadsheet, let's be honest. But complexity has become an excuse for opacity. The process is no longer merely detailed. It is deliberately difficult for ordinary citizens to follow. The same people who designed an impossibly complicated machine then insist that only experts are qualified to question the machine. And what about the big, beautiful bill? Was that not sold as the massive, comprehensive legislative achievement that would deliver the president's domestic agenda? President Trump signed that legislation on July 4th, 2025. The White House promoted it as a sweeping package containing tax provisions, border security funding, energy measures, aviation modernization, family tax benefits, and other major priorities. Yet 1 year later, Washington is again considering a $95 billion budget framework, a $1.15 trillion defense bill, and another stopgap funding measure. The one big bill was never going to fund the entire government forever. It was primarily a tax and spending and reconciliation package addressing selected, seemingly some of them random priorities. Annual appropriations and other federal obligations continued, but political branding encouraged the public to believe that something comprehensive and final had been accomplished. One big, beautiful bill sounds like Washington finally gathered the pieces, made the decisions, and completed the job. Instead, the spigot remained open. The Congressional Budget Office now projects a federal deficit of approximately $1.9 trillion in fiscal year 2026. That's this year, by the way, for those in the back. Growing to $3.1 trillion by 2036. Debt held by the public is projected to rise from approximately 101% of gross domestic product in 2026 to 120% in 2036. Federal outlays already exceed their 50-year average as a share of the economy. We are not borrowing these sums during a brief emergency with the plan to repay them after the crisis passes. Deficit spending has become Washington's permanent operating model. Every emergency produces another supplemental. Every war produces another request. Every election year produces another targeted benefit. Every unfinished budget produces another continuing resolution. Every continuing resolution produces yesterday's spending while postponing tomorrow's decisions. The federal government needs an endless supply of billions and trillions because no elected coalition wants to identify the programs it is willing to reduce, reform, or eliminate. Republicans promise tax cuts, but often refuse serious spending reductions. Democrats promise expanded programs and insist higher taxes on a relatively small group of people can finance a government whose appetite grows by the year. Both parties know that many voters want smaller government in general while defending particular benefits, deductions, grants or subsidies, contracts, and so on, programs that serve them directly, of course. Washington exploits that contradiction then. It borrows the difference and leaves the bill to people who have not yet been born. Persistent deficit spending does not mechanically produce every increase in consumer prices. Inflation has multiple causes, including supply disruptions, monetary policy, labor conditions, energy costs, and shifts in demand. But enormous fiscal expansion can increase demand, contribute to inflationary pressure, and force the government to devote more money to their interest rather than public priorities. The Federal Reserve has acknowledged that the post-pandemic inflation surge reflected both supply shocks and strong fiscal stabilization efforts. The practical result is familiar to every family. The dollar purchases less. Interest expenses consume a growing share of the budget. Borrowing becomes more expensive. Government demands more revenue merely to service commitments it has already made. The Congressional Budget Office projects net federal interest outlays of about $1 trillion in 2026, rising to approximately $2.1 trillion by 2036. Now, that money doesn't build a road, it doesn't secure a border, it won't pay a soldier or teach a child. It is the cost of yesterday's political decisions. Yet the financial damage is only part of the danger. Because inside these massive bills are often the smaller provisions that affect your privacy, your liberty, your surveillance, and the federal authority and regulatory power and the relationship between citizens and government. Those may be the provisions that Washington wants most. The gigantic spending number attracts all the headlines. The partisan argument creates noise. One side screams about shutting down the government. The other screams about abandoning the military. Cable news runs a countdown clock. Politicians hold competing press conferences. Social media divides into teams. Meanwhile, a few paragraphs buried deep in the legislation may establish a new database, expand an agency's authority, change a legal definition, create a reporting requirement, authorize information sharing, or fund a system that would never receive majority support if citizens understood it clearly. The public debate becomes the camouflage. You don't need to generally hide legislation that protects constitutional liberty and enjoys genuine public support. You hide provisions that cannot withstand daylight. The camouflage may be a patriotic title. It may be emergency language or a deadline. It may be a 1,000-page bill released shortly before the vote. It may be a popular provision attached to an unpopular one. It may be a promise that lawmakers will fix the problems later, but later rarely comes. Once the authority has been granted, the program established, the money distributed, and the bureaucracy staffed, reversing course becomes far more difficult. And this brings us back to voter ID. Supporters should insist that the legislation receive an honest hearing as a standalone measure. They should want the public to examine the precise identification requirements, citizenship document provisions, costs, exceptions, federalism questions, enforcement mechanisms, and privacy implications. If the bill is sound, transparency will strengthen it. If the bill contains defects, transparency will reveal where it needs correction. Attaching it to war spending does not prove its strength. It suggests that leaders lack confidence in their ability to pass it through normal deliberation. Government accountability requires more than electing the correct party. It requires demanding the correct process, even when our own side is in power. Conservatives cannot condemn omnibus legislation under Democratic leadership and celebrate it under Republican leadership simply because the hidden provisions now carry a Republican label. The standard must remain the same. Read the bills, separate unrelated subjects, publish the text with adequate time for review. Require recorded votes, disclose the financial costs, identify the constitutional authority. Explain the privacy implications, allow amendments, make elected officials defend each major policy in public. Scripture repeatedly connects authority with accountability. Romans 14:12 says, "So then each of us will give an account of ourselves to God." Luke 12:48 teaches that from everyone who has been given, much will be demanded or required in some translations. Proverbs 28:13 warns, "Whoever conceals their sins does not prosper, but the one who confesses and renounces them finds mercy." Now, these principles apply first to individuals, but they reveal something timeless about human nature. Power without accountability invites concealment. Concealment allows wrongdoing to grow, and hidden wrongdoing eventually produces public consequences. Civil government is not exempt from that reality. Officials exercise authority that belongs neither to them nor to their political party. It is delegated authority. They spend money that is taken from working citizens, from you and me. They incur debts for you and me and our grandkids. They regulate property they do not own. They create databases containing information that does not belong to them. They make decisions involving lives, livelihoods, and liberty. They should therefore be subject to the greatest scrutiny possible, not less. A government that demands transparency from citizens while concealing its own actions has inverted the proper relationship between the people and the state.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
The citizen should not be treated as a suspect while Congress operates behind a curtain. Perhaps voter ID is worthy of passage. Bring it into the light then. Perhaps the defense spending is necessary. Itemize it and defend it. Perhaps your farm assistance is justified. We'll explain who receives it, how much it costs, and when it ends. Maybe election enforcement requires $10 billion. That could be show the calculations, identify the agencies, and explain what systems will be created. The answer to public distrust is not another slogan printed on the cover of a 1,000-page bill. The answer is accountable government. One subject, one debate, one recorded vote, enough time to read the legislation, enough courage to defend it. We must stop allowing Washington to tell us that darkness is necessary because government is complicated. Complexity is precisely why transparency matters. The most dangerous provisions may not be the ones shouted about on television. They may be the provisions no one mentions, buried between billions for war and billions for agriculture, billions for intelligence, billions to keep the government running for a few more months. So when Congress tells us a bill must pass, our first question should be, what happens if it fails? Or excuse me, should not be what happens if it fails. Our first question should be, what have you placed inside it that you are afraid to bring before us on its own? Because good government does not fear examination. Honest legislation does not require camouflage. And a free people cannot hold its government accountable for provisions it was never given a fair opportunity to see in the first place. With that, I want to bring in my friends, co-hosts, R.C. Williams, Juliana Ormond. I know that was kind of an extended monologue here, but I wanted to go through the fiscal process that we're supposed to have, because all those different appropriations bills, all those different spending bills are designed so that we can separate the different items and investigate them individually. Yet we have figured out that if we just, and we being Washington, D.C., if we just kick the can down the road, if we miss our deadlines, then eventually everything will come screeching to a halt. There will be this avalanche of immediacy and emergency. Everything gets shoved into it, and away we go. And that is not a misnomer. That is now how government runs.
I just want to start by saying everything that you were talking about reminds me, for those of us that have built businesses, of the tax code. Like, they make it so complicated, but they know the back end and how to maneuver through it to be able to get what it is that they want at the end. You know, Bill Federer talks about one of the reasons why we have such an issue with our government is because instead of going back to the original of what our founding fathers gave us, they keep legislating different things, making amendments, doing these big bills like you were talking about, so that they can get what it is that they want. And we understand that this has become a top-down government, not a bottom-up government, because the fact of the matter is, if Mexico can have voter ID, right, we, America, can have voter ID. And the fact of the matter is that we can't say that we're a free country when we know for sure that Mexico has voter ID, but we don't. But we've got people calling that racist because somehow people don't know how to get a driver's license. I mean, what insanity of a narrative have we bought into? What lies?
Yeah. Andrew, I'll say this. First off, Southwick 2028. What a great stump speech you had there. But, you know, I think the other thing, Andrew, really to Juliana's point, you know, there are ways to get this done. It is interesting that they say they want voter ID, yet their solution is real ID, which is the entrance to the surveillance grid and control system. It's like, why does it have to be like that? And why did we have to dig around to figure that out? And why is it that the people who dug around and figured that out, Julie Barrett, who's on Culture Crossroads and has also been on the Watchmen Brief, why do they get lambasted when they say, hey, figured this out, you should probably be aware? They get raked over the coals. It doesn't make any sense. But Andrew, it does in a way, right? Because you described a problem that has been festering for decades and decades and decades. And I remind people of this, and I'll do it again on the show, is that if you ran your household finances like the federal government and Congress run theirs, you would be under the jail for the next 18,000 lifetimes. There is no way that they should be able to do this.
Yeah, and we know we're not a free people, because at the end of the year, we have to explain our finances to the government instead of them explaining theirs to us. We know we're not a free people when we purchase a home and we keep paying taxes on it for the rest of our lives, and we have to ask permission for what to do on our own land. Listen, we just explained to you there how this process works, how our finance process works in DC. You have the numbers and the email addresses to your congressmen and senators. Get on the horn, start typing the emails, demand they stop this nonsense. They're going to keep doing it until we tell them to stop. And enough of us need to do that. So I hope you'll do that.
Let's talk about the lies. I mean, manufactured, we are going to have so much debt. Stop sending money to Israel. We'll fix our debt issue, wouldn't we? I mean, we don't have oil. I'm sorry, we have our own reserves. Start drilling, baby, drill. Isn't that what President Trump said that he was going to do? I mean, everything they're talking to us about is propaganda. It's just complete lies. When you unpeel the whole thing and you go back to the basics of the onion, you're going to see there's so much lies are being told to the American people, and we're just buying it, hook, line, and sinker.
Andrew, real quick, too, for people who want to make those calls and send those emails, if you don't know how, if you go to watchmenaction.org and you click on training, there is a free 3-hour Watchmen Action training. You can get all the tools you need to know how to make those phone calls and send those emails for free. You can organize your people. Please take that information and use it, because now you're empowered with what Andrew shared. You take the training, you take what he said, and now you're armed and ready to start solving this problem in a meaningful way so that money doesn't get sent to Israel. These other things don't happen. It doesn't get sent places where it doesn't need to go. It needs to stay home.
That's right.
And with that, we're going to take a breath, step aside. We'll be right back. When we come back, Arcee and Juliana, you're going to walk us through some important information coming out of the state of Florida and the governor race there. Not only how that's going to affect the state of Florida, but how the direction of the free state of Florida is going to affect every state in the union. That report is next on Culture Crossroads. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. On this segment, Arcee and Juliana, you have a report that really centers on the state of Florida and the governor's race, and particularly the front runner, the Donald Trump endorsed Byron Donalds, candidate for governor. And not a little bit about Byron Donalds, but also, again, Florida is the free state of Florida. It led in freedom and personal liberty through COVID under Governor Ron DeSantis' leadership. It went from a purple state to a deep red state. Some of the concern is that if we get the governor wrong in Florida, we're going to go back to purple or even drift a little bit blue. And these things are going to have ripple effects throughout the entire nation. Imagine how different our fight against COVID would have been if we had had an Andrew Gillum for governor at the time. And I mean, really, that we came just with a couple of states, Florida, Iowa, the Dakotas, a couple of states of losing this union in COVID. We were that close. Florida is the third most populous state in America, and its governor matters for America. Tell us the story.
Yeah, Andrew. So we've obviously been tracking the Florida governor's races. We're all residents here pretty closely. So Byron Donalds, congressman from Southwest Florida, he's based in Naples, and that's his district, is the front runner and Trump endorsed by all accounts. Former Florida Speaker of the House Paul Renner is also in the race, the current Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, and a name some of our viewers may be familiar with because of his bombast, James Fishback, a young populist who has managed to rally a significant amount of younger voters. So everybody's in the race, but Trump very early on endorsed Byron Donalds. And within the state, this time last year, it was almost like we had a coronation. Everybody had just kind of come into alignment. All the conservative money had come into alignment and gotten behind Byron. So as you would do as good investigative journalists and researchers, we dug into the things. Now, Byron and Erica Donalds, like I said, based in Southwest Florida, both of them purport to be financial experts, and their track records show that they have understanding of finance at the CFO level. So what we dug into, Andrew, is something that we found that happened in 2024. According to the Stock Act, which requires members of Congress to report their stock trades in a timely manner, Congressman Donalds missed that window twice. And by the looks of it, it had a direct impact on his net worth that was so late after the fact that people didn't really have a chance to dig into it. Now, more of that's come out, but the basis of our story is we're calling a very simple question. If you purport and your desire is to run the state of Florida, and you also...
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Are an expert in finance. You have to help us understand how you miss a very simple deadline. Now, if I could please, I'm going to put on the handy Altrua Health Share glasses here, so just give me a moment. Okay, so a couple of things about Congressman Byron Donalds, right? So as of this current Congress, he serves on 2 major House committees with 4 subcommittee assignments. I'll give them to you quickly. House Committee on Financial Services, Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence, Subcommittee on Financial Institutions, House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Energy Policy and Regulatory Affairs, and the Subcommittee on Military and Foreign Affairs. Now, earlier this year, he was at a high-dollar donor event in Pensacola where Congressman Jimmy Patronis, who was a former CFO of the state of Florida, said that potential donors were shareholders who would gain access to the CEO, Byron Donalds, to help steer Florida's direction. Now, if that gives you pause and you wonder, these things do happen more often than you might think. But let me continue. So this calls the question. Now, that was presented. That video is out. We've shared it in our piece. And then Byron actually responded to it with a canned answer. Okay, so that's there for everybody to see. But here's where it gets interesting, Andrew. March 7th of 2022, Congressman Donald set the standard with regard to the Stock Act. Here's what he said when he was asked about it. That's when you have to have sanctions and the House has to get real. And then he continued, we cannot have a situation where members are getting rich off of inside information. If they did this in the private sector, they would be fined heavily and could potentially be jailed. The same thing has to happen with members of Congress. It's that simple. Apparently, Andrew, it's not that simple because the Stock Act is relatively straightforward to follow, but Congressman Donalds, along with a bunch of others, just don't seem to think that it's all that important. Now, this question was called out in Business Insider. Others have asked this question, and we have yet to receive a solid answer outside of, listen, everything I did has been reported and is above board. And as of this taping, last night, a couple of nights ago, for those of you guys watching live, a couple of nights ago, Byron's wife, Erica Donalds, came out and said, we have not made any illicit stock trades or did anything. As a matter of fact, we don't even control our own trades. Now, if you go on X and you look at what both Congressman Donalds and his wife said, the follow-ups to that from people in the comments were, Grok, did Byron Donalds trade stocks on these things? And the answer is yes, and it gives a rundown. Now, what we can also find is that a lot of these stocks concentrated in AI and other related technology had huge gains at just the right time. Okay, so here's what else has happened this week, Andrew. Byron Donalds has come out and said, I am excited to vote yes on the Insider Trading Act for Congress. It is long overdue. Oh, you mean like the whole 6 years you've been in Congress and haven't been able to move it, Congressman? So now all of a sudden it is in vogue and in fashion, which Andrew lets us know that where there's smoke, there's fire. Now look, we're not accusing Congressman Donalds or his wife, Erica, of anything illicit, right? All we're asking is, can you please answer these questions? And so what we did at the end of the piece, Andrew, is we gave the constituents a list of questions that they can ask Congressman Donalds when they see him that we should be able to get very straightforward and simple answers for. Yet we haven't. And here in Florida, we're inside of a month before the primaries. And by all accounts, all the polling, I guess you can take that with a grain of salt, say that Congressman Donalds is way ahead. As a matter of fact, he is on social media challenging David Jolly, who is the presumptive Democratic nominee for the governor's race, to 3 debates. And he's on there talking, hey, we're going to debate and I'm going to beat you and all of this stuff. Congressman Donalds already believes he has it in the bag. But if you're doing this and you purport to be a financial expert, why so many open ends and questions and strange things going on, sir, especially when you're on these committees and subcommittees that steer the direction of said things?
Especially when Baron Donalds has refused to debate any of his primary opponents. And the excuse is, well, we don't want to platform these other, low plebeians or what have you. But really, no, you don't want to explain yourself in front of people, in front of the most critical audience you're going to face. The audience he's going to face against David Jolly is nowhere near as critical as it would be if he faced conservatives sitting, listening to the debate of the different candidates. And that's another example of, again, rules for me, rules for thee, not for me, And but of course, when I'm out of the way, then you can go ahead and put that rule in place. Kind of like when you go from Congress and then move out of Congress to a governor, and then you can put rules on Congress again. But who would do that? I see. No, I'm just being silly, right? I was talking silly. It's crazy talk.
Yeah. Of course, it's not like congressmen and senators haven't done this for years already and just continue. The ones that can control how this works, Andrew, it's interesting that they don't put any mechanisms on themselves. And this continues to get kicked down the road, kind of like our budget. As you mentioned in the first segment, kind of like the budget. It always seems to get the can kicked down the road. We never quite get to the point where we're supposed to get to. And eventually people just seem to be okay with it.
Everything's manufactured. Everything is manufactured.
But remember, all you need to do is vote Republican. That's the main thing, because at least they're not Democrats. That's what they tell me. And so far, it seems to be working, right? I don't know. All right. We got to leave that there. Much more to come when we come back. A Faith Focus segment. We'll be right back. And welcome back one more time to Culture Crossroads. It's time for our Faith Focus segment. I want to start this by playing a clip from the progressive podcast I've Had It, talking about homeschooling and apparently how stupid it is. Watch this.
It's a pretty big red flag when somebody tells you, when you're like, what's their deal? They seem kind of off. Well, I was homeschooled. You're like, yeah. Oh. But I just think it's such a selfish thing for parents to do. Dumbest people she knew in college were homeschooling their kids. And so this is trickle-down stupidity. This is MAGA on steroids. This is MAHA. America has a crazy Christian problem. We have a fundamental crazy Christian problem. Now, those of you that are listening that are Methodist or Presbyterian, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the freaks of the megachurch.
Jennifer Welch, co-host of the progressive podcast I've Had It, has stirred up a considerable amount of controversy after unleashing a tirade against homeschooling families. During the segment, as you just saw, Welch and her co-host Angie Sullivan described homeschooling as, quote, weird and selfish, and Welch called it, quote, trickle-down stupidity, MAGA on steroids, and part of what she described as a fundamentally crazy Christian problem in America. The conversation also included ridicule of parents who apparently enjoy spending time with their own children. Oh my gosh, the horror. Naturally, homeschool parents began responding. Some pointed to academic outcomes. Others discussed classroom discipline or ideological indoctrination, bullying, school violence, declining standards, and the increasing number of parents who no longer trust government institutions to educate their children. And those are all legitimate discussions and rebuttals. And spoiler alert, I also believe homeschooling is better than public school by a long shot. But that is not really the point. The central target of this attack was not homeschooling. The target was Christianity. Welch practically said so herself when she described homeschooling as a, quote, crazy Christian problem. Why does it matter what religion the people are who are homeschooling if your problem is homeschooling? Her objection is not merely that some children learn mathematics at the kitchen table instead of inside a government building. What she appears to resent is the continued influence of Christian parents who believe their children are blessings from God, who want to spend time with them, and who intend to teach them the Christian faith. That is the real offense. The offense is that Christian parents still believe their children belong first to God and have been entrusted to their families, not to a school district, a bureaucracy, or a political party, or the latest ideological movement. And let me be clear, children are not a burden to be escaped. Children are a blessing to be received. Psalm 127 says, children are a heritage from the Lord, offspring a reward from him. That does not mean that parenting is always easy. It doesn't mean that children are never exhausting or frustrating or expensive. And I know I've got 5 of them. Scripture never promises that God's blessings will require no sacrifice at all. In fact, just the opposite. But the spirit that looks at children and asks, who would want to be around them all day, is completely opposite to the spirit of Jesus Christ. In Mark chapter 10, people were bringing little children to Jesus so that he might bless them. And the disciples tried to turn them away. Now, Jesus didn't congratulate the disciples for creating an adults-only environment.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases,
Scripture said he was indignant. Jesus rebuked his own followers and declared, "Let the little children come to me and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of God belongs to such as these." Then Jesus went even further. "Truly I tell you, anyone who will not receive the kingdom of God like a little child will never enter it." The disciples saw children as an interruption. Jesus saw people who were precious to the kingdom of God. The disciples at that time wanted children removed. Jesus took the children into his arms, and that tells us something about the heart of Christ, but it also tells us something about the heart of the world. The world often measures people according to usefulness, convenience, productivity, independence, and personal gratification. Jesus measures people according to their value before God. That's why the Bible does not describe believers as, quote, the adults of God. It calls us the children of God. John 1 says that those who receive Christ and believe in his name are given the right to become children of God. Romans 8 says believers have received the same spirit of adoption by whom we cry, Abba, Father. 1 John says, see what great love the Father has lavished on us that we should be called children of God. Why children? Oh, because children know dependence. Children know trust. Children know they need a father. The prideful adult says, I can define truth for myself. I establish my own morality. I can save myself. The child runs toward the father. Perhaps that's one reason why the world is so uncomfortable with children and with the Christian families who welcome them. Children remind us that we are not entirely self-sufficient. They remind us that life is received and not manufactured. They remind us that responsibility is more important than convenience, and that love always requires surrendering our own preferences for the good of someone else. Christian parents are not perfect. Homeschool parents are not perfect. No particular education model can save a child's soul. But God has been very clear about who carries the primary responsibility for raising and instructing children. Deuteronomy 6 says, these commandments that I give you today are to be on your hearts. Impress them on your children, and notice where the instruction is supposed to happen. Talk about them when you sit at home, and when you walk along the road, when you lie down, and when you get up. God didn't tell Israel, turn over your children to the government and hope the curriculum remains neutral. He placed the responsibility directly upon the family. Teach your children at home. Teach them while you're traveling. Teach them in the morning. Teach them at night. Teach them through the ordinary conversations in daily life. And Deuteronomy 6 is not just describing a weekly religious lesson. It presents discipleship as a way of life. God's truth has to permeate the household so thoroughly that children would encounter it throughout the normal rhythm of the day. And historically, that's also how education commonly operated, particularly in ancient Israel. Before formalized schooling became widespread, the family, and especially the parents, served as the child's primary teachers. Children were taught Israel's history, God's law, basic literacy, practical responsibilities, and the skills needed for adult life. Occupational training frequently occurred inside the family as well. A child commonly learned a trade by working alongside their parent or another close relative. Sons often learned the father's occupation. Daughters commonly learned household and economic responsibilities from their mothers and other women in the family. This is reflected throughout Scripture. Jesus was known as the carpenter's son and was himself called, what was that again? Oh, a carpenter. James and John worked in their father Zebedee's fishing business. Timothy learned the scriptures from his mother Eunice and grandmother Lois. Proverbs repeatedly presents a father and mother instructing their children in wisdom. Biblical education was never limited to memorizing information. It included faith, identity, history, morality, work, wisdom, responsibility, and preparation for adult life. The home wasn't regarded as an obstacle to education. The home was the center of education. Now, that doesn't mean that every Christian must homeschool. Scripture doesn't prescribe one method of educational structure or another for every family in every circumstance. Faithful Christian parents may reach different conclusions based on their children's needs or family situation, but Scripture does prescribe parental responsibility. Parents might delegate part of the teaching process, but they cannot delegate the ultimate responsibility before God. The school works for the parent, or at least it should. The parent does not work for the school. And what appears to trouble Welch and Sullivan on their podcast is that many Christian parents still understand that distinction. Now, Welch is a self-described atheist. Sullivan was once a Republican and a Christian who taught Bible study at a mega church, but she has since described a gradual evolution, quote unquote, away from her faith. Their podcast now frequently criticizes conservative Christianity and its influence in public life. Now, I'm not going to pretend to know everything that happened inside Sullivan's heart, for example. God alone sees the heart, and God alone knows those who are his. But Scripture does warn us that outward religious activity is not the same thing as saving faith. And I would be one to say that likely if she's gradually evolved away from the faith, she was probably never a part of the faith to begin with. A person can attend church, they can lead a class, they can know Christian vocabulary, they can and still never truly know Christ. Jesus warned that some will point to their religious works, only to hear him say, "Depart from me, I never knew you." The issue is not whether someone once carried a Bible. The issue is whether that person has been born again. Welch and Sullivan have constructed a successful media brand around what they have had it with, what irritates them, what disgusts them, what they reject. Their official website describes the program as exposing listeners to all the things they didn't know they had had enough of. That may generate downloads. It may generate fame. It may even generate a best-selling book. But what a burdensome way to live, to build your identity primarily around what you hate. The Christian life offers something entirely different. Galatians 5 says the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Those are not the fruits of political power. They are not the fruits of fame. They are not the fruits of resentment. They are the fruits of a life surrendered to Jesus Christ. The world may have had the money and the microphones, and it may possess the institutional power, the celebrity guests, the algorithm cheat codes, and the cultural applause. But it cannot manufacture the fruit of the Holy Spirit. It can imitate happiness, but it cannot produce joy. It can demand tolerance, but it cannot produce love. It can silence opposition, but it cannot produce peace. And Christians must be careful how we respond. Welch and Sullivan are easy to mock. Their statements were arrogant, insulting, and deeply revealing. But our objective cannot be merely to defeat them in an online argument. They are not ultimately our enemies. They are sinners in need of the same Savior that we needed, that I needed. Christians and homeschoolers often become easy targets precisely because we are commanded to turn the other cheek, to forgive our enemies, and to extend grace when no grace is offered in return. That's not weakness. It's not victimhood. It's the hard road of obedience to Christ. Jesus prayed for the people crucifying him. Stephen prayed for the people stoning him. Christ does not call us to imitate the hatred of this world. He calls us to speak the truth, defend our children, reject lies, and still pray for those who despise us. So yes, defend homeschooling. Defend parental rights. Defend the authority God has given families, but understand the deeper conflict. This is not primarily a disagreement about textbooks. It's a disagreement about truth. It's a disagreement about who owns the child. It's a disagreement about whether children are blessings or burdens. It's a disagreement about whether parents should shape their children's convictions or surrender that authority to institutions. And ultimately, it's a disagreement about Jesus Christ. Too many commentators right now are speaking on this topic or debating whether homeschooling produces better test scores than public education. Well, it often does. But what is truly better is a life saved and sanctified by Jesus. What is better is a home filled with prayer. What is better is a father teaching his children the scriptures. What is better is a mother modeling.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so
faithfulness. What is better is a family that loves being together, forgives one another, and understands that every additional minute together is a gift that can never be reclaimed once it's gone. As for me, I look forward to the day when I see my Savior face to face. When that day comes, I'll thank him for the blessing of my wife and children in person. I will thank him for every meal we shared, every laugh, every difficult conversation, every ordinary afternoon, and every minute he allowed us to spend together on this earth. I look forward to the day when all who belong to Christ gather at the wedding feast of the Lamb. And until that day, we should be praying for Jennifer Welch and Angie Sullivan, not sarcastically, not performatively, but genuinely, and pray that the Holy Spirit breaks through their resentment, the mockery, and their unbelief. Pray that they discover that Jesus is not a cosmic killjoy. He's the source of life. He is not waiting to steal their freedom. He is offering to free them from slavery to sin. And unless they turn to Christ, no amount of money, fame, food, pleasure, or political victory will ever satisfy the hunger of their soul. Without Christ, the banquet tables of this world eventually close. But in Christ, there's a feast that never ends, and there's still room at the table. All right, I want to bring in R.C. Williams and Juliana Ormond for their response and take on that, my friends. Your final thoughts today.
I just want to say that that was absolutely my favorite faith focus you've ever done. The children are so important, and parents raising them and loving them, and extended families, for example. I mean, I have my grandson 3 days a week. You know, I pour love into him, and I'm, growing him and raising him in the way of the Lord, because the Bible used to be the foundation of how we used to teach. This was what we were learning. This is what we were reading. This is how we learned English and whatnot, and learned what's right and what's wrong. But it's we, the families, that need to be taking care of our children, not the state and not atheists like those two people.
Amen. Andrew, I'll just add, I've actually been in the book of Proverbs and also Ecclesiastes a lot lately. And to see Solomon, who is the wisest man in the world and had immense power and was blessed by Father, to see him talk about the things of this world. And no matter how much he did here materially, none of it mattered. He actually hated it because he loved wisdom from Father more. And what you've conveyed here is how important that understanding and what Juliana shared about children and stewardship. He understood that. And it would be worth it for all of us to go back and look at that again with the right spiritual set of eyes to understand it too.
Amen. And that's going to do it for this episode of Culture Crossroads. Remember, you can find us online in all kinds of places. Search for @Watchmen Action on the social medias, on YouTube for Culture Crossroads. Search for @Culture Crossroads 316, and also on Facebook, The Culture Crossroads with Andrew Southwick. I almost said .com, but it's facebook.com. And also Andrew Southwick -official, also on Facebook. We got some Rumble pages coming up too. I've been on X, but I don't think anybody knows. I don't even think X knows that I signed up. So, you can look for us there, CC Podcast 2023. But as it were, we thank you so much for your time tonight. Remember, it's the truth that sets us free, and the truth will keep us free. Until next time, so long John, what fact? And I got to tell you, we're gonna look at a lot of video today. Got a lot of video for you today. Highlights from President Trump's rally in Georgia yesterday, as well as hopefully we'll have time to get to all this. But we've got Marjorie Taylor Greene exposing how votes happen and really explaining how the NDAA vote passage in the House occurred, why different no votes might not have been as courageous as you might think. We'll look at that. And flock cameras hiding in plain sight. But of course, now they're not just on poles everywhere. They're getting smarter. And a lot of our local sheriff's office, or at least some of them, are participating in that. But of course, it would be a lot of times, Flock's a private company. So they're dealing with private entities or local and state municipalities to spy on us, and of course they're helping. So of course that's you want to vote for a good sheriff if yours is up for election here. But anyway, quite a bit. And if we have time, there is a series of charts that the Epoch Times just published showing the difference in economic strength, really, in America, going back as far as the 1700s. So if we have time, we'll try to get to all that. But first, RC, let's get right to it. How about this?
Yes.
Let me put this on the screen. Here is President Donald Trump. I'm going to make it bigger and louder. Here he is talking about the golden age. We're in a golden age.
So, ladies and gentlemen of Georgia, the golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. This is the greatest we'll ever be. And together, with your help and the patriots all across this magnificent land, we love our country. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgia.
All right, so that is Trump's, how he landed the plane in Georgia, will make America great again. But he starts by saying, we're in the golden age and this is the best it'll ever be. Now, the first thing, if I'm writing a speech, I want to look at, does my speech agree with itself? It does not agree that this is the best we'll ever be, and yet we still need to make America great again. I'm a little bit confused. And look, people will say, "Oh man, don't rag on Trump, don't rag on the Republicans." I'm not trying to. Okay, I'm as far right as you can get. Like if anarchy is over here, I want to be just to the left of, or I guess if you guys are watching, just to the left of anarchy. I don't want government involved in anything. And that's one of the reasons why I voted Republican for years and years. But one thing that I think a lot of us can't stomach anymore is when groceries are 2 and 3 times as much as they were gas prices.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Stay at $4, $5, $6, depending on what state you're in. Wages stay stagnant, inflation stays persistent, and you're going to tell me that we're in a golden age. I'm sorry, stop gaslighting me. Can we at least be honest?
Andrew, so I don't want to pick on the person that was in the audience, but it wasn't lost on me that the sign to stage right was upside down, which I think is a perfect analogy for the logic, right? So obviously if you're writing a speech, yes, but see, it's interesting when Trump is on script like that, and he stays on script, how the script doesn't necessarily make sense. You can't be in a golden age and make America great again at the same time. Logically, it doesn't make sense. Now, look, in all seriousness, I'll stop poking fun because it is easy to poke fun. You know, in the first Trump term, Andrew, these rallies were to re-energize the president. And, you know, he feeds off of the audience, which I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that.
No, and he's very effective in doing that.
Very, very much so. I think my bigger concern is a lot of what we covered yesterday. You know, economic reports that 105 million Americans aren't working does not feel like the golden age. You know, people trying to figure out, as a matter of fact, you know, listen, I'm a viewer of American Sunrise on Real America's Voice. I watch the show occasionally, and I caught it this morning. And Andrew, I'll tell you that the host sounded a lot like us. Venting their frustrations about, you know, filling up the gas tank, it costing $70, and how many people have to make that decision consciously, whether it's going to be gas or groceries. So, you know, I think we run into a place, obviously President Trump is going to campaign to try to get Republicans elected in the midterms. But if you keep glossing over what's going on with it's the golden age, you know, our longstanding joke is maybe it's the golden age and someone's on the other side of the wall doing their business and you think it's the golden age. But it becomes difficult, Andrew, between economic issues, things like unemployment, the conflict in Iran, for people to really feel that beyond who was at the rally. And I think that's going to become more of an area of concern as we get closer to November. Yeah, I mean, that's...
Well, and as we've talked about before, we've covered, you know, stories like the rise of communism in America, where we're electing out and out of that communists in different states and cities. And part of the reason for that is because the Republicans seem so tone deaf in their messaging, and they continue to find new ways to stab their own constituents in the back. They campaign on our issues, they suck up all the oxygen on our issues, and then go in and move forward the progressive issues. And we say, well, wait a minute, that's not what we voted for. And we're told, shut up, sit down, you know, short-term pain for long-term gain. Well, okay, fine. Explain what the gain is going to be, because then here's what's happening. The frustration with the Republican Party is not necessarily translating into enthusiasm for the Democrat Party. We covered that just a couple of days ago. Van Jones is just as worried about the communists overtaking Democrats as we are about communists overtaking America, probably for different reasons, but nonetheless. But what happens is then you have people saying, well, look, the Republicans don't do it, the Democrats won't do it. I guess I'm going to try over here. A YouGov poll just came out this week that has, well, clearly progressives, and it broke down 5 categories, basically. Progressives are far left, Democrat, liberal, probably classic liberals, independents, and then conservatives and like far right conservatives, right? The only 2 demographics that saw communism as a dangerous threat were conservatives and far-right conservatives. The top 3 didn't see it as a threat, a minor threat at best in that. You can check that out on YouGov. I think that is more of an alarming stat, especially going into the midterms, than some of these other things, because people are looking now for another party. Don't you think?
I do, Andrew. And, we have long said, both on the show and in our research, that you're probably looking at your last real election cycle with just two parties. I think you're going to see the rise of either enough offshoots to begin to create issues, maybe at the local level first, and then to scale to state and national, or the legitimate rise of a third party option that is well financed, and people who are in places of public service are so frustrated that they say, you know what, look, I'm not dealing with either of these two anymore. I'm going to come over here where I feel like we can actually get something done. And for people who tell me, because we hear this all the time naturally, look, two-party system, if you're not going to run on one side or the other, you can't get elected. It's like, you put way too much confidence in a system that has been in decline for a really long time. And two, I'll point you back to the Whig Party. Nobody thought the Whig Party would do anything either until they started winning local races, then state races, and then they spent time in the White House. So, don't.
Well, even the Republican Party, like people look back at the Republican Party and say, Abraham Lincoln, obviously he was the first Republican president, but that party was not. Abraham Lincoln wasn't around when the party was established. That was
correct.
Really was a abolitionist, slavery abolitionist that founded the party to end slavery specifically. That was their primary goal. But it was people who said, no, these other parties aren't going to do it. And we had some good presidents in those parties, but we needed something new at that time. And now, of course, you get, whenever you talk about third party, you're poo-pooed, I think now, because especially the parties know that if that ever got traction, business as usual for them would be over. And I think that would be a welcome change for many Americans.
You're right, Andrew. When people have nothing left to lose, they lose it, as the great Gerald Celente would say. And I think people are there, right? Again, going back to the morning show this morning, the frustration I heard from people who are informed and deal with the news every day was palatable to how I believe a large chunk of Americans, conservative included, by the way, are feeling right now, where they want some clear direction and not necessarily empty rhetoric or words or, hey, it's just okay, just, keep on chugging along. Like, we've been asked to take on short-term pain, as we understand it, for long-term gain. But we're neither seeing the short-term pain or the path to long-term gain as we sit today. And again, Andrew, I think the same thing with the issues with Iran. People's appetite for this stuff is limited, because you become concerned when you can't pay your bills about doing that and managing your household. And you're less concerned about empty words and rhetoric, what's going on half a world away, or what someone's telling you, like things are okay, when you look out your window or you go sit in your car and you look at the gas gauge, they're not okay.
He outmaneuvered.
Oh, sorry. Let me, speaking of that, let me get a clip here of Glenn Beck. You can hear there that he outmaneuvered. Here's Glenn Beck. And this, you need to listen to this closely, because he's going to say this in a very polite way, that President Trump needs to wrap it up in Iran. And also he's going to say in a polite way that President Trump underestimated the actual motivation of the Iranian regime. And we can talk about that in a second. It's about a 3-minute clip, a little bit longer than normal, but we're just going to let it play. This is from Glenn Beck's new Torch network. Here's Glenn Beck breaking down the impasse we're at with Iran right now.
Our best thinkers at the Pentagon. Our best thinkers at the Pentagon said this is the way we fight this. And when we do fight this, God forbid we ever have to fight it, oil will go to $150 to $350 a barrel. That collapses the economy. That's why all of these guys kick the can down the road, because there's no way out. And the Pentagon knew it. It's going to. So all the advisors said, can't do it because it'll do this. Donald Trump says, well, that's not how I'm going to fight the war. I'm going to fight the war differently, and I'm going to keep the strait open. And they're like, Mr. President, you're not going to be able to. Well, really? Watch me, because here's how we're going to do it. So they all get on board, and they're all like, okay. And he has kept the price between $110 and $70 a barrel. Today, I think it's an $83 or $88 a barrel, something like that, which is totally doable. We've had that kind of price before. At 120, it starts to get really dicey. I mean, it's expensive, but it's economy collapsing at 120 to 150 sustained. The economy collapses. So his advice, or his advisor said, don't go in because the economy collapsed because of the price of oil. He said, no, that's not a problem. Now, I believe that he thought this would end quicker. I think he really thought that there would be somebody that he could kill the top people at the very beginning, and the others would go like, I don't want to die, so I'm with them. But he didn't take into account, I think, how diehard these 12ers actually are. They are in it for the long run.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
And so this has lasted longer than he thought it would. And because of that, we have had to open up our strategic oil reserves. China opened up their strategic oil reserves. Europe opened up their strategic oil reserves. Everybody now is out of oil in our strategic oil reserves. Out. That's meant for wartime. If we're at the beginning of the war, we're in deep, deep trouble because there's no cushion now to bring the price from $150 down to $100 a barrel. There's no price. If somehow or another oil cannot come through that choke point to us, we can't run our ships and our airplanes. This is extraordinarily dangerous. And the president has told me, he was given information, he didn't tell me what it was, but he was given information that said, if I continue and I don't put a pause on this right now, we could have a global economic collapse. And his quote to me was, and I am not going to be Herbert Hoover. I am not going to put the world into an economic depression.
Well, I hope that is correct. I hope that he is not going to put the world into an economic depression. But here's the thing. Did you notice what Glenn Beck said there that I think is accurate? And we have said on this program before that President Trump is looking at this like a deal maker, which is what he is. Almost amoral. He clearly doesn't understand the theological underpinning that the Iranian regime is working from. And that's one of the reasons why I said I think he's underestimated that, because and notice that Glenn Beck called the Iranians 12ers. That's a reference to the fact that they're looking to bring about the 12th Imam. That's who they want to hasten his arrival on earth. And to do that, you got to wipe out the infidels. You got to wipe out the little Satan. You got to wipe out the great Satan. And their own personal survival is not the thing they're protecting. It doesn't scare them that we killed off the top leader. They don't care. They'll line up to die again, or they'll line up to die themselves if it will bring about the 12th Imam. I think that's what we've underestimated here. And it's a slightly different underestimation than we had in Afghanistan. We didn't think but it was the same mistake. We'll come in and in 2 days, they'll see the shock and awe. They'll come out with their hands up, and now we're stuck I'd say it to you like this. I once tried to make a right turn in a 26-foot moving truck. So it's, that's actually about 32 feet or so altogether. I tried to make a tight right turn into a narrow driveway that had ditches on each side, right? And I thought I had it, and I can drive that large of a truck. I've done it many times all across the country. I've made some interesting turns in my day, and I thought I could make that one. Well, I ended up, that back wheel, sure enough, got stuck in that ditch, and now the truck is sitting like this, and the wheel is spinning because it's in the air. There's, it's not on the ground. Can't get out of it. And I think it's a similar thing. Overestimated our ability, underestimated the resolve of the opposition. And now the thing is, we've used our strategic reserves to keep the price of oil down. That's something Glenn Beck was talking about there. If this continues to go on, that those barrels are going to go up. The Strait of Hormuz is a mess. Yes, it's open, kind of, and that's one of the reasons why we're not seeing $120 for a barrel of oil right now. But if it continues, yeah, it's going to be a major problem. But I think that rear wheel, so to speak, is stuck in the ditch, and they're not really sure how to get out of it. That's my take. What do you think?
So back to our ongoing Rocky analogy. Now Apollo Creed is in the 14th round with Rocky Balboa. He's beat up. He has no idea how any of this happened because he was faster and stronger and more nimble, but he thought it was a show, and Rocky thought it was a fight. And then here we are. Andrew, this is so frustrating. And I know I've brought this up before, but everyone, please humor me for just a second, because context is important as to why we do the spin cycle, why we do Culture Crossroads, why we ask you to go back and watch. In March at CPAC, when I was on War Room with Steve Bannon, I said this exact thing when the question of Iran came up. It's not what he wanted me to say, which is why it was the fastest we got to go to break probably in the history of network television. The reality remains, if you underestimate an opponent and you don't knock a bum out in the first round, that bum will hurt you. I think it's telling that Glenn Beck would say what he said with his platform about the president in the way that he did. That should be a leading indicator as to where we're actually at versus the rah-rah that you hear from the press release churn that comes out of DC. Andrew, I mean, so then now we ask the logical question, right? If President Trump actually did say, I am not going to take the world into a full-on economic depression, then what does he do, right? Mm-hmm. The options now become more limited. What does he actually do? And that's part one. Here's part two, because it's delicate, right? Because as politicians, you still got to get elected, and midterms are coming up. How do you handle the two fronts? Now, again, going back to March and being at CPAC and saying this, I said at the time that President Trump is fighting a two-front war. He is fighting the actual conflict, and then he's fighting in the war of public opinion. And so wherever you go, there you are. So now we're back at, how are you going to handle the court of public opinion in trying to get yourself out of this so it does not completely derail any plans that you have? I mean, those are my questions, Andrew, and those questions have been consistent for me and from you and Juliana really since the beginning of this thing. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, and again, that's why I say I think the wheel's in the ditch. I'm not sure they know, because it's an unenviable spot. To give President Trump every benefit of the doubt as to this spot, when you do this and you get stuck like this, it is, just human reaction, a deer in the headlight moment. Oh my gosh, how am I going to get out of this? This is worse than I thought. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's important to go through the congressional declaration process if you're going to go to war, because there are people, including, by the way, we on Culture Crossroads on the Sunday show, one of the concerns we had is we better not underestimate what this is going to take, and because it's going to take longer than we think if we do. And sure enough, here we are. But that would have come up, and we didn't do it in Afghanistan. We didn't do it in Vietnam. We didn't do it in Korea. We didn't do it in Desert Storm. That was the one outlier that we actually went in, did something, and got out of that. But but you had Storm and Norman Schwarzkopf there, who I think knew exactly what to do in terms of that fighting general. But we haven't fought to win since World War II outside of Desert Storm, and we didn't count on that. All right, we got to leave that one there. Moving on. The NDAA was passed yesterday by the House. The NDAA included Section 219, which merges the tech and intel of America and Israel. Now, I'm on the record. I'm on the Culture Crossroads YouTube channel, Culture Crossroads 316, and on the Sunday show, that I think that's one of the most dangerous things we can do, because we become more dependent on a foreign entity. Not only that, but sharing that kind of information with a foreign nation, whether they're an ally or not. Well, certainly, hopefully, we wouldn't be doing that with someone who's not an ally, but with an ally, there is. I don't understand. Sometimes you might share a little bit, but to permanently merge that and then really have the fruition, if you read the bill, it comes to fruition in 29. So the next president is going to inherit this framework that's already here. We become now dependent on Israel, and there will be some moves. Again, the more dependent we are on those not ourselves, the worse it gets. We're dependent on China for our pharmaceuticals. If they cut that off, we're screwed. All the places we're dependent on for our food and wheat, consider the Ukraine, for example, one of the world's largest suppliers of wheat. We get cut off. Our dependence on foreign oil is a big reason why Iran matters so much. And yet we won't drill here where we have it. And so now to say, well, let's be more dependent on a foreign nation. And also we have to then trust that their security to protect that intel won't be breached, won't be compromised in some way, and that our information gets into the hands of our worst enemies. And what are we going to do about that? We have no idea. Clearly, we'll find out when that happens, because somehow, no matter how deadly or dangerous, these things always leak. But I digress. Marjorie Taylor Greene, whatever you think about her, she was in Congress. She does know how the sausage is made. She released a video sharing how these things are voted for and how Republicans, how just Congress in general, not just Republicans, Democrats and Republicans, how they're able to vote no or yes just to save their own.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800 hides. So I want to bring this up here. It's worth noting because it's more proof that our representatives, no matter what party you're in, our representatives are more interested in representing themselves and their self-interests than we the people. Let's check this out. Oh my goodness, I went the wrong way here. Hold on now. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
There we
My
go.
TV.
Hit play. Here we go.
Hey guys, I just want to follow up on a video that I put out explaining the NDAA vote that happened yesterday, explaining the two votes. Every time a bill passes the House floor, it has to cross two hurdles. The first vote is called the rule vote. The second vote is final passage vote. Now, that's super confusing and it's really stupid, but that's the way they do it. We had 7 total Republicans vote no on final passage to the NDAA because of Section 219 and other issues that they didn't like within the bill. We are thankful to them for voting no. However, that was a safe no vote, and let me explain that. There's 2 ways to vote no. There's the safe no vote, which is voting no on a bill when you know it's going to pass, so you don't have to make anybody mad, and you can still vote no because it's going to pass even without your vote. Then there's the courageous no vote, and that is voting no on the rule, the first vote for that bill to cross to final passage. When you vote no on the rule vote, you're voting no against everyone. You're voting no against leadership. You're voting no against the White House. You're taking a hard stand and saying, I am 100% against this bill. I do not want it to pass. There was only one Republican that took the courageous no vote on the rule vote. That was Thomas Massey. He voted no. The other Republicans only voted no on the second vote, the final passage vote, when they knew that the bill was going to pass. Okay? So there's a difference, and that's what you need to understand. There's the 2 votes. One is the rule vote. The second vote is final passage. And the most courageous vote any member of Congress can take is voting no on the rule. Here's the difference. The rule vote passed 213 to 212. 213 to 212. If those 6 other Republicans had voted no with Thomas Massey on the rule vote, the rule would have failed and the NDAA could not have moved forward to the second final passage vote. However, they voted yes on the rule, allowing it to move forward, and Thomas was the only one that voted no. But when it came to final passage, 6 decided to vote no then because it was safe. You want to know why? Because there were 6 Democrats that were voting yes.
Okay, that's how the sausage is made. That's how we have the NDAA. That's how we have the Republicans pretending to be representing us, but really only doing it when it is politically safe. And I think politically safe from their own party. Because what happened to Thomas Massey? Do you recall, RC? What happened to Thomas Massey, who voted no on the rule?
Yeah, Thomas Massey is a lame duck. He
got ran out of town.
Persona non grata. Yeah, he got persona non grata right out of
by
town.
the president himself.
Yes.
By his own party, by the leader of his own party, because he said, no, maybe we shouldn't do that. Now, look, I don't agree with any politician on 100% of everything. I doubt that I agree with any living person on 100% of everything.
100% of anything.
Right? But, Massey did have some critical no votes that mattered, that were principled, and we don't have that principle. And unfortunately, all those that stood on those principle, for example, those who were loud about releasing the Epstein files, where did they go? MTG was one of them. She's not there anymore. I don't think these are coincidences, but at the same time, this is how something like an NDAA passes with Section 219 in it. Now, it still has to go through the Senate, and I'm not sure that it can do that, but perhaps, with all this vote and that vote, and here's how you can save face, and here's how you can save face, and here's this loophole, I'm sure they'll find a way to betray us. RC, what do you think?
Andrew, I am so glad that Marjorie Taylor Greene just did that walk and talk description so people understand how the sausage is made. Maybe you don't want to see it, but there are times where you have to understand how this works. I was just beating my hand and my fist against my head because I am so frustrated with this cycle of BS from people who are supposed to be doing what we sent them to do. Meanwhile, they're playing agenda politics and they're playing fake politics just so they can say, oh, look, I voted against it, right? Sleight of hand, but over here, my vote really didn't matter. That was more ceremonial, just so I could lie to you, so I could keep perpetuating this thing, so I get my way, right? Because in Congress, I've got to raise a certain amount of money and I've got to stay in the good graces of people. They know that, so they've got to have a way for me to have cover against bills that they know my constituents won't like. So I can say, listen, I voted against that. Meanwhile, people have no idea that what they voted against really doesn't matter. It was perfunctory, right? It is so sickening. But I guess this is also the silver lining, Andrew. The silver lining is now all of this stuff is coming out, and now people are coming face to face with the realness of a self-governing society. If you keep letting them do this to you, before you know it, the Clarity Act will pass, Real ID will pass, and then you'll be in your Minority Report 15-minute city, open-air prison, as Juliana accurately describes it, wondering who what's it, who done it, and what happened. And we're simply going to look at you and say, so, all of that work you didn't want to do, congratulations on somebody else doing it for you. Now they'll tell you when to eat, where to go, what to do.
I'm so glad you brought up the surveillance state, because that's our next and what will have to be our final story for today. We're going to go a little over time, but this is a ex-user who found this flock camera on the back of a sheriff's office speedometer check here. Check this out.
Yeah, you might think it's just an innocent little speed reader, right? Oh, look at this. Volusia Sheriff's own this one. Gets my speed. I might even be able to get 5 miles an hour out of it from running. But what lurks on the back of it? Not there, but right there. Look at that. Someone did some custom metal fabricating and decided to put a flock camera, a mobile one, anywhere they want to put it in the speed reader. It's probably getting a picture of my wiener right now. However, look at that. Right on the board. You're safe. The sheriff. Partially on the sidewalk. There's the number. And it is working. I mean, you can see when you cover the light up a little bit. This thing is working.
That thing is working. Surveillance state is growing. If we're going to knock them down when they're on poles, they're going to put them behind sheriff-owned speedometers. RC, and this is what we're talking about. And one of the other frustrating things, again, and I say this, I voted Republican all of my life, and one of the frustrating things about the Republican Party, and we showed that graph yesterday, of the downward trajectory of the economy since 2000, when the Republicans took over after Clinton's time in office. And funny, it was Bill Clinton with a Republican Senate and a Republican House that had the last balanced budget. That was the last time that government actually shrank tangibly. And then Bush 43 comes in. He did inherit that cruising economy. But then you remember what happened at the end of Bush's term, when all of a sudden $700 billion TARP happened. And now government is just blowing spending. And the trajectory of the economy has gone like this steadily for 26 years. And by and large, it's been the Republicans bringing you this mess. It's been the Republicans bringing you a lot of the things that the progressives would want to do, but they know it wouldn't pass if they did it. So the Republicans are doing it. The Republicans are the ones getting in bed with big tech right now. The Republicans are the ones starting the wars around the world. The Republicans are the ones getting in bed with big pharma and posting pictures and with Trump in the office with the tech leaders and the pharma leaders bragging about these things. And it's maddening because we sent them to Washington to do the exact opposite. And yet now it's becoming so pervasive and it's happening so far under our noses that even if we take them down, we're in plain sight, they're finding ways to hide them and then use our own county protectors as subterfuge in order to...
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-8 can happen.
Andrew, hard to believe that those county protectors who are constitutionally elected to office fall in line with this. But then again, they get huge money offers for equipment and everything else from the Fed. So of course they're going to fall in line, because what's a little flock camera-ism between friends and colleagues, right?
Sure, I know.
You cannot hate this stuff and the people who are doing it to you enough. And you cannot, if you fall for tribalism, this is what it gets you. And I'd revert back, Andrew, you mentioned the early 2000s. Let's go back to what happened after 9/11. We got the Patriot Act. The precursor for all of this comes from the Patriot Act. And the question you have to ask yourself is, why does Congress keep funding the section? I think it's 702.
FISA 702.
Right. Why do they keep funding that? There's really no need to fund that anymore, because why would you want to spy warrantlessly on American citizens? Oh, that's right. You need to have that loophole open just in case you need justification to do something like push Agenda 2030. Friends, please understand that those who purport to be your friends, all those people ain't your friends. Your parents used to tell you that when you were a kid. Not everybody is your friend, even if they act like they are. You should watch really, really closely who says, I'm your friend. Now, we happen to live in a county where I think that this is actually the case. What I'm describing to you, I believe that's actually happening in the county that we live in, and we're being sold a bill of goods because somebody is looking for higher office. Now, you may be in a similar situation. Here's the advantage. If you talk about this and you're brave enough, like the guy who went and did that video, you can start to affect change, because once the roaches know they can't hide in the dark anymore, they start to scurry. But you got to keep the pressure on. Remember, Ben Franklin said, eternal vigilance is the key to it all.
Well, and we have to understand too. First of all, we have to start being honest with ourselves. Republicans especially need to be honest about the state of the Republican Party and the policies that we are doing, particularly, domestically and in foreign policy, and that they're not conservative right now. They're not. And I don't say that because I've all of a sudden become a Democrat. Far be it. But if we're not honest with ourselves and we just keep putting on rose-colored glasses and vote R, we'll save the day. Vote for, we need the justices. I mean, come on. How about the justices that Trump appointed just take turns rotating on a carousel? Which one's going to screw us on the next ruling? So we have to, first of all, be honest about the state of our own party and the fact that they don't represent us and they're not conservative and they haven't been for some time. Now then we have to decide, okay, well, what do we want to do going forward about that? Well, one thing we have to realize, the surveillance state that's being installed is not just one that spies on your every move and tracks it and all that stuff. It does that. But it also sets up a justice system where you're guilty before proven innocent. You need to understand the whole thing's going upside down. And this is a tale as old as time. That's what happened to when Daniel, the reason Daniel in the Bible got thrown in the lion's den is some of the political leaders framed him. They made a law that made it a crime to pray unless you were praying to the king and praising the king. They knew Daniel was not going to do that. They knew Daniel would do it out in the open with his windows open in his house. And sure enough, they made him guilty. And that's what they're going to do with us. They're going to find ways. I mean, and if we allow this to continue to embed itself, by the time we realize it, we'll be fighting the lions with the bones of those they've already eaten. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to be grotesque. I don't mean to be hyperbolic in that. But that's the way this goes because unchecked power desires more unchecked power. And we are giving it to them. And it seems like we're just sleeping at the wheel to do it. We must wake up.
If you don't stop them now, there will not be an opportunity to stop them. And if you don't care, if there's nothing else that you can bring yourself to care about, what you should care about is what you're going to leave behind for those who come after you. If you love your family, your kids, your parents, future generations you'll never meet, if you truly care about what happens to them, and you are a Bible-believing Christian, you already know what you have to do. I would strongly suggest you do it before we completely run out of time.
I see real quick, I know we're way over time here on this episode. Watchmen Action, you have done some work to empower, and Empowered to Act. You got a book about that.
Yes.
To empower the citizens, the everydayers, people like me that don't really know where to start, to give them a roadmap to do that. I don't want to list all these problems and not give at least some kind of solution that people can take. Can you explain a little bit of that here and where they can go to find it?
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. So I'll do this now and then I'll do it again at the end. If you go to watchmenaction.org and you click on training, you can see our entire process and you can actually go through one of our classes. We have about a 2.5-hour video. In a day or less, we can have any person or group trained and ready to go for the issue, to advocate for the issue that matters to them most. So here's how it works. We break it into 3 categories. You got to be able to tell your story, right? Because you have to have a compelling story to win any battle. Then we help you to organize and mobilize your people. And then we give you all the tools and the tricks and the tips to measure your success. Because if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So you got to be able to tell your story. You got to be able to organize and mobilize your people, and you got to be able to measure your success. We can get you ready to do all of that in 1 day or less. And you can get started at watchmenaction.org. Go check out the training for yourself. We can get you an instruction manual. If you want us to come and train, we're happy to do that.
No, we lost him there for a little bit. RC will come back.
Get in touch.
So watchmenaction.org. We lost the last little bit of that, but that's okay. Watchmenaction.org. And Watchmen is plural. WATCHMEN. Watchmenaction.org. You can find Empowered to Act there. If you want to get in the fight, if you're awake now and you want to join us in this, I encourage you to take that step today. It's something positive. It's an action step you can do. We can get out from behind our keyboards and actually make a difference, because we do need to stop this wave of government control and tyranny going on. They're runaway and rogue. It's both parties. It's time to throw off this government in a peaceful way, in a lawful way, and bring about new guards for the future security of our nation, which is written in our founding documents. You can also find more of RC and his work. Search for Watchmen Action. Again, Watchmen plural, Watchmen Action on any of the socials that you find. For Culture Crossroads, at Culture Crossroads 316, see it at the bottom of the screen. That is the YouTube page. And let's see, what's my other one? Oh yeah, The Culture Crossroads with Andrew Southwick on Facebook. You can do that as well. It's weird. If I were Mexican, that might actually matter. But anyway,
right?
Yeah, and that's something. I know. I'm sorry. Anyway, good try though. And we appreciate the comments. Welcome. If you want us to wear the black hat, we can do that too. Culture Crossroads is on Beck TV, Beck TV Plus, BEKTV.plus, every Sunday at 5 p.m. Central Time, or on demand. And of course, we post clips and other goodies on our socials as well. So with that, this was a supersized episode of the Spin Cycle. Thank you for checking us out. And even Mike, thank you too. We will see you next time, which I guess next time will be tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be more to talk about. We'll see you then.
Armand, I'm so happy and honored to have you here today. You're familiar to some of our audience and new to others, so I would love to look forward to the introduction and get our audience to know you a little bit better. But we'd like to start with, tell us about your story. How is it that you ended up where you are today? And then we'll talk about where you are today, what your mission and your voice is all about. So tell us how you ended up here.
Okay. So I'm originally from New York. Went to school at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, so my degree is in forensic psychology. And I'm a daughter of the Most High King, so he had me on a journey to be able to learn about what's going on in our society. So about 10, 11 years ago, my husband and I opened a market research firm and developed some technology for that market research. And as we were working with our clients, we got nervous. We were finding things like transhumanism, one world religion, the war on women, what they're trying to do with the children. And we were like, we need to warn our brothers and sisters about what's going on. So we decided to do 2 different publications where we talk about these hot topics. Well, as we were talking about these topics, we started to realize that the pastors needed to talk about them. The pastors didn't know how to talk about them. So we started undergirding the pastors, saying, what can we do to be able to support you? And what we realized was that there were great pastors and there were great tools, but the pastors didn't know how to find the tools. The pastors didn't know how to use the tools. They didn't know how to empower their congregation to get outside the 4 walls, to talk to the community. So we wrote an entire workbook so that we can come into the church and say, okay, church, let's get you active outside in the community. Because if you're not known for something as a church, what are you doing? Right? You can't just be open on Sunday and on Tuesday evening. You need to be the church inside the community. So we built advocacy plans. We help them build advocacy plans.
What's the name of your program that you make accessible?
So our market research company is named Sherloc Market Research.
Okay.
And then our ministry is Watchmen Action.
Okay.
So Watchmen Action, we equip the church to engage the culture and by helping them build advocacy plans around core issues. So I always tell the young people, if I can help you build courage, would you go take action? And they're all like, yeah, of course we will.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
But we don't know what to do, and we don't know how to do that. So I'm like, let me come in and let me help you develop what does that look like for you. So in the workbook, part one is, what's your story? The story is so important, right? And then what are you going to advocate for? And we help you develop those two things. The second part is, what's your strategy? Who's sitting around the table? You have to develop a SWOT analysis. What's your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats, right? And then part three is, what are all the different tools that you need? Because let's say you want to advocate for a community garden, right? And there's 5 of you on the team. What tools do you need to make sure that you guys are all doing what you need to do? So when you go through the workshop with us, your computer is open, you're drawing circles, you're writing things out, you're making phone calls, because when you're done with the workshop, you know exactly what your story is and what you're going to be advocating for. I want the church to engage the culture and make the change that we need to see.
So it seems you're a little bit of a structured personality yourself.
Well, I was tired of going to all these different meetings and eating the rubber chicken dinner, complaining about what was going on, and then having no action plan. Well, if we're going to engage the culture, how do we do that? What does that look like?
Right. You had me at SWOT analysis, I must admit. So that's wonderful. And you are right. I think sometimes churches, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you visit many churches and you go around the country. And so you see, every church has its personality. But I've been to so many churches that it's just about the meeting and the fellowship. And as you said, once the church doors close on Sunday, the parking lot's empty and people go about their lives. We're not called to do that. Or did I miss something?
We are the church. It's not the building that's the church. It's the people that's the church. We're the body of Christ. And we're supposed to come together to do for each other. I always tell people that when Jesus was walking the planet, the government didn't take care of the people. The people took care of the people. But we've been so disempowered. And it's time for us to be re-empowered, because when we're looking at our society today, this is not what Father wanted. We have lost ground. He told us to take territory. We not only didn't take territory, we ceded territory. And now I'm going, church, we're in trouble. What are we going to do about what's going on with our culture?
How does the church look before and after you've been there and they've gone all in on your program?
Oh, they feel so active. They feel empowered to be able to do what it is that they're capable of doing. You know, the people are meeting each other and going, okay, what are we doing? How does this happen? What goes next? What does our community need? Each community is different, right? Their needs are all different. When you empower people, you could just see like the strength behind what it is that they're doing.
Juliana, let me ask you this. How do you see the church and politics either coexisting or not? What's your take on that?
Father made governments, right? When people keep saying, oh, there should be a separation of church and state, the only reason why that quote is there is to protect the church from the state, not the state from the church. The state has no reason to be infiltrating the church, telling us what's moral, what's not, moral. That's our job. In the 50s and 60s, the church was the center of community, right? Everything, your life was centered around the church. When the church was the center of community, we were beautiful. It was amazing, right? And then all of a sudden they plucked the church out, and I'm like, where'd the church go? And also you're looking at society, and you can see the fact that the church abdicated its role in leading the culture. It's our responsibility to lead the culture.
So you and I agree that the church to a degree has abdicated. There's a lot of church, which I call the Laodicean, right? Fit the description. Comfortable, warm, in need of nothing, right? And someone once called it a museum of saints, but that's not what the church was designed for, was it? So what church type reaches out to you? Who seeks you? What is usually the church that engages with you? What are they going through that they look to you for reigniting or sparking? Where are they in terms of existence as a church?
So unfortunately, it's mostly organizations, not churches.
Okay.
Political organizations that are calling us. For example, Pennsylvania has a number of organizations, and they're saying, please come up and help us build the strategies, because we can't keep waving flags on the corners anymore. Like, we need to have a real strategy. But as far as the churches are concerned, they're going, we want to do something, we just don't know what to do. Right? So we come in and help them decide, what's going on in the community. What should they be doing? what's most important to them and help them build that advocacy plan so that they can engage with their community. It's their responsibility.
So you're empowering them and equipping them. But something interesting, why the word Watchman in the name or the title? There's a story behind there, I'm sure.
Of course. So Ezekiel 33:6 talks about the watchman. If the sword is coming and they don't warn their brothers and sisters, their iniquity, Father wants their blood for the fact that they didn't say something to their brothers and sisters. So when I'm on stage, I literally say, I'm a watchman, you're a watchman. The minute I tell you something, you are now responsible, right? You don't get to abdicate from hearing what it is that I said to you. If there's an issue and I tell you there's an issue, you now have to engage with that issue and deal with that issue. You can't just walk away and pretend like I don't see what's going on. You see exactly what's going on. I told you what's going on. So I love Watchmen also because it's not a Jewish thing or a Christian thing, or it's a Torah thing. It's a Father thing. Father wants us to protect each other, right? Right now I'm looking at the children. They're not being protected. We're killing them in the womb. That's our fault. Everything that's happening today is the church's fault, period. Hard stop.
That's a hard pill to swallow for some, but it's truth, isn't it?
It's so true.
And Christ said truth is like a sword, a double-edged sword, isn't it? And sometimes we get very complacent as a church and we forget that church language, especially in the New Testament, is warrior language.
Yep.
Put on the armor of God. It doesn't say take up the beach towel and the flip-flops, right? We're called to war.
I always say that nothing stays neutral. It's either progressing or it's regressing. Are you helping it progress, or are you doing nothing and by default it's regressing?
Juliana, tell our audience how they can find you if they need to look further into your resources or connecting with you or talking to you, how they can reach Watchmen Action and engage with you.
WatchmenAction.org, very simple. Everything that we have, all of our publications, to be able to book us, everything is there, WatchmenAction.org.
If you had one statement to make to people as a takeaway, what would that be?
Get engaged.
Get engaged.
Get engaged.
Get engaged.
Yeah.
I love that. Thank you for your ministry.
Thank
you for your time. Thank you for sharing your voice so valiantly, strongly, because you saw a gap, there is a need, and you stepped into the breach. And blessings to you and your husband and your ministry. And Juliana, thank you for your time. It was such a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we are live once again. Welcome back. Welcome all and welcome into the Spin Cycle. Andrew Southwick and R.C. Williams with you for this Tuesday, August something. I don't have any. What is August 18th?
August 18th, sir.
We're more than halfway through August. This year is flying by. And I realize you're seeing some sunlight on me. I'm back in my studio, but I still have to get it redressed up, and I've got a window that's over my head that actually the noonday sun comes down right on my shoulders and sometimes on the top of my head. So bear with me if it ever looks like I'm wearing a shiny silver suit. That's just the sun. Let's see. We'll get that taken care of. My goodness, so much going on today. But first, RC, man, how you been? Long time no see. Been almost 24 hours.
It's like it was yesterday.
It's almost like it was yesterday. Yeah. My goodness. Okay. Well, let's dig in. There's a clip going around. I gotta share this on my screen. I tell you what, I'm falling asleep at the wheel. Let me share this screen with you here.
This is the beauty of us doing this live, is that people get to see all the logistics that go into what we do.
This
right?
is what this is what happens usually, except it's usually done either ahead of time or in post-production. But anyway.
Right.
JD Vance, Vice President JD Vance, has been making the rounds virally, primarily with a 3-year-old clip where he advocates that the U.S. dollar no longer be the world's reserve currency. I want to play you that clip now, and then we're going to dig into this from a couple of different angles, because there are a few different ways this is being parsed, particularly in right stream. Well, probably it is right stream media. I'll coin that phrase right now. On politically conservative, mainstream, and alternative media. But let's check this out first. Make sure that's looking right. Here we go. Here is J.D. Vance advocating that the dollar should not be the world reserve currency.
That's exactly right. And by the way, I'm this is like maybe super heterodox. I am not sure that I think the reserve currency is actually good for the United States of America. I think there is a good argument that reserve currency status is akin to coal in Appalachia. It's a resource curse, right? It allows your consumers to consume very cheaply, right? That's been the story of the American economy for the last 15 or so years. Even before that, is we can just borrow basically in an unlimited way because we have the reserve currency. That's exactly right. And by the way,
we can borrow because we have the reserve currency. It makes life too cheap for America. So RC, I'm gonna let you take this first, and because there are some background pieces that you have to this that people should be aware of.
Yeah.
But I do have a counter argument to it, and I want.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more. When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all three major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800.
I'll just preface this by saying, well, one of the reasons why the cheap goods are so important right now to America is that of the American dream, about the only thing that's left that people can afford are the $250 70-inch TVs at Walmart. Housing is unaffordable. Food is getting unaffordable. College has been unaffordable forever. All the things, automobiles now. I mean, a low car payment used to be $130. Now they advertise $500 payments on television for a lease as if this should bring you into the dealership. That's a low payment these days. So with our purchasing power being reduced all the time and more debt piling up, the only piece of the American dream left is being able to buy these consumer goods. So I want to put that on the table. We'll come back to some of that later. But RC, you've got also some background to this because of who supports who supports J.D. Vance, and what that could mean in a potential J.D. Vance presidency.
So Andrew, actually, interestingly enough, not too long after this video was originally done, we started having the conversation in earnest about who J.D. Vance was, because the buzz was that he was going to be in line for the role of vice president. And ultimately ended up happening. I'll come back to that in a second. Something that he said in there that I didn't catch when I'd seen it prior is he talked about this abundance curse, like coal in Appalachia. And I'm like, do those two words necessarily go together? Like, I'm familiar with the term, but boy, isn't that some like foreshadowing of how you want people to think about something like abundance? That's biblical, by the way. He should probably think about that. Now, all of that said, Andrew, you think about who J.D. Vance is and where he came from. So this great story, Hillbilly Elegy and everything, mastercraft, piece of work, right? And through that process, it was found that he was tenable and usable. So what happens? Money starts to coalesce behind him. I think everyone who watches us here or on Culture Crossroads or on the Watchmen Brief are intimately familiar with the name Peter Thiel, and likely Alex Karp and Joe Lonsdale, those guys who founded or co-founded Palantir, your mass surveillance group right down the street, kind of like State Farm, right? Like a good neighbor, they're always in your window. So here's Thiel, those guys, they bankroll J.D. Vance. He becomes an investor successfully, as best we can tell. He gets the book. Now he's liquid, right? And they're like, okay, now politically, this is where this is going to work out for you, right? So they position him to run for Senate. Now, many people have already forgotten the Ohio Senate race from a few years back with him. It was very contentious and it cost a ton of money to get him over the finish line. But he was an important piece of that wheel. Now, if anybody here has watched Whitney Webb do her work, not only on Peter Thiel, but also on the state of Ohio and what it's ultimately being turned into by Les Wexner and others, it is a totalitarian, dystopian, data-driven, that's what they're trying to make it into. Okay, one of the cities there, that's basically the whole thing. It is owned by these groups who believe that we don't need government, we need a CEO to run it, and they're responsible to the people. We know how that's going to work. All that said, I wanted to lay some groundwork to understand where J.D. Vance came from and how ultimately we came to the conclusion that if J.D. Vance were indeed the vice presidential nominee, if that was the pick from the Trump administration, then Trump was going to take money from the broligarchs or the tech bros because he had bills to pay. Just being honest. And when I say that to people, they say, well, he's rich. And I'm like, he don't want to pay those bills. Rich people don't want to pay those bills. They want somebody else to pay those bills. It's part of the reason why they're rich. Okay. Play it smart, right? Of course, I don't want to pay those bills. So as soon as J.D. Vance is the nominee, here comes a ton of money. Elon Musk put in a ton, a bunch of those guys who were liberals who then magically turned libertarians. I want everyone to imagine Homer Simpson going into the bush and coming out of the bush as something else. And then all of a sudden they became MAGA. Well, there's a reason for that. And what we said at the time, Andrew, and we've continued to say, is that if J.D. Vance is the nominee, Peter Thiel and his associates are going to have an outsized influence on the Trump administration. So what do we see now? And this actually ties into someone like Tucker Carlson. 1789 Capital is created. Peter Thiel has a hand on that, along with some others, including Donald Trump Jr., who is apparently running the fund. They make investments. They provide technology products. They've had their hands in a bunch of things. Interestingly enough, when Tucker Carlson left Fox, the first group he went to pitch the Tucker Carlson Network to, 1789 Capital. There are relationships and things happening here, Andrew, that make that video or give it some context in a way where it makes it make a whole lot of sense. And I know you've got some additional context to this, but I want to tie in when you have a chance to share that, where this ties into some of the other pieces that are currently in the administration, because it's not just two wings of the same bird, it's two wings of the same bird with all the same feathers underneath.
So if you just look at Vance's comments just at surface level, we're not looking, if you are disassociated or unaware of what you just explained, and I know some of the other pieces that we're going to unfold here in a moment, the argument then is this. Well, of course, that's going to make some sense because now we're in this whole new world, right? The economies are changing, and America has an entitlement problem that there is not an electable constituency to face. Politicians don't want to do it because, unfortunately, too many people, and a lot of it, boomer generation, they're expecting their Medicare and Medicaid and retirement and all these things. And those are the number one expenditures that we have in our country, soon to be surpassed by the interest on our debt, but that notwithstanding. And there is a moral aspect to that too. Look, we have encouraged these generations of people to pay into the system and told them that this money will be there to help take care of you in your later years. We can't, we at this point, we cannot just take that away, right? I mean, just morally we can't. But at the same time, there's also the problem of dependence on government in the first place and the wrong role of government in our lives. We have both of those things that are true at the same time. So if you have an entitlement problem that you're not going to deal with. One, because there's not a political appetite for it, either from the voters or from DC. And two, because we can't just take it away from those who are depending on it at this point. I mean, you know, we're Gen X. We pretty much know that none of that money is going to be there for us. So we are going to get screwed in that. We are the generation that we've been paying into this, but we can see that it's not going to be there for us. Let alone the dollar may not be there for us by that time.
True.
So we get that. And, you know, if I was advocating a policy, you know, it would be something along the lines of, okay, those who are, you know, in the boomer class, we're going to figure out a way to take care of you, but we're going to start to curb this spending, and we're going to start to trim government at this line here, which would affect us. But we already know we're not getting it anyway, so we might as well start fixing it, right? Instead of just screwing it up. As it were, if that's going to continue down that road, then we know the spending is going to continue down that road. Then what else do you know is going to happen that we have warned about? Well, eventually, our dollar is going to be so overextended that it's not going to be worth anything. And at that point, then what do you have come in and take its place? Well, here is a one-to-one offer for your dollar in Bitcoin, in stablecoin, in some form of digital controllable currency. And I believe that the current track we're on, that is where we end up. And I think that many, including somebody like Vance, who is tied in with the Silicon Bros, who clearly would be aware of digital currency on the horizon, I think they see that too. I think that's also why they're not worried about reining in this spending, because they've already built in how they're going to deal with that. So they're looking toward a completely different economy that reserve currency, as we understand it, may not matter today. Now, I think that's a terrible outcome, because now our currency is controlled. Cash is gone from society, which I believe. No, I'm not going to say that. But if you're just looking at this on the surface, you would say, okay, that makes sense, because we don't want to deal with entitlements, and we're not going to. So, yeah, maybe we need to start moving that a different way, because the economy is going to change. And I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying that's what you're hearing from from many conservative talkers who are supportive or are in the corner of a J.D. Vance, or might support a J.D. Vance for president. That's the conservative argument coming out of that. There's some valid points in terms of how the economy is changing and how we don't want to deal with it.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy, or during the 11 months afterward, and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now, you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
Entitlements, but that breeds a whole other set of problems.
Isn't it interesting, Andrew? Like tomorrow's news 2 years ago, right? Here we are again. We were talking about this explicitly, and we said, look, that debt ain't never getting paid off. Let's just be honest. The number's that big. Everybody has a problem except for the government, right? So let's just work under the premise that that debt's not getting paid off. Well, how do you make it all go away and make everything right? You plunge the current version of the currency to a place where it's no longer useful. You scare everybody, half the tarnation, tell them they basically lost everything, but they're going to get made whole one-to-one with this new thing that's going to solve all your problems. There goes the debt. People work out of fear. They become closer to the control grid system, and there you go, right? Almost like clockwork, Andrew, almost like it's right on time. So hang on to that one for a second, because I want to tie another piece in here, because what I'm hearing from people is, yeah, look, I know JD Vance isn't the real deal, or there's these issues or whatever, and I'm not down with that. So, go Marco Rubio. I want to remind everyone, because part of what Vance is talking about here is the logic of a multipolar world versus a unipolar world. In essence, the hegemony that the United States has as the global leader is going to sunset, and it's going to be a multipolar world with the United States, China, and Russia. That is the prevailing logic, okay? JD Vance has said something to this effect. Do you know who else has said something to that exact effect? Marco Rubio. So, before you get all excited and you go chasing a shiny object, okay, just understand it's not just two wings of the same bird, it's two sets of the exact same feathers under the wing at the same time. They're trying to all move you in the same direction. They just need to know what flavor of ice cream that you like to eat so that you will take it.
And that's the uniparty. That's the uniparty playbook. What dress do we need to wear in order to get you to go this way? If it's blue, if it's red, it doesn't matter. We'll do either one. We'll espouse your views in campaign season, and then we'll do our own thing once we get in. We all know that's what's happening, and we all know that's what's been happening. And again, that's why it's important. We want to provide context for these stories on Spin Cycle. That's how we remove the narrative. We give you the backstory. J.D. Vance's ties to Palantir, to Peter Thiel, to that ilk should give us some pause when you start talking about taking the dollar off reserve currency, or not having the dollar be the world reserve currency, or seeing things like an energy resource like coal as an abundance problem, an abundance curse. An abundance curse. Those phrases have different meaning when you see the context of who is supporting a J.D. Vance, for example.
100%.
I want to give you the last word on this here before we move on.
Folks, discernment in this season is everything. And I know that not everyone who watches the Spin Cycle is a believer, okay, is a professing Christian. And I get that. But please understand this. Discernment in this season is going to be everything. And being a watchman. So now you don't get to just sit back with the information like I did for years and like Juliana did for years. We're like, well, we know, but nobody's really listening and we're just not going to say anything. No. In this season, when you see stuff like that, you have to call it out, because there are people counting on you who have no idea. You may want to share clips from this show today. There are people who have no idea, no context whatsoever. Once they have context, though, they can use their own discernment to make the right decisions, because in essence, what we're dealing with here, Andrew, is we're dealing with a couple of potential leaders of the free world coming down the pike. Do you really want those people in charge with those types of views and that moral compass? Do you really want them running things? Because they are most certainly part of the agenda. What is that ultimately going to mean for you and your family? Do you really want that to happen, or do you want to speak up now and work to head it off at the pass?
And I should offer this tidbit as well. We also have both parties that are doing their very best to upend the primaries and render them useless. Both parties are doing that. We saw the Democrats do it with Biden when they installed Kamala Harris, as the nominee, and we're seeing that. Particularly, we saw it with and the GOP with Donald Trump didn't participate in the GOP primary, and we also see the undermining of primaries, particularly in the state of Florida. We also saw it in North Dakota as well this past primary season for them just about a month ago. But we're seeing it in Florida as well with the governor race. And so when you have people, and what does that mean? You take away the primaries, that's our opportunity to vote out the riffraff and nonsense and put in better people to vote for in the general election. That's one of the most powerful things that we the people, it's one of our most powerful tools. And both parties are trying to usurp that because both parties want to be kingmakers. Both parties want to be the ones to choose who succeeds them in power. So we really then ultimately end up with a false choice in November. The illusion of choice. So we need to remember that is one of the forces at work as well. And that should be factoring in because, again, you put that with the money, you put that with the surveillance state, you add all those things together. It's like, well, my goodness, are we just, again, two wings of the same bird? Are we just putting in another piece of the same apparatus, or are we really bringing in somebody new who will actually be quote unquote America first, or who will actually preserve freedom and liberty in our country for everyone, and not just wealth for the favored few? Which, by the way, I've got a clip here. Could I play it? I won't play it because it'll get us off on a different tangent. But it's President Trump on a tarmac being interviewed, being asked about the poor economy, and he says, "Well, the economy is doing great as far as Wall Street is concerned." That is an admission right there. We have a K-shaped economy. Wall Street's doing great. If it's as far as Wall Street is concerned, well, what about Main Street, right? As we like to say. That's also an admission that Main Street ain't doing that well. And we need to look on the Wall Street side if we're going to pretend that we're having a great economy. It is great for some, but not for many. And that type of thing is going to continue. A few people are going to do really well. Everybody else are going to suffer in increasing degree until such time as the everybody else is made sufficiently dependent upon the favored few, who also, by the way, are in the seats of power.
Enjoy your feudalism.
Enjoy your feudalism. Oh, my goodness. All right.
Whew.
Yeah. All right, next story here. And this story sucks also.
Yeah, it does.
With you. You want to talk about, so let's see, let me bring this up here. Come on, son.
Well, it's important. Yeah, it's important we do.
We do need to talk about this. All right, Palm Beach County Clerk of Court suspended and arrested on child sex abuse charges. This from WPTV reporting out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Palm Beach County Clerk of Court Michael Caruso was arrested Tuesday morning and immediately suspended from office by Governor Ron DeSantis on 5 felony child sex abuse charges, according to the arrest warrant and affidavit filed in Orange County Circuit Court. Caruso, 67, faces charges of kidnapping, lewd or lascivious molestation, lewd or lascivious exhibition, luring or enticing a child, and child abuse causing mental injury. There you see a tweet or an ex-post from Attorney General James Uthmeier saying the same thing, that he's arrested and the investigation is ongoing. He, being Caruso, is arrested. The investigation is ongoing. We'll provide more information to the public. Caruso also did state, and the article later notes, that, well, he's attracted to women, so why would he be a sexual predator for young boys? I don't think that is going to hold up in court, as it were. Just more, here's the other thing you talked about. Don't you want to know who you're electing? Don't you want to know who is in charge at these different levels? Well, these are some of the reasons why. Obviously, these kinds of child predators, we don't want them anywhere in society. Right. And again, this is why we bring this to you. It's not to be sensational, but you need to know the truth of what's going on. Because, by the way, we just saw in the case of Graham Plattner, right, that in the beginning, and kudos to Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature for moving forward with these charges. But in the beginning, the Democrats were all circling the wagons, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we want to protect this guy because we want that power bad enough. And make no mistake, we're now up against people in both parties who it's just a raw pursuit of power, and they'll defend anything and everything until it's not politically feasible for them to do so. All right, I see you have a lot of information on the story. Tell us about it.
Yeah, disappointing to see, Andrew, but credit to Attorney General Uthmeier and, like you said, Governor DeSantis. I had a chance to spend some time with James Uthmeier not too long ago.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Hey guys, Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give him a call. He is committed to justice. And for the most part, he believes that justice is blind, like he's following rules, and it does not matter which side someone falls on. This isn't a Republican versus Democrat issue. This is an issue in and of itself. I think what was equally disappointing, Andrew, in this, for those of you who are not from the state of Florida, the Florida legislature, both the House and the Senate, have supermajorities, basically Republican. Obviously, our governor's Republican. So it's a relatively red state, and the grassroots has historically had a high level of influence on what happens. Mike Caruso was actually one of the big door openers for grassroots coalitions to get to work to get legislation passed. He generally would have his door open and say, hey, listen, if there's anything you want to work on, I'm down with it. And he would champion a number of those causes. So it is disappointing to think that in all the time of those things happening, that there's this second person living underneath. But, I think the credit in this too goes to the fact that we're willing to police our own house, right? We have to be willing to police ourselves accordingly and make sure that we know who we're dealing with. And looking at the charges and everything, like on one side, you understand how this stuff gets delayed because they need to make sure they've got enough evidence to make an arrest and have a case and make it stick. But when I look back at 2025 and what happened on that cruise ship, according to the filing, and what he said to his family and others about what would happen to him should this get out, that's sickening. That is absolutely sickening, right? So you basically have a partial admission here, and then he goes back, and when he gets interviewed by investigators and throws up a different story, and the best he can come up with is, well, listen, I like women, so I don't know how I could be a molester and abuser of young boys. That's a sad testament. But again, it's disappointing that this stuff was floating around and it wasn't able to be caught earlier, but at least now it's being dealt with. And so I think it's important, again, as you said, it's a reminder that we need to be policing, and you need to know who you're electing. Who are those people really? Because whoever they are is what's going to perform when they get elected.
And can I add to that? This is why accountability matters. This Mike Caruso case is one case. It's significant. He should be punished severely. I think he should be in a hole under the jail, and that jail then in another hole under the crust of the earth, if you ask me. But also at the same time, when you see a government not willing to police their own, when you see a government carving out loopholes for themselves and other favored people because they've done favors for each other, they're scratching one back and scratching another, you know that they're not interested in justice. This is why it's so important that people like Fauci be prosecuted. If Fauci is prosecuted, our lives materially will not change, but it will say that our government is actually pursuing justice. The fact that he's not in a jumpsuit in solitary confinement tells you that on a very broad scale, they're not interested in justice. They're interested in the pursuit of power, however they can do it, and they'll use every legal loophole to jump through and tiptoe through the raindrops in order to do it. It's sick, it's disgusting, it's pathetic. We're ruled by third-grade tyrants, and this is why something like this, again, kudos to the Florida government, to Ron DeSantis, to James Uthmeyer. This should be an example, not just for making Mike Caruso an example, but it should be an example for American government as well. Police yourselves, hold people accountable. If there are criminals, put them in prison. I don't care what post they occupy.
You are so spot on, right? But so the one other thing that I want to drop for people here, all these crazy things we see happening, quote unquote, teen takeovers and all this other foolishness. People say, I don't understand why this is happening. Well, you could go through a litany of answers, but really think practically for a second. When there's no real accountability or consequence for your actions, what are you going to do? Whatever you want, right? It's like the old adage, an armed society is a polite society, because nobody wants to get shot when everybody's got an equal opportunity to deal with you if you're out of line. Right? Thus, everyone tethers to the rules. But to your point, especially at the federal level, we've made it so easy to get away with everything. We've said this before on the spin cycle. What does that say to people? What example do you set? If the example you set is that this is a crack casino and everybody's got to get theirs, and it's all about inside information and what you can do with it or how much you're willing to pay for it every month, and that's okay, what do you think people are going to do? If there's no consequence for teen takeovers and it's not swift and harsh, then what do you think is going to continue to happen? If you allow people to go in and basically rob a store as long as it's under $1,000 and there's no consequence, what do you think people are going to do? They're going to do exactly that because they know what they can get away with. We've lost our way, Andrew, and I know I'm beating the drum, but we've lost our way. And a lot of that is because our biblical worldview and moral compass is so skewed or non-existent that there isn't a barometer or a determining factor for those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we figured out that we can charge people for our posts that may or may not have anything to do with the market moving, and so we can come out and bark and say anything we want, and meanwhile everybody else pays the price, and we should be grateful to do it because and other people are making the money, doing well, these kinds of things. It's just ridiculous. We're in a difficult spot. We are up on time here. We have about 50 seconds left here. This is why, again, today, primary day in Florida. I'm about to go to the polls here after we are done, and I'm not going to be voting for who my party tells me to vote for. I've done my homework. I've looked at every candidate on the ballot. And look, some candidates there aren't a lot of information on. But I'm not going to vote for somebody who I have to guess who they are. And I've said it before, after 24 and seeing what I believe is a betrayal of many voters, I'm not holding my nose and voting for anybody ever again. I'm only going to vote for someone who I believe would do the best job. And if they lose, then that's what's going to happen. Because until enough of us do that, until we stop just regurgitating with this false illusion, playing the stupid two-party game that's not even a two-party game, until we stop going along with our own national suicide, the walls of tyranny are going to shrink tighter and tighter. And we still have the power right now. The Constitution still matters. The Bill of Rights still matter. I'm going to exercise mine here this afternoon. I'm going to do it to the very best of my ability. And I would hope everyone else would do the same because that's how we get out of this mess. If not, then we've just walked through what you're going to see. You're going to see cretins and losers and the worst people in power, because power attracts the worst people. And you're going to have a currency, a controlled currency, a controlled life. And, you know, you'll have McDonald's predicting your behavior, so on and so forth. All right, I'm rambling. All right, so you tell, go ahead and take a last word if you want, and let everybody know where they can find us.
Yes, your conquerors will rule over you if you do not take action and you're not a diligent watchman. I'll leave you with that as scripture verse you need to go and study. Okay, so you can find all things Watchmen Action starting at watchmenaction.org. If you're looking for us on the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, TikTok, the whole thing, our handle is the same everywhere. It is Watchmen Action. You can also watch the Spin Cycle weeknights at 9:30 Eastern Time on the Watchmen Action Network. We are on Beck Cable, Channel 40 in the great state of North Dakota, and streaming on our YouTube and Rumble and X channels 24/7, 365. For all things Andrew Southwick, you can go to Culture Crossroads 316 on YouTube. You can see the Spin Cycle. You can see Culture Crossroads. You can see his incredible monologues that now that he's back in his studio on a regular basis, he can do regularly. Culture Crossroads 316 on YouTube.
All right, for R.C. Williams, I'm Andrew Southwick. This has been the Spin Cycle. Thank you for spending some of your time with us today, whether you saw the whole show or just a little bit of it, or on demand later on. We appreciate it. Please remember, like, share, subscribe, whatever channel you're looking at, please subscribe to that. It helps the show. We're not amassing our personal wealth off this. We're doing this, number one, because we believe it's what God wants us to do. Number two, we want to get the truth out to people. And as you know, there are very few people who are willing to do that, because the truth comes at a cost. And a lot of times it's a professional one. But it's important because we believe you're worth fighting for. We believe America's worth fighting for. That's why we do this. So please like, share, subscribe to the channels as you see them. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a good one. And if it's a primary day where you are, please exercise your right and make a good choice. All right, we'll see you again.
Hey guys, it's RC.
And I'm Juliana.
Oh, wow. The Watchmen Brief, live behind the scenes. Juliana, Word America Reads the Bible.
Yes, we are.
You know, people see us and we do these fancy intros and everything like that. And we actually are standing by background. But we figured, people say, this is awesome and we love you guys. But what's it like when you guys are just, and you're just talking, like you're just having a chat. So this has been amazing. I just have to say, an event like this, being able to read the Bible cover to cover, and then doing it at the Museum of the Bible has been special.
It's very humbling, actually, being around all of these people. But some people we knew, so that's really awesome, like a family reunion, being able to see our friends, but all participating in the most important thing, which is documenting, Father's word here at the Museum of the Bible.
Yeah, Bunny Pounds, who's the president and founder of Christians Engaged. When we talked to her in Boston in October, she had this crazy idea. Hey, 2 years ago, Holy Spirit put it on me that we need to read the Bible cover to cover at the Museum of the Bible. This is where she was when that idea, when it was put on her. And when we talked to her about it, she's like, I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know if we're even going to be able to do it, but do you guys want to do it? And it's like, of course we want to do it. Like, why wouldn't we want to do it?
Be a part of this historical moment. Of course I want to be a part of this.
Yeah. So we're like, yeah, we're in. What do you want us to do? How do you want us to do it? She's like, all right, here we go. Here are your verses. And we ended up
with Leviticus 20 for me, and 21 through 22, 1 through 16. And I was so excited about doing Leviticus 20. Oh my gosh. If you really want to be shocked, go open up your Bible to Leviticus 20.
We talk about it's the spanking verses and the spanking chapters. So our friend Lee Bortons, now most folks may not know Lee by name, but they know her by her work. Lee is the founder of Classical Conversations, what the best Christian conservative education curriculum around. And so we're in the green room with Lee last night talking about it. She's like, well, I get to say this like 17 times. It's like she's like, I get to say all the naughty words. And we're like, well, you're not the only one.
Yeah, it was kind of strange sitting on the stage and talking about throwing your seed to Moloch and then how you're gonna die. And like, I'm like, okay, well, it's all right. We're
Yeah.
the Museum of Bible.
All right, so it's like, hey, we didn't do it. Don't shoot the messengers.
Yeah, we're just the messengers. But boy, it was kind of shocking. Some of the things that we had to talk about that's in the Bible, people don't really realize what's in there.
Yeah, it's like the boss said so. It's like if you're crooked backed or crooked footed or whatever, or your stones were off, which is part of it's like, then you can't do these things.
Right.
But just that whole experience of being able to read God's word in this setting. And I've talked about this to other people.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
The theater here at the Museum of the Bible is special. And the folks at Christians Engaged did such a great job with this. They took such good care of us. We come up, we get set, they take us on, and they set us on the stage. So Juliana and I, if you go back and watch the video, they had 2 speakers on stage at the same time, one reading, one in cue. So I was actually able to get some behind the scenes pictures of Juliana from the side of the stage, on the stage. And then I got a chance to walk up while she was speaking and to watch her while she was reading those verses, and then to watch the audience. But yeah,
How sweet is that?
there's something so special about that moment, in the sense that theater is a very warm room. It's very comfortable. You feel like you're in the presence.
But it was nice being able to, as husband and wife team, being able to get up there and, read from the Bible and say, as a team, right? Because we're trying to push the whole, kingdom couples and what it means to do life and do business and do ministry together.
Yeah.
And being able to be on stage with you.
Yeah, it's something special to be able to do that, because all the work that we've done with Watchmen Action and building the ministry, we did it together. That's the kingdom couples things.
Absolutely.
Right. And how powerful that is. Our dear friends, Cameron and BJ Arnett, were here this week.
Another kingdom couple.
Right. They were national spokespeople for this. And we had some time to fellowship with them. And we were talking about how powerful that is. It's so powerful, in fact, that's the thing the devil wants to wedge. He wants to destroy it. Right. Because he knows that the union is everything. And he knows how much power is in the union of husband and wife.
Well, we were talking to Destiny earlier, and she was talking about, how the devil's been coming against her, and we've been feeling the same thing, right? Because when you're doing something right, when the devil comes up against you.
Amen.
Bunny even, had things coming up against her. She prayed for us before we got on. She prayed for everybody before she got on, and then Marnie Freeman was like, "Oh my gosh, I need to go pray for Bunny, because she's praying for everybody else, but who's praying for her?"
Yeah, and so for those who don't know Marnie Freeman, Kevin Freeman, good friend of ours, Economic War Room.
Another power couple.
Marnie is the other side of that power couple in Liberty Hawk Ranch, by the way, outside of Dallas. They have this amazing location where they do their events. They actually tape the show there, and it is a God story as to how that property even came to them. But it's a testament to people who work on behalf of the kingdom and let God work through them. What he's able to do. But these power couples, these kingdom couples coming together, us being together in this process, encouraging each other.
Right.
People think that some of the people they see on TV or that they watch things on David and Tim Barton. So the Bartons, obviously wall builders, right? So everybody sees them and they see David teach and they're just like, oh my God, this is amazing. We went on a Capitol tour after the opening ceremony on Saturday night. So we had David and Tim Barton take us on a tour of the Capitol. And poor David started to lose his voice. He's like, I'm losing my voice, Tim, you got to take over. So David sits down on the ground like a kid, and he has his green pointer, and he's pointing up at all the things we need to be looking at. It's those type of just we're people moments.
The realness of the people, where it's like, we do great things to strive to what we need to do for, Father's glory. But at the end of the day, we're still his children, right? We're still kids. We're still young. We're still.
And I was just blown away at how much of the nation's history is this experience biblically rooted, and then for us to all be together like that, just kind of, we were in the green room last night before we read, and just hanging out with Lee and hanging out with other people, catching up, having these great conversations. There's nothing quite like it and quite like this experience.
So what I love, the main theme that I keep hearing over and over and over again from people is the fact that Father is bringing all of his people together. Amen. That we're doing different things, but we all have the same goal of the kingdom, and how it looks to be able to say, you know what, my brothers and my sisters, right? And what it is that we're doing, and how can we empower and support each other? How can we be on each other's podcast, for example, to get the word out to the audiences to say, hey, we're all one family.
Right.
What do we need to do to be able to move the kingdom forward?
Right. We were having that conversation with Father Frank Pavone on Saturday night. We see Frank all the time. And we were talking about this movement, like this wave. There's this Father's moving, and it's his hand, because things that we can't explain otherwise happen. People show up in the right place. They do the right thing. Alan Parker this morning from the Freedom Justice Institute. So we walked into this room. We're in the media room.
Right.
And there's this poor guy that's trying to get set up. He's got no lighting, everything. He's trying to figure out his sound. He's trying to figure out Zoom. He's getting ready to go on the Christian network.
Right.
And he's like, hey, I got to do this interview in like 20 minutes. And so because we'd come in the day before, we were able to show him the lay of the land. And he does this great interview segment, right? And that's the kingdom coming together. And you guys will see, we actually did a segment with him, an interview, which was amazing. So
Miss Alveda King is here.
Oh, Miss Alveda King has just walked in the room. Hey, man. All right. So, Juliana, that's it, though. Like this entire process, everything kingdom, how this all works is amazing. And it's like when you guys are with us, we just try to take you inside of everywhere we go and everything that we do.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah. So that's it for this special edition of the Watchmen Brief, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Guys, all things Watchmen Action, watchmenaction.org, watchmenaction.org on all the social medias. It's Watchmen Action. We'll see you soon.
Bye. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, again, you shall say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that gives any of his seed to Moloch, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given his seed to Moloch, to defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide in their eyes from the man, when he gives of his seed to Moloch, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him to commit whoredom with Moloch from among their people. And the soul that turns after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourself, therefore, and be you holy, for I am the Lord your God. And you shall keep my statutes, and I do them. I am the Lord which sanctify you. For everyone that curses his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. He has cursed his father or mother, his blood shall be upon him. And the man that commits adultery with another man's wife, even he that commits adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. And the man that lies with his father's wife has uncovered his father's nakedness. both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion, their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lies with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. And if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness, and shall be burned with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and you shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach to any beast and lie down thereof, you shall kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be both cut off in the sight of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he has discovered her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And you shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, nor of your father's sister, for he uncovers his near kin, they shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness, they shall bear their sin, they shall die childless. And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness, and they shall be childless. You shall therefore keep my statutes and all of my judgments, and do them, that the land where I bring you to dwell therein spew you not out. And you shall not walk in the manners of a nation, which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said to you, you shall inherit their land, and I will give it to you to possess it, a land that flows with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, which have separated you from other people. You shall therefore put differences between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowl and clean. And you shall not make your souls abominable by beasts, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And you shall be holy to me, for I am the Lord, I am holy, and have severed you from other people that you should be mine. A man also or a woman that has a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma.
And the Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, there shall be none be defiled for the dead among his people. But for his kin that is near to him, that is, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his sister a virgin, that is near to him, which has had no husband, for her he be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief man among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corner of their beard, or make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy to their God, and not profane to the name of their God. For the offerings of the Lord made by fire, and the bread of their God they do offer. Therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take a wife that is a whore, or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away from her husband, for he is holy to his God. You shall sanctify him therefore, for he offers the bread of your God. He shall be holy to you, for I, the Lord, which sanctify you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profanes her father, and shall be burned with fire. And he that is the high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head or rend his clothes. Neither shall he go to any dead body, nor defile himself for his father or for his mother. Neither shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his God. For the crown of the anointing oil of his God is upon him. I am the Lord. And he shall take a wife in virginity. A widow or a divorced woman, or profane, or a harlot, these he shall not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people as a wife. Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, the Lord, do sanctify him. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, say to Aaron, saying, whosoever he be of your seed in their generations that has any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his God. For whatsoever man he be that has a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man, or a lame, or he that has a flat nose, or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed, or broken-handed, or crooked-backed, or a dwarf, or that has a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy or scab, or has his stones broken. No man that has a blemish of the seed of Aaron the priest shall come near to offer the offerings of the Lord made by fire. He has a blemish. He shall not come near to offer the bread of his God. He shall eat the bread of his God, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go into the evil, nor come near to the altar, because he has a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries, for I, the Lord, do sanctify them. And Moses told it to Aaron and his sons, and to all the children of Israel. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things which they hallow to me. I am the Lord. Say to them, whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations, that goes to the holy things which the children of Israel hallow to the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. What man soever the seed of Aaron is a leper, or has a running issue, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goes from him, or whosoever touches any creeping thing, whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanliness, whatsoever uncleanliness he has. The soul which has touched any such shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he wash his flesh with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. That which dies of itself, or is torn with beasts, he shall not eat to defile himself therewith. I am the Lord. They shall therefore keep my ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and die therefore. If they profane it, I, the Lord, do sanctify them. There shall no stranger eat of the holy thing. A sojourner of the priest or a hired servant shall not eat of the holy thing. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. If the priest's daughter also be married to a stranger, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. But if the priest's daughter be a widow or divorced or have no child and is returned to her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall be no stranger eat thereof. And if a man eat of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall put the fifth part thereof to it, and shall give it to the priest with the holy thing. And they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Israel, which they offer to the Lord, or allow them to bear the iniquity of trespass, when they eat their holy things, for I, the Lord, do sanctify them.
Again, friends, and welcome to another episode of Culture Crossroads. I'm Andrew Southwick. He is R.C. Williams. She is Juliana Ormond, they of Watchmen Action. And we are so glad that you are with us here for this installment this week. And my, oh my, it really seems that the news just slows down. We get into the summer and everybody takes a vacation and there's really nothing going on. So I don't know what we're going to fill our time with today. But R.C. and Juliana, we missed you the other week. Want to make sure you guys are doing okay, and you know, how's life treating you before we get into all the really happy stuff?
Blessed and beautiful. It has been amazing watching Father's hand in everything that we're doing. So I can't complain.
Yeah, Andrew, it's been great. You know, we talked about some of the upcoming stuff for Watchmen Action as it continues to grow. The ministry just turned 2 years old. And so a lot of exciting stuff that's coming up over the next few months. So we're excited because our audience here gets to hear about so much of this first. It's great.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into it. Of course, you know, it's no secret by now that there has been a memorandum of understanding. That is the latest peace deal of President Trump brokering this deal with Iran to begin a ceasefire. And there are all kinds of eyebrows being raised, both sides of the aisle, all around the world, not the least of which might be the fact that, at least at the time of this production, Israel is not a signatory on this deal either. So neither are the countries that are being talked about to help finance the rebuilding. We're going to get into a lot of that, but I wanted to set up that scene that this really looks fairly unilateral between Trump and his office and Iran and their regime. Are we glad that we're not bombing each other? Yes, but is this really the win that, well, we would hope it would be? Well, let's talk about this developing agreement between the United States and Iran. And I need to make this disclaimer because this is still unfolding. Now, I don't want to issue a final verdict today because we need to see how things will play out. We need to see, for example, the signed agreement. We need to see the completed terms. We need to see how the conditions are defined. We need to see how compliance is verified.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family.
And I would say, most importantly, what actually happens after everybody leaves the signing table? When the ceremony is done and the cameras go home, what happens? Our early optics are not the final results, but the early optics still matter. And the early optics here raise one enormous question. What exactly did the United States win? We ask, are we better off? Because when you look at the reported framework, it certainly appears that America is giving up a great deal in exchange for Iran restoring conditions that largely existed before this war began. The United States would reportedly, begin lifting its naval blockade. We would eventually withdraw our forces from around Iran. Certain sanctions on Iranian oil would be waived. Frozen Iranian assets could be released. A final agreement then could establish a timetable for eliminating broader American and United Nations sanctions. We're hearing 60 days for that. Iran, meanwhile, would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and pledge, yet again, not to produce a nuclear weapon. And we know how their word is their bond. Now, perhaps the final agreement will contain much stronger provisions, or perhaps there are verification mechanisms that have not yet been made public. Maybe there are enforcement measures that are strong enough to change the entire calculation. But based on what has been reported so far, America seems to be offering very tangible concessions immediately, or at least on a defined timetable, while several of Iran's most important concessions remain subjects for future negotiations. That's as best as I can tell. Now, this is not a small distinction, okay? We stop imposing new sanctions. We waive certain existing sanctions. We unblock Iranian oil exports. We discuss releasing frozen money. We lift the blockade. We plan our withdrawal. And Iran promises to discuss what it might eventually do about enrichment, nuclear stockpiles, and other unresolved questions. Now, that sounds less like surrender and more like a group project where America does the first 11 pages, and then Iran promises to look over the conclusion at some time in the near future. It's very reassuring. Vice President J.D. Vance says the benefits are conditions-based. The administration says Iran will not receive the full economic package, and we're talking $300 billion, unless it transforms its conduct, dismantles its nuclear ambitions, and complies with the eventual agreement. Okay, fine. But what are the conditions? Who determines whether they have been met? I mean, beyond just don't make a nuclear weapon, what are the specifics? How long must Iran comply? What happens when Iran provides partial access, or when they contest an inspection, or dispute the meaning of a provision, or what happens if Iran claims the United States violated the agreement first? We've seen this before. The regime makes a promise. Western diplomats applaud the promise. Inspectors encounter resistance. Iran demands more concessions. Everybody spends 6 months debating whether the violation technically qualifies as a violation. And somewhere in Washington, somebody explains that giving Tehran another economic benefit is necessary to preserve the agreement that Tehran is currently violating. I mean, am I missing something here? The framework also reportedly contemplates a reconstruction and development program that is worth at least $300 billion, as I mentioned before. The administration says American taxpayers will not fund it. Reuters reports that it is intended to be a private investment fund with money coming from companies and investors in the United States, the Gulf states, and other regions. So here we have another public-private partnership, except this time it's global. That's going to go really well. And I'm sure that taxpayers, we're not a dime of our money is going to go for that, right? Does anybody believe that? We are also being told that more than half of the proposed amount may have already been committed privately. And maybe that's exactly how it will work. But the draft language reportedly describes the United States and its regional partners as committing to create the program, as in it doesn't exist currently. The governing mechanism is still being negotiated. The financing is still being explained. The final obligations are still unclear. So please forgive those of us Americans for wanting to see the paperwork before we accept the words "no taxpayer money" as the end of the discussion. We've heard all this before. It always starts as private investment. It moves on to government guarantees. And then we have loan protections and then tax incentives. And then Congress is told that the entire peace process will collapse unless American taxpayers provide emergency stabilization funding. And suddenly, the program that didn't cost us anything requires yet another must-pass spending package at 2 o'clock in the morning. Americans have already paid for the military operation. Americans have absorbed and are currently absorbing the economic disruption. American service members were placed in danger. Some, at least 13, maybe 14, lost their lives, and that's not counting the civilians that were killed in the war. American resources were deployed throughout the region, and now America is helping to arrange the reconstruction. So we paid for the war, and we may wind up underwriting, guaranteeing, and politically supporting the cleanup. And as I asked on a previous program, what did we win? Did we win this? We're told Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. That's good. Iran should never possess a nuclear weapon. Their regime is brutal. They're authoritarian. They're anti-American. They're openly hostile to the entire world, and certainly the West. There should be no confusion about what kind of government we are dealing with. This is not an argument that Iran is wonderful, right? Their regime is evil. But the question is whether this war accomplished what its defenders claimed it would accomplish. Before the attack began on February 28th, the stated objective was preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon at that time. And we were told we obliterated them, their capabilities. And then after months of bombing, blockades, casualties, economic disruption, and escalating threats, Iran still doesn't have the nuclear weapon. But neither, according to, the publicly reported framework, has Iran necessarily surrendered its entire nuclear infrastructure. Neither have they permanently ended their enrichment. Neither have they immediately transferred all the enriched material out of its control. So those questions appear to be heading into another round of negotiations. So what was all the rest of this for? Was it to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? The strait was open before the war. Iran closed it and restricted it after the United States and Israel attacked Iran. Now Iran would reopen it as a part of a deal in which America lifts the blockade, relaxes sanctions, and eventually leaves the region. We broke the window, paid to secure the building, negotiated with the man holding the hammer, and now we're celebrating because he has agreed to stop breaking glass, provided we help finance the remodeling. Are we following this so far? And even after this agreement, Iran would remain geographically positioned along the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would still possess the capacity to threaten shipping. Iran would still exercise enormous influence over the waterway. The reported agreement restores commercial passage. It does not relocate Iran. So again, what did we win? Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, at least not yet. But if Tehran eventually gains access to hundreds of billions of dollars in new investment, in sanctions relief, in oil revenue, and previously frozen assets, I would think we had better be absolutely certain that the verification provisions are real, because money is fungible. Iran's leaders don't have to take a check mark, "This is for our nuclear weapons program," and deposit it directly into a centrifuge. Investment can rebuild ports, roads and energy systems, manufacturing capacity, and transportation networks. And this frees the regime to direct its existing resources toward the military, the Revolutionary Guard, missile development, proxy organizations, and whatever nuclear capabilities survive the war. The Iranian government will advertise reconstruction as a humanitarian relief for the Iranian people, but authoritarian regimes have never had difficulty placing themselves at the front.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business.
They will rebuild the infrastructure that preserves their power. They will reward the institutions that protect the regime. They will produce the photographs and headlines necessary to reassure foreign investors. And ordinary Iranians will receive whatever's left over after the ruling class has taken its portion. The administration understands that Americans are asking these questions, and that's why officials are already emphasizing that the benefits are conditional, that taxpayers won't pay for the fund, that military action could resume if Iran violates the agreement. And these assurances may prove true. But they are also an acknowledgement that the White House knows how this agreement looks. It looks as though the United States escalated into war, inflicted massive damage, spent untold resources, and is now negotiating its way back toward the pre-war status quo, except Iran may emerge with sanctions relief, restored oil revenue, released assets, and access to a reconstruction program valued at $300 billion. Maybe the final terms will change that assessment. Maybe Iran's nuclear infrastructure has been damaged beyond repair. Maybe inspections will be truly intrusive. Maybe enrichment will end. Maybe the stockpile will be removed or diluted under meaningful international supervision. Maybe the financing will remain entirely private with no American guarantees and no future taxpayer bailout. I really hope so. But that's not a strategy. And a press conference is not a victory. Jesus said, Luke 14, that a king considering war must first sit down and determine whether he is able to meet the opposing force. In the same passage, he spoke of a man calculating whether he possessed enough resources to complete what he began. The principle is simple: count the cost before you begin. I'm not sure we did. That doesn't mean that a nation must never fight. Scripture clearly recognizes that government's responsibility to restrain evil, to protect the innocent, but moral authority does not excuse strategic recklessness or strategic presumption. Before sending Americans into danger, leaders should know the objective. Before winning a war, they should know what victory means. And before spending blood and treasure, they should know what conditions will justify stopping. Before promising reconstruction, sanctions relief, and economic reintegration, our leaders should be able to explain in plain English what America received in return. Again, maybe this agreement will produce lasting peace. Maybe it will permanently prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Maybe history will judge this operation more favorably than the early documents suggest. But right now, Americans are absolutely entitled to ask a question that should have been answered before the first missile was launched. What was the mission? Was it regime change? Apparently not. Was it the destructions of Iran's nuclear program? That remains uncertain. Was it permanent control of the Strait of Hormuz? Iran still controls it. Was it unconditional surrender? Well, this is a conditions-based agreement negotiated between two governments. That's not a surrender. Was it merely a promise that Iran will not build a nuclear weapon? Because we had that before. And if we fought a war, spent the money, absorbed the risk, disrupted the world's energy markets, and now help rebuild Iran, only to arrive at another promise, then I don't think we traveled in a circle. I think we paid for the privilege of ending where we started. The final verdict must wait for the final results. But while we wait, the burden is not on the American people to prove this agreement is a failure. The burden is on the people who launched the operation to show us what victory looks like. Not in slogans or headlines, not in social media posts and tweets. In measurable, verifiable, and lasting results. Because a nation that refuses to count the cost before war will eventually discover that the bill always arrives afterward, and somehow it always has the American taxpayer's name on it. I want to bring back in R.C. Williams and Juliana Ormond for their response here. My friends, what say you? And again, correct me if I've gone wrong in any of the initial assessment. I will admit I am not a foreign policy expert. I am not even a political strategist. This is just what I see from what has been released to us today. And, I really don't know what to make of all this yet.
So you asked the question, what was achieved? I'm going to stand in the perspective of women and children. Wow, a lot of women and children have been displaced. We can talk about what's going on in Iran. We can also talk about what's going on in Lebanon and what happened in Gaza. I always talk about where's the women and children? So we're supposed to believe this propaganda that they're telling us, oh, this is the reason why it's happening. And then a public-private partnership happens and these people are making all the money. Meanwhile, P.S., we, the normal people, okay, when I say we, I mean, I'm in solidarity with these people saying, this is not right what's happening here. We got to call a spade a spade.
So, Andrew, just a quick recap, right? You talk about what was gained, what was lost. What Juliana mentioned is really important. What happened during the operations in Afghanistan? Poppy, right? What happened in Libya and other places? Talk about a united African currency, you die. It creates chaos. And now here we are in Iran with the idea of a public-private partnership, lots and lots of people missing. And apparently, this isn't going to cost us a dime. But Andrew, what you said at the beginning is so important. Did we just end up coming right back around to where we were beforehand? And if so, then why did we play Ring Around the Rosie unless there's money in it? Lots of tough questions.
You know what it actually costs us? It costs us now where they're saying that they're going to combine our military with Israel's military. I'm sorry. What's happened here? Do we lose control over what's going on with our own government? Because I don't agree. I don't consent with what's happening here.
The cynic in me, and I don't have a report on this, but the cynic in me sees that $300 billion that's supposedly going to be private investment funding, it's hard for me not to think that if that's really what it is, and it's not going to be taxpayers eventually covering it, which I think it will be in one way or another, ultimately, but in the beginning, in the short term, in the myopic sense, that door is wide open for a lot of people to make a lot of money and a lot of people to gain government contracts and so on and so forth. And I'm not 100% sure that hasn't been a part of the calculus the whole time. It seems unlikely that there wouldn't be people ready to take advantage of it. I don't know. That's my suspicion. I'm not reporting that. I wonder. I don't know. RC, do you think am I getting too far into the conspiratorial closet here?
No, my friend, it's the ever famous line. It's the grift that keeps on grifting.
At the expense of the people. I don't understand this. It's like they're about to make all this money and all these people were killed and all these women and children have been displaced. I mean, come on. We're not going to call that point out. We've got to call that point out. You can't make money on land after you just did that to the people. Because if they could do it there, they can do it here.
Yeah, I mean, what you have is when it comes to the reconstruction efforts, we destroyed the land, and now we're going to pay companies to rebuild the land that we destroyed. We created our own market economy and our own need for that particular exchange. Do you think that we're going to be just kind of moving on? No harm, no foul. Everything's back to the way it was, and we see the oil went down a little bit today. And I'm sure that the midterms are in mind for some of the administration, certainly in the Republican Party apparatus. And because it really seems to me like we're getting all the liability, but none of the benefits of, honestly, a lot of Trump's 2.0 administration so far, which is disappointing, very disappointing. And because Trump is not on the ballot ever again, I can see a world where the frustration and disappointment gets taken out on conservatives the rest of the way coming up here in just a couple of months.
Yeah, Andrew, I think what you're saying there is correct. They're going to try to just, hey, we did it. We won in Iran. Deal's done. Let's move on. That will allow them and everybody else involved in this process to get all the grift. Here's what I encourage our viewers to do. Set reminders on your calendar for 30 days from now, 60, 90, and 120. And just pay attention to the cycle at those intervals in the news and see what's going on in and around Iran. And you'll very quickly figure out why it was kind of like, hey, we won, this is done, let's move on with life, because somebody's about to get paid a lot.
And by the way, I'm not a horn tooter, but I'm going to encourage people because we're a little engine that could. But I will tell you what, we have been right way more often than we have been wrong about the things coming down the pike, who stands in line to gain, who's going to be writing our legislation for real, who's going to be sitting at the seat of power, who you don't want there. So it's not a far reach to say some.
Hey guys, Juliana and I and what we do. So let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your health care. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
If you're on supplemental oxygen,
These things we're talking about here, particularly with this mystery $300 billion that's just going to be shifted from America to whomever, and it's certainly not the taxpayers' expense. I want to make sure that's clear. That's all going to be above board, and we're not going to see another quick war bubble right there. All right, let's do this. We're going to leave this here. We're going to continue to follow the story as it unfolds. I'm sure it won't be the last we've heard of what's going on in Iran and the Middle East. When we come back, it's the rundown we have got for these stories in there. You're not going to hear anywhere else, but you definitely don't want to miss them. That's coming up in Culture Crossroads. Stay right there. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. Now, I know I don't have my tie on and it's not in the rundown quite yet, but so here's what happened. I'm editing the show and getting it ready to go on the air. And we ended up almost 10 minutes short. I don't know how. And it's got to be a God thing, because when I'm looking at the clock when we were producing the show with RC and Juliana, I'm seeing we actually went overtime. And we went overtime by about 12 minutes. I don't know how going over by 12 minutes can end up being under by 10 minutes, but it did. And again, it must be a God thing, because in those overtime minutes, we had a conversation about, we being me and RC and Juliana, about what the globalist war on freedom really is and who the real target is. And so I'm going to bring you now. This is an outtake. We weren't intending to have this on the air. This is just us talking between the segments, and it gives you a little glimpse of what happens when we go to commercial, for example. So I hope you enjoy this, but this was a conversation we thought, even after we got done talking about it, we said, we should release this as an outtake, and we will. It'll be an outtake, but as it turned out, God made some room for us to put it here on the broadcast. So here's our outtake conversation. Wasn't meant to be broadcast, but here you go. If you want Agenda 2030 or Agenda 2050 to happen for real, what is the biggest hurdle? And I said, well, if you go back to Karl Marx, he thought that if he got the plebeians rallied against their bosses, that would make the break. Then you'd have the haves and the have-nots and the oppressors and the oppressees. But the problem in America and with the West was we were like, no, I want to be the boss. I'll be my own boss. I don't want to overthrow him. I want to be him. So we started doing that, and we started creating industry. We started creating wealth. So it wasn't just a fixed pie. We created actual wealth, and it expanded. Well, that screws up their plan. And I hate to use middle class because it is a Marxist term, but for lack of a better one. If you wanted to get 2030 and 2050, the enemy right now of the world is the middle class, the Western middle class.
Correct. Absolutely.
And so when you look at it, now you come back 30,000 foot view, what are we seeing? We're seeing a Republican Party in America, and okay, we're still the best economy in the world, fine. China's is a fake. China's is a fake economy. They have some numerics against us, but they're fake too. But when we're supposed to have the fiscal hawks all over DC right now, yet their policies are driving up all of the costs of our living. That's one way to bankrupt the middle class. Then let's look at another piece. Well, what is the thing that people eat the most of? Beef. What are we seeing at the exact same time? We're seeing alpha-gal on the rise and an explosion of Lone Star ticks, which is unnatural. Then we're seeing New World screwworm, which is killing the cattle at the source. Then we're seeing the land grabs from eminent domain for the data centers. And the data centers not only are going into drought-heavy areas, because that's going to screw up the water for the town next door, but they're also going into all of our ranch lands and farmlands and taking them over, et cetera, et cetera. And then what else are we seeing at the same time? Our cars are becoming snitch machines. And we didn't realize it at the time. Well, some of us did. But all of a sudden, when those key ignitions became push buttons, and all of a sudden there's no such thing as a key ignition coming off the line anymore. You're not starting your car because you want to. You're starting your car because they're letting you. And then right now they can't figure out how to stop you. So they're going to put a bunch of stuff in the car to stop it from moving, like your breath and watching your eyes and everything else. If you restrict our movement, if you disrupt the food supply, and if you bankrupt us at the same time so that we can't afford to live, and they already know through their dry run of COVID that about 80% of the people, if they're afraid enough, they'll comply. Which also means they already know the 20% who aren't gonna. But if you were if you need to take over the world, you have to fight it like that. And I think that is what is happening.
I 150% agree with you. As a matter of fact, I have a piece of paper on my whiteboard because I had a conversation with Valerie, and it is all the different things that they're doing to us, bioweapons, what they're doing with the engineering and the sky, and like everything. It's like at this point, like everything that you said is on top of like everything you said. So now they're coming after the cars, and now you see all these old junkyards are burning. Why are they burning? Because they don't want you to have the cars. I mean, we see what they're doing.
And we're about to talk about it. Our own party is screwing up our own election system because they don't want us to elect people who aren't going to go along with what they want.
So just so you know, our local manager is now talking about all the congestion in Altamont, and this is directly leading to driverless cars and not being able to have your own vehicle. Altamont Springs, where I live, this county is 100% captured. Like that's what we're.
I mean, I don't believe that any one person is smart enough to coordinate all this at the same time. Because honestly, we're ruled by ambitious people, but they're also morons. However, I think they're very opportunistic. And I think what's happening is from all these fronts, everybody's seeing the opportunity is now. They're seeing the freedom teeter. And they're like, man, if we can just keep pushing it, if we can just keep pushing it, if we can just keep pushing it. And the people standing up against it are the middle class, because we're the ones that make money. We're the ones that work. We're the ones that innovate. We're the ones that do all. We stand in between. We're actually we're the ones that stand in between the oppressors, who they are, from really oppressing the people that they currently rule via welfare.
Correct.
And they can't have that. They got to get rid of it. So I think they pile it on up. Have you noticed? We haven't really heard much talk about climate change because the data centers
they can't
do that, right? Because climate change didn't work to get rid of the land, so now they're just taking it over through eminent domain. And so, but I think it's one little thing after another. But if you look at it, all of it ultimately, for the negative, hurts the middle class. There you go. We hope you enjoyed that. Now. We will come back in just a moment, and I promise it'll be the rundown. That's coming up next with RC and Juliana, and I'll even put my tie back on and my blue shirt and all the good stuff. All right, stick around. Culture Crossroads will be right back. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. It's time for the rundown. All the news and notes you need to know in no particular order. I'm going to start with a Florida story, but it will have, and if it doesn't already have national implications, one of the concerns that I have had, and Darcy and Juliana, I don't know if you share my concern in this, but I have heard it from a couple other conservative commentators and writers, certainly not the mainstream, but that the National Republican Party, and particularly Donald Trump, and a lot of his endorsement choices and his timing on those have really been undermining our primary system and undermining the will of the voters to be able to choose the candidate they want to run in the general. Now, in Florida, It was previously, we're in Florida. If you don't know, we're electing a governor right now. This is the last of the term of Ron DeSantis. And so we have a handful of potential candidates. Byron Donalds is the Trump-endorsed, GOP-backed, lots of money in, big tech. He's in bed with them, hardcore. He's the big name in terms of who the establishment wants. You have James Fishback, you have Paul Renner, you have Jake Collins, and a handful of others. Those are the main four. Now, the Republican Party in Florida added some hurdles.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family.
To be able to debate. Now, it was previously, the standard was that you had to have a 10% in an approved independent poll. You had to be reaching 10% in an independent poll to qualify for a debate. That was the polling requirement. But now, the Republican Party of Florida has instituted a 10-10-10 standard, which is 10% polling, plus more than $10 million raised, and at least 10,000 donors. To which Governor Ron DeSantis even said that if he had to meet that standard when he first ran, he wouldn't have qualified to be on the debate stage. The only person that this leaves qualified to be on the debate stage is Byron Donalds. That's right. The Trump back, the big money back, the big tech back, the GOP back, the establishment back. Here it is. We are in, we're really seeing now the mask coming off of our elections. It's becoming a selection. Now, this is an article written by our friend Valerie Wirtz that will appear on Watchmen Action shortly. You guys will talk about that. But RC and Juliana, why don't you take the story from here? What's happening?
Yeah, Andrew. So Valerie Wirtz did an incredible job on this special piece. What's happening in Florida? And it seems, Andrew, these days we're doing more coronations and not primaries. So in essence, what you have is the moneyed class or the power class or the party, quote unquote, saying, here's our guy, here's who we want. And last year, Juliana and I experienced this firsthand. We had never seen such a fast coalescence around one candidate. Out with Byron Donalds. It happened so fast. We're like, wait a minute, when did we start doing coronations and knighting people? But it seems like the RPOF is just trying to clear the deck. And in some ways, Byron is trying to run out the clock on everybody else, right? Because his feeling is that I don't need to debate anybody else. I'm going to get through the primary. And once I get to the general, I can win. And in all honesty, Andrew, he's got a ton of money in the bank, and something that's happening behind the scenes is his group has been hiring consultants, so there are none left. for other candidates. Now, this isn't private information. This is publicly known. But Valerie touches on this and all the reasons why it's a bad idea. Also, why people within their own communities, whether or not they live in Florida, should be watching this very closely. Because if you do and you dig underneath the surface a little bit, you'll see that it's happening in state house elections, state senate elections, your local elections. Right here, we live in Central Florida. Our city is ran. It's like a mob boss.
Yep.
The city manager runs the city like a mob boss. The city commissioners have little to no power. They do whatever he says. It is happening right under your nose, Andrew. And this article is just another watchman on the wall telling you need to be paying attention.
I mentioned Governor DeSantis said he wouldn't have qualified under these standards when he first ran for governor, and he's warned that the Republican Party, appears to be engineering an outcome. At what point does party coordination become primary interference?
Oof, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is 100% interference, because at this point, you look at all the polls, not everyone, but a lot of people are for Renner. There's a lot of people talking about Renner, but you know what? He's not getting any attention because they're just blocking him out. And they're saying, oh, the people really want Donalds. Actually, that's not true, right? That's what the narrative is. That's what the propaganda is, but that's not the reality.
Yeah. Andrew, what is interesting, and sometimes people forget, but I think is germane to this topic, is a couple of years ago, the Republican Party of Florida went after grassroots conservative organizations, a number of them, simply because they were using the word Republican in their name. And apparently they didn't have the right to it. And the RPOF said, well, look, no. You can use it as long as you charter under the RPOF or you cut some kind of deal with us. For us, Andrew, this has been a couple of years in the making. And when that went down, that was the indication to us that, like any good mafia don or mafia family, they're working to consolidate power so they control it all. What does that tell you about your vote in the primary or period versus the coronations?
Well, we're getting dangerously close, to one party or the party leaders choosing the nominee before Republican voters even get an opportunity to compare options. And I want to bring up this comparison. This is not unlike what happened in the GOP presidential primary in 24 when Donald Trump refused to debate the rest of the candidates. We never got to see everybody on one stage and contrast everyone's answers or everybody's take. It was a fait accompli. Donald Trump was the presumptive nominee from the very beginning. Just give it to me. Well, we're really seeing the same thing happen. And by the way, I also read in Florida Publication, I'll put it that way, that there has been pressure from the Trump administration on donors to not support other candidates other than Byron Donalds. There have been, and so you're really seeing that this is coming more from a national party apparatus. Well, okay, who's the head of the national party? That's Donald Trump. So yeah, I know Trump is deified in many places, but the way the Republicans are operating, the way they're running themselves, and the way they are meddling with the state elections in this way, at least in my view, this is damaging to the country. It is not what we voted for in any way.
Andrew, so just another reminder for folks, they keep popping up here because we're talking about coronations. What you've just described is the exact reason why now former Florida Speaker of the House, Daniel Perez, killed any state AI legislation because Trump told him to. The White House called him. This is on record. They called him and said, kill it, and he did. And you know what his reward was? He's going to be the ambassador to the nation of Brazil. Promises made, promises kept.
But promises to whom? All right, we're gonna leave this story here. I want to bring up another story. I'm gonna put this on the screen. I hope. There we go. Peter Thiel, our friend Peter Thiel. We've been talking about him for a while. If you've been watching this show, Peter Thiel backed tribunal is putting journalists on trial, and of course, this journalist Gary Bond says that he is the first target. Arsie and Juliana, what's happening here?
You know, Andrew, I never thought there was a day where we were going to actually look at a feature story from the Hollywood Reporter, but this one was just too good to pass up. So Aaron D'Souza, who is a minion of Peter Thiel, created this technology platform called Objection. Now, the way that this started and what happened to that author is they wrote an extensive story on the Sackler family. Now, you may recall that name because they're the ones behind OxyContin. in a lot of the opioid crisis that's happened throughout the United States, even though they wouldn't tell you that. And they will probably send us a cease and desist after this airs because that's how they roll. So they leverage this platform to make their case. Basically, it's a platform for wealthy people to make a case and to try to change the narrative in the court of public opinion as to why they're not guilty. So they did this and they said, hey, author, you're on this thing. You have so-and-so X amount of time to respond or it's going to adjudicate. And we're like, wait, what? And we're like, well, wait, Peter Thiel's behind it? Oh, that totally makes sense. Andrew, this story sounds ridiculous on its surface, but I just want to remind people how real this stuff is. So Aaron D'Souza is part of Peter Thiel's cult, which we're going to get to in a second, and has been for many, many, many years. And he believes, and he says this in writing in this article, that it's only the top 1% of people in the world that matter. The rest are just fodder. They don't really matter. They're to be extracted from and thrown under the bus. This is what this guy believes, and this is why he built this platform. It's hard to separate the theater of the absurd at this point, Andrew, but this story is 100% real. And the question we have to ask now is, if they started with the Hollywood Reporter, who are they going to come after next?
Do you, what it may seem like an asked and answered question, but what's the end game of all this? Is it just to consolidate kind of vertical integration of control?
I would say censorship, complete censorship. I mean, it's one way of thinking or it's no way of thinking. It's their way or it's not their way. You know, they're trying to push a narrative and we need to just get in line and believe what it is that they're saying instead of standing up and having our own voice. Little do they know that we're not going to sit back and just allow them to dictate what is happening here.
You know, Andrew, Juliana is so spot on, and I'll add this half in jest, but it will probably happen, is once we show up on objection, we will document that story and create our own documentary about the process of going through something like that, because I can guarantee you this, again, if they came for the Hollywood Reporter, don't think they ain't coming for you.
Yep.
Well, in a connected story, a leak exposed members of Peter Thiel's secretive dialogue society. More than 200 of the world's elites registered for a retreat whose agenda runs from panels on cult building and sex to prepping for World War III. An associated app offers matchmaking. This is bizarre. Help us understand.
Well, once again, from the theater of the absurd, Peter Thiel's actually been running this organization for 20 years, Andrew. And as people read this piece, and we actually have Carrie Donovan, special contributor to Rip from the Headlines, is actually going to publish a piece this weekend digging into the different connected pieces of this. But Thiel's ran this thing for years. And one of the promises that he made to people who joined was this information will never be public. It'll never be hacked. You'll never have to worry about it. And yet, here we are.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider, you're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based, because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business.
Are with some names and connections that are at best very questionable. Now, Andrew, as people go through the story and they get an understanding, some of the people and some of the leanings you're going to be led to believe. Now, Peter Thiel has masqueraded himself as a libertarian and a conservative and everything else, when in reality, he's a totalitarian. Another story for another time, so I don't end up on objection. That said, what is interesting here is that they have an event coming up in August in Ireland. And the founder of Pray.com is moderating a panel at this event called Build a Cult. Now, Andrew, I want everyone to think really hard about what I just said. Someone who purports to be a Christian, by all accounts, because of Pray.com, and a conservative, I guess, is going to go to this thing and moderate a panel on building a cult. Doesn't sound good.
What do you think Peter Thiel is ultimately trying to, I mean, you say, building a cult, and so there's going to be lots of those. What is Peter Thiel ultimately aiming for, in your view, with all of his efforts from tech and data surveillance to these odd dating apps?
Get ready, because he's going to answer it and it's going to be really good. Go ahead.
Peter Thiel's plan, Andrew, I'm so glad that we have been the building blocks of putting this story together, and we've been tracking it closely. Peter Thiel is of the mind that he is part of a superclass. Now, he said this publicly. This isn't anything that we make up. His belief is that the masters of the universe should rule the world, and at the end of the day, you are God. Now, he purports to be a Christian, but at the end of the day, he gets a lot of passes. He is gay. Okay, which is, you can't do that. I mean, that doesn't really work in the kingdom, right? But he purports that this is the case. He's a Christian. He did a whole series on the Antichrist that was private, that went public. But logically, he believes that you are chattel. Okay, and you are to be controlled and surveilled, and you are useful until you're not. Interestingly enough, Andrew, if you look at the group that we just talked about, and you look at the work that's being done by objection, isn't it interesting that all these people feel exactly the same way? Now, Andrew, we talked a couple of weeks ago about the fact that Peter Thiel bailed for Argentina, and on this show, we broke down very clearly why. Because what he's built has got people wrestling up, and he wants to sidestep any of the chaos, let his surveillance tools and everything else work the way they were intended, and then come back, stand on the rubble heap and say, we can rebuild with your labor and your time and no money, and then you'll be a serf. Because at the end of the day, what's it about? It's about the kingly class and the serf class. There are only going to be two if we don't continue to stand in the gap as watchmen.
Crazy.
And we need to remember, people do not rise above their worldview. If he believes you're going to become a god or you can be a god, then that belief, that fundamental, is driving everything that he is doing. I say that because it will segue us first to a break, and then when we come back to Faith Focus, we're talking about the Tower of Babel 2.0 here. And I've even mentioned this concept in years past. In fact, when I first started Culture Crossroads, it was a little podcast for three people out in the fields. And one of the first shows that I did was that we were trying to erase and replace God. Well, we're going to dig into Tower of Babel 2.0. What does that mean? What does it mean for us? And what can people of faith, Christians, be doing to bring truth to this? That is on the Faith Focus segment. It is next. You are watching Culture Crossroads. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads one more time. It's time for our Faith Focus segment. And as I mentioned before the break, I want to talk about Tower of Babel 2.0. Now, the story of the Tower of Babel is not simply an ancient account about people building a very tall structure. It's a warning about what happens when human achievement becomes human worship. Genesis 11 tells us that the people said, "Let us build us a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name." That was the sin of Babel. It was not architecture. It was ambition without submission. Humanity wanted unity without God. We wanted progress without God, a future without God. They were not trying to merely reach the clouds. They were trying to take God's place. And thousands of years later, we're still building the tower. Only now the bricks look like server farms. The mortar is data. The tower is being constructed through artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, neural implants, the growing dream of merging human consciousness with machines. Some of Silicon Valley's most influential thinkers are no longer talking about technology merely helping human beings. They're talking about redesigning human beings. They imagine creating our own descendants, transferring consciousness into machines, escaping our biological limitations, and perhaps even conquering death itself. And none of that is hyperbole. This is not simply a technological vision. It is a theological claim. It says humanity doesn't need redemption. We need an upgrade. It says we don't need resurrection. We need better software. It says we don't need a savior. We need an engineer. This is the Tower of Babel 2.0. Different materials, same rebellion. You remember the serpent's original temptation in Genesis was that you could be like God. And that premise has never really changed. You can escape your limitations. You define your own truth. Create your own destiny. Conquer death. God's holding out on you. Become your own God. And now and I do want to be clear here, artificial intelligence by itself as a thing is not evil. It's a thing. It doesn't have a soul. Okay? A computer is a tool. An algorithm is a tool. Technology can help us heal. It can educate, communicate. It can help improve human life. But a tool becomes dangerous when it becomes an object of our faith. The danger begins when we ask machines to give us what only God can provide. Truth, purpose, identity, wisdom, even eternal life. Jesus did not say, I will create the resurrection. He said, I am the resurrection and the life. Eternal life is not a technological puzzle waiting for Silicon Valley to solve. And death is not simply a hardware defect. Humanity's deepest problem is not that our bodies wear out. It's that sin has separated us from God. And no algorithm can forgive sin. No server can redeem a soul. No neural implant can make a person righteous. And no machine, no matter how intelligent, can replace the one who created intelligence itself. And there's another danger here as well. When a small group of enormously wealthy and powerful people controls the systems that shape information, communication, employment, government, and eventually perhaps human biology, we have to ask, who controls the tower? Who defines truth? Who decides what kind of humanity should be allowed to survive? Who decides which beliefs are dangerous, which people are obsolete, and which human characteristics need to be redesigned? One computer scientist offered a chilling warning. If you create a God and you own that God, you become a dictator. That's the inevitable destination when man attempts to manufacture divinity. He does not create God, he creates an idol. And the people who control the idol gain power over everyone who worships it. So when people say they have a belief that they can become God, what they really want to be, they want to be worshipped by the world. They want to be an idol for everyone else. At Babel, humanity believed it was building something that would reach heaven. But scripture says God came down to see it. Think about that. The tower seemed so enormous to man, and man was but yet it was still so small that God had to come down to examine it. Now that's the proper perspective for every human empire, every technological revolution, and every billionaire promising to reinvent the future. Humanity can build impressive things, but we cannot build our way onto God's throne. We can create machines that imitate conversation, that produce art, that analyze disease, that process more information than any human mind could, faster than any human mind can. But intelligence is not wisdom. Information is not truth. Longevity is not eternal life, and technological power is not divine authority. The modern Tower of Babel may rise higher than the original Babel. It may process more data. It may consume enough energy to power entire cities. It may convince millions of people that salvation is just one more breakthrough away. But the final lesson will remain the same. Man cannot erase God by ignoring him. He cannot replace God by imitating him, nor can he become God by building something more powerful than himself. Human beings are not obsolete machines awaiting an upgrade. We are image bearers of God who, if we do not belong to Christ, are in need of redemption. Silicon Valley promises transcendence through technology.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can...
The gospel offers resurrection through Jesus Christ. One tells us to escape our humanity. The other tells us why humanity is sacred. One says we can build our way to heaven. The other says heaven came down to rescue us. Battle is still under construction. The only question is whether we will climb the tower or if we will bow before the throne of the Almighty. I want to bring back in our friends R.C. Williams and Juliana Ormond for some final comments here as we get ready to wrap up. My friends, what say you?
I just want to say there's one foundation of truth, and it's the Bible. It has to be the foundation of truth, okay? Because they've already created artificial intelligence gods. They've already named these artificial intelligence gods. They've already done services with these artificial intelligence gods. Peter Thiel is 100% behind all of this. We, the people, the middle class, we, the people that believe in a Heavenly Father, need to come together and understand that this is a spiritual battle that we're in, and it's our job to be picking up our sword and doing the things that we need to be doing here on earth. This is a real war. I don't think people understand. I mean, when they could change truth, like when President Trump had to come out and say there's only one man and one woman, like we can't have all these different sex genders. I mean, when you get away from the foundation of truth, you can create all these fantasy worlds and then tell the people who believe in the truth that they have to walk in that fantasy and they have to, tiptoe in that fantasy. I'm not interested in that world. That is not my culture. This is my culture. This is what we have to go back to with our culture.
Micah 6:8 says we are supposed to seek to do justice, to be humble, to love mercy. And so inasmuch as it does depend on us, we do want freedom and liberty to persist. We do want an America that is good to be around. We want these kinds of influences and certainly the church's influence in the world. But there are certain barriers and boundaries that God has placed that no matter how hard we try, we can never fully break. And whenever we do, it only creates disaster because, again, we cannot be God. We are created by him. It's just like, when I talk to my kids, I say, when we bake a batch of cookies, that cookie really doesn't have a choice what it's going to be. The baker is making the cookie.
That's right.
There is no way that cookie can jump out of the oven or jump off the baking sheet and go anywhere that the baker doesn't want it to go or be or have any ingredients in it that the baker doesn't want to put in it. We, as God's creation, we are the same. We are who God created us to be. Now, we can reject God, and that means certain things, or we can receive him, and that means certain things. And what we want to do on the show, the prime directive of this program, is to point everything that we talk about into the light of Christ, and through the light of the truth that we read in God's word. And so that's why That's why we call the balls and strikes the way we do. That's why we don't make as many friends in the mainstream as maybe we would like, or that might be, nice for the pocketbook, what have you. But God's truth is more important than that, and we sincerely and genuinely believe that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here doing this. And so, anyway, RC, you've been kind of quiet. I'll give you the last word here.
Blessed are the peacemakers, not the peacekeepers. The peacemakers. One to grow on.
And that's going to do it for this episode of Culture Crossroads for RC and Juliana, and for me, Andrew Southwick. I want to thank you for being with us on this episode of Culture Crossroads. Remember, it's the truth that sets us free, and the truth will keep us free. Until next time, so long, John 1-5.
Whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that gives any of his seed to Moloch, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given his seed to Moloch, to defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide in their eyes from the man, when he gives of his seed to Moloch, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him to commit whoredom with Moloch from among their people. And the soul that turns after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourself, therefore, and be you holy, for I am the Lord your God. And you shall keep my statutes, and I do them. I am the Lord which sanctify you. For everyone that curses his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. He has cursed his father or mother, his blood shall be upon him. And the man that commits adultery with another man's wife, even he that commits adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. And the man that lies with his father's wife has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion, their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lies with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness, and shall be burned with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and you shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach to any beast and lie down thereof, you shall kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be both cut off in the sight of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he has discovered her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And you shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, nor of your father's sister, for he uncovers his near kin, they shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness, they shall bear their sin, they shall die childless. And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness, and they shall be childless. You shall therefore keep my statutes and all of my judgments, and do them, that the land where I bring you to dwell therein spew you not out. And you shall not walk in the manners of a nation, which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said to you, you shall inherit their land, and I will give it to you to possess it, a land that flows with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans
have separated you from other people. You shall therefore put differences between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowl and clean. And you shall not make your souls abominable by beasts, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And you shall be holy to me, for I am the Lord, I am holy, and have severed you from other people that you should be mine. A man also or a woman that has a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them.
And the Lord said to Moses, Speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, There shall be none be defiled for the dead among his people, but for his kin that is near to him, that is, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his sister a virgin, that is near to him, which has had no husband, for her he be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief man among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corner of their beard, or make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy to their God, and not profane to the name of their God. For the offerings of the Lord made by fire, and the bread of their God they do offer. Therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take a wife that is a whore, or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away from her husband, for he is holy to his God. You shall sanctify him therefore, for he offers the bread of your God. He shall be holy to you, for I, the Lord, which sanctify you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profanes her father, and shall be burned with fire. And he that is the high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head or rend his clothes. Neither shall he go to any dead body, nor defile himself for his father or for his mother. Neither shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his God. For the crown of the anointing oil of his God is upon him. I am the Lord. And he shall take a wife in virginity. A widow, or a divorced woman, or profane, or a harlot, these he shall not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people as a wife. Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, the Lord, do sanctify him. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to Aaron, saying, Whosoever he be of your seed in their generations that has any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his God. For whatsoever man he be that has a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man, or a lame, or he that has a flat nose, or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed or broken-handed, or crooked-backed, or a dwarf, or that has a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy or scab, or has his stones broken. No man that has a blemish of the seed of Aaron the priest shall come near to offer the offerings of the Lord made by fire. He has a blemish. He shall not come near to offer the bread of his God. He shall eat the bread of his God, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go into the evil, nor come near to the altar, because he has a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries, for I, the Lord, do sanctify them. And Moses told it to Aaron and his sons, and to all the children of Israel. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things which they hallow to me. I am the Lord. Say to them, whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations, that goes to the holy things which the children of Israel hallow to the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. What man soever the seed of Aaron is a leper, or has a running issue, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goes from him, or whosoever touches any creeping thing, whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanliness, whatsoever uncleanliness he has. The soul which has touched any such shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he wash his flesh with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. That which dies of itself, or is torn with beasts, he shall not eat to defile himself therewith. I am the Lord. They shall therefore keep my ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and die therefore. If they profane it, I, the Lord, do sanctify them. There shall no stranger eat of the holy thing. A sojourner of the priest, or a hired servant, shall not eat of the holy thing. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. If the priest's daughter also be married to a stranger, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. But if the priest's daughter be a widow or divorced or have no child and is returned to her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall be no stranger eat thereof. And if a man eat of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall put the fifth part thereof to it, and shall give it to the priest with the holy thing. And they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Israel, which they offer to the Lord, or allow them to bear the iniquity of trespass, when they eat their holy things, for I, the Lord, do sanctify them. Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your health care. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you. Welcome back to the Watchmen Brief. This is R.C. Williams live at America Reads the Bible 2026. We are in Washington, D.C. A blessing to be at America Reads the Bible and to finally have my dear friend Chad Conley from Faith Wins on the show. Brother, welcome.
We've only been talking about this for how long? So hallelujah, we finally intersected and landed in the same place. You're going that way, I'm going this way. So honored, brother, honored.
Chad, wow, a blessing to have you, obviously. And as we're recording this, you read tonight.
Yeah.
And I think just this whole event, we've been talking to everybody about it. We read last night, read from the book of Leviticus. There is something about reading God's word. Unfiltered, as it is, no bravado, anything like that. As you look at this event, because Bunny Pounds brought us all together, it's incredible blessing. God brought us together. What are your thoughts as you look into doing this?
Look, Bible's life-changing, you know, and one of my mentors, I was having a conversation with him about business, and this was 1990, and I'd come out of the Army and, you know, married out of college, engineer, really struggling. My dad lost a lifetime career to downsizing. And I was like, what's up, Lord? And we're with this mentor. I'm with this mentor and he's got his Bible in the car. And I said, Jamie, why is your Bible with you? We're talking about business. What's that got to do with business? He said, nothing but everything. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And he said, have you ever read it? I said, well, yeah, I've read most of it, parts of it. He said, no. Have you read it Genesis to maps all the way? And I said, no, I haven't. We did a U-turn on Highway 78 between Athens and Winder, Georgia, and went back to what's used to be called a bookstore, right? and he said, I started with a 1-year Bible. Why don't you do that? That was 1990, RC. And it just changed my life. I was a believer. I knew I was going to heaven. I didn't know how to walk it out. I didn't understand biblical worldview, except for the year my wife died. And not for anybody.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your health care. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that
their edification, Chad needs it. We need to be immersed in the Word. Look, I've been praying about and thinking about and excited about the lives that are changed, going to be changed, and are being changed right now. Because somebody's reading the Bible out loud. A lot of people, first time ever.
You know, Chad, for me, that's the thing. Our friends in North Carolina, the McGills, have Lake Church in White Lake, a small resort town. But Cameron McGill said something to me a long time ago. He said, you may be the only Bible that some people ever read.
That's right.
And what are they going to get?
That's right.
When they get that? And, you know, for me, I think that transformation, Craig DeRoche was here earlier, and we were talking about the transformation. He gave his testimony. For me, I grew up, I was raised Baptist, and I got so turned off by the church, I converted to Buddhism. I was a Buddhist for 25 years.
I didn't know that.
And I came back in 2019 because I had a praying wife that, and I was able to see clearly, but I think that people need to understand that the people who are reading this and who are doing this, we're no better than anyone else.
Normal people.
We are normal people
who have this calling and this burning, and it doesn't matter where you come from. He's always seeking you.
That's right.
I think is what that, and that was the thing for me, is that as I went up on stage last night, because Juliana read before me, and so I was able to stand on the stage the same time as her and listen. And one of the things that was going through me in the spirit was, how far have you come?
Yeah, I bet.
How far has he brought you to be able to read his word? Right, to people. It's this amazing experience. And so I'm so glad that you shared that testimony wise, because I think people, they watch these interviews and they do stuff, but understand that we're all people.
Amen.
And because you see us out doing something or leading, it doesn't mean that you can't. You know, our ministry, Watchmen Action, was actually born out of the Liberty Pastors movement. Right. We said, hey, there's a solution. We can solve a problem. Let's solve it.
That's right.
And then, like we all do, we started hitting the phones and going to places and seeing people, and we built these relationships over time. So that's a tip for all of you. Listen, if it's on your spirit, you're supposed to be doing it.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Chad,
That's
so
right.
look, let's get to Faith Wins. Let's give people an overview of the organization. And I want to talk with you about what's going on.
Yeah. Well, look, you know, Faith Wins came out of it just a desire to make a difference culturally. I saw too many people in the church on the sidelines. I'd had a political background. I'd watched God work in my life. I'd made a decision that I'm going to work to make sure I see things through a God lens, not a Chad lens, not a polls lens, not a political lens, not even a strategic lens. How does God see this issue? And then, of course, I was state party chairman in South Carolina, got to be the first ever national director of faith engagement for either party, but the Republican National Committee. I guess I was one of the only senior staffers for Chairman Priebus that didn't go work in the Trump White House. And a lot of it, as you know, I was widowed by suicide. My wife, that I've been married to now for almost 19 years, have been widowed by suicide. So we had 4 little kids under 10 that had all lost a parent to suicide. We were putting a family together. I didn't need to be in DC. I didn't need to be in a cubicle. And so I turned them down, which people can't believe you turn down White House positions. And I started Faith Wins. That's 9 years ago, just birthed out of a desire to be obedient. I felt like I'd seen the political side of things. I've been involved in over 100 campaigns at pretty much every level. I'd run myself. I'd run a state party. I knew the grassroots. I understood the media. And I, you know, just a God thing. I did all that media during our presidential preference primary in 2012. And that's how Reince saw me on TV. And I was beating up my own party for ignoring the faith vote and diminishing the faith vote. And he agreed. And I started doing some numbers. My degree's in engineering. I was an Army officer. I was a tanker, but I'm a numbers guy. And I started looking at this going, you know, if our side ever hits 80% of the faith vote, the left can't win. They can't win dog catcher. They can't win president or nothing in between. And instead of saying you must be a this, you must be for that candidate, let's talk about policies and principles that line up with the biblical worldview. I'm going to focus on that. I'm going to maximize Christian vote at every level because, RC, let's face it, it's not just about elections. We need Christians to be involved and engaged in this culture. There's no excuse to sit on the sidelines. There's no excuse not to be salt and light right now, and being disobedient to Christ is what people are doing by backing away from this arena. We got to make a difference.
Chad, we talk about it. Our slogan is equip the church to engage the culture.
Amen.
Right? We're fighting that battle. And, you know, Juliana says something to people. We go and we speak and we teach, and somebody will make the comment, well, I don't think that the church should be involved in government. And she'll look at him. She'll almost yell at him. That's the spirit saying, God created government. What are you talking about? Moses was about to keel over until God sent his father and said, hey, listen, you need to break these people up and teach them, and we'll teach them, right? So that you don't fall over and we can govern. So if he's at the core of it, what do you mean that we're not supposed to be involved?
It's just an excuse, right? I got a pastor buddy. I love his quote. I've quoted him for years. It is inconceivable that the God who created human government would want his very own people not to be involved in it. And I just love that quote. And I said, Pastor, I've given you credit a whole bunch of times. Now it's like I've always said, but it's to the point. We're really good at the first two institutions God created, the family, the church, and we ignore the state. And that's on us too. That's our responsibility. We will stand before God. And Jesus said in Matthew 5:13-16, we're to be salt and light. And he said, if the salt has lost its savor, or see, if the salt's lost its flavor, you're good for nothing.
That's it.
To be thrown in the street and trodden before the feet of men. That sounds like a bad day to me to be told by the Father, you were good for nothing. And so when pastors tell me that we don't get involved, look, my God's big enough to be in everything all the time. There's not an arena that God says, oh, don't be involved in that. Be salt and light everywhere but that. That's nuts. That's wrong thinking. But that's what's gotten us where we are. And there's enough people out there in the churches that we could change our country. We wouldn't be having discussion about who gets to go to what bathroom or what's a woman or insane things like that are going on in the culture right now. It's our fault.
It is. And we tell people, we're like, listen, because the church abdicated its role, decay happens.
Amen.
Interesting thing happened, though. Satan's a coward.
Amen.
He's a bully, he's a coward, but he'll scurry and run, right? When the word of God is spoken.
That's right.
Or when the ecclesia steps up
Yep.
to make a change. The folks that have come in that we've interviewed today and we're talking to you, it's the same thing. It's amazing what happens when we actually step up.
Yeah.
Everything God told us was going to happen happens.
That's right.
Who'd have thunk it?
And it gives empowerment. It gives a lot of encouragement to others. Yeah. We do a lot of small pastor meetings. In the small pastor meetings, pastors say, I'd like to have a bigger meeting. So then we have the large pastor meetings. Mm-hmm. In the large pastor meetings, new people say, hey, I'd like to have a small pastor meeting. So all we do, it's very, very complicated, very sophisticated, rinse and repeat. But last year we did about 125 pastor meetings in 24 states and had 26 different denominational hosts. We've been very intentional about getting out there. And I tell pastors, we don't have to agree on what time to meet or which hymnal to sing out of or nothing like that. But if we don't link arms about these issues, we're losing the country to people that hate you. They hate him mostly, but they hate us. And it's because we're out of the arena. Out of the something like George Barna says, 80 million people sitting in churches. What is it, 35 million voting? So by everybody's definition, every poll, the Gallup poll, the Pew poll, the Barna, somewhere 30 to 40 million people sitting in the church who profess Christ as Messiah don't even engage the culture by voting. This is our fault. We can fix that, and that's what we do. Faith Wins exist to maximize Christian vote in every level of the public arena.
Chad, it's interesting. Ralph Reban from Michigan. Actually,
love Ralph.
Yeah, he told us the story about the balance of the state house in Michigan a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Could have flipped. One church didn't engage.
That's right.
And the election difference was 400 votes. There were 700
right.
people in that congregation.
Exactly right.
These things have consequences, good or bad. And we were telling the story. We were in Phoenix in 2023. Charlie Kirk gave a speech about the 2024 election. And he said, look, there's a lot of noise out there, but if we focus in these states and these precincts in these states, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. And sure enough, if that didn't work, if you don't think your engagement matters,
we call ours One Up the Score. And we did this in 2021. We never endorsed a candidate. We never told people to vote for a party. We focused on 10 state house seats that nobody was paying attention to. And we call it Run Up the Score. And our whole purpose was, let's go find 25 churches that do two things: register everybody in the church to vote and teach them to vote biblical values. That's it. And we registered 77,000 non-voting Christians. And a guy named Youngkin won by 63,000. Now, I don't know if we helped or not because we didn't endorse him. We didn't push a party or the candidate. All we did was we talked about issues: life, biblical marriage, Israel, religious liberty, freedom of conscience, things like school choice. And so people gravitate to that because they see, okay, we can make a difference. So we call our programs Run Up the Score. We're targeting 56 congressional districts this time. That if I'm working on the funding, but if I get that done, I'll have a dedicated pastor in 56 different congressional districts with the only task, run up the score. You're going to run up the score. I want you to find it. And when we did that challenge, we did it in Michigan and helped flip 3 or 4 congressional state house seats last time. That's how they took the chamber back. We flipped the 7 out of the 10 in Virginia in 2021. I literally was talking to super PACs this past year, 2025, when only Virginia and New Jersey were on the docket. They said, we won't have to worry about the faith vote. We got them. And it's that kind of thinking by the political consulting class that discount us. And part of it is they can't monetize us, right?
There you go.
We're not digital ads and TV ads, but they also can't control us. And they want to control the pastor. And so I refuse to be controlled. And I refuse to be in that kind of setting. And I'll say, we're going to run up the score. We're going to do this right. We'll get Christians voting.
Chad, it is interesting. That analogy, one of the ones I use, is that we are gentlemanly swordsmen in the battle. Meanwhile, the opponent's fighting Krav Maga. They're close quarter combat, thumb you in the eye, right, kick you in the shin, whatever it takes to win. And until we are willing to acknowledge that and do things like you're proposing.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use.
Listen, we need to go in and run up the score.
Yep.
I'm a boxing fan. I use the analogy. If you ring with a bum, knock him out in the first round, or they will hurt you.
That's exactly right.
You're like, hey, listen, let's run up the score and just knock the bum out.
Yeah.
Because if we don't, it becomes a persistent problem, which is why we have a lot of the challenges we have today.
100%. I think a lot of people on our side aren't very strategic.
No.
And they're going to take the big bite. How do you know elephant? One bite at a time. You know, inch by inch, everything's a cinch. Yard by yard, it's always hard.
There you go.
And I think too many people in the political consulting world, they don't understand us. Let's face it, most of them can identify a church with a steeple. You know, they're very casual in their faith. And I'm not trying to be judgmental. That's factual.
Mm-hmm.
I've been around most of them. And I love them. They understand the church. They understand you got to do this differently, but they don't know how to reach the pastors. They don't know how to reach the congregations. And they try to do it with digital ads or TV ads. And you know, the closer the campaign gets to the election day, the more it gets washed.
Yep.
Nobody's watching that stuff. It's lost. And George Barna says the number one reason people vote is somebody they respect says it's important. So our entire effort is go right at the pastor. Pastor, I don't need you to tell them people who to vote for. Don't tell them how to vote or nothing like that. But can you get them registered? And can you teach them about biblical values? Can you use a voter guide? We'll use pro-family, pro-Christian voter guides from whatever state. I think we got links for all 50 states on our faithwins.org site for this very purpose, so that people can look at the issues and discern from that how they ought to be voting.
How critical it is. And you said something a minute ago that resonated with me too. They're upset because they can't control us.
Yeah.
Right. And this block, if we move the way that we're supposed to move,
Yeah.
then we do impact. And that's our responsibility
It is.
biblically.
It is.
You said this earlier, and we say this all the time. We have a biblical responsibility to do this, because if not, then we are now we're in Samuel.
100%.
Right? You're going to get a king.
100%.
You're not going to like your king.
Not all like it.
Right.
He may take 10%. Wouldn't that be awful if the king took 10%
And
of what
everything
you
else.
earn?
Right.
Well, he warned them. That's what I'm reading from is 1 Samuel 24 and 25
There you
tonight.
go. It's like, don't do that. You're all the reason you want to
Bad
do that.
idea.
But go, I know they're going to do it, so go tell them. And it's like, don't. But here's the good news, is that our groups, yours, ours, others here this week, we're at that point where Father's bringing us together, and it's like he's got this, and it's going to be like it's a loaded punch,
right?
And he's just ready to knock him out. That's it.
Amen.
Yeah. As we go,
Amen.
we're in 2026. November's going to be significant, and even before
It's a big
November,
deal.
What's going on with Faith Wins? What are you guys doing between now and primaries and other these things? What's going on now?
You know, we don't do a lot during the primary season. I'm planting seeds with pastors. I'm challenging my pastor teams to go expand your reach. Go find 5 new pastors this month who don't know about this, who ought to come to our meetings. And we run what we call an American Restoration Tour. Usually starts in May or June, and we'll be in every battleground state. We'll be in every Senate race state. We'll be in virtually every congressional race state where we think, hey, a Christian vote would make a big difference here.
Amen.
So we're planting the seeds with those pastors right now. We'll take our buddy David Barton. You know, if I can't get him, I'll take Congressman Bob McEwen. My buddy Rob McCoy wants to travel with me this year. But we did about 125 of these meetings in the last election year in a short period of time. So we run hard. You know, we just don't stop between about July and November, because we feel like we're going to squeeze every Christian vote out. And it's not just about top of ticket. It's about all the way down the ticket, where there are Christians and biblical worldview people being put in. Because let's face it, when you look at some of these policies and the whole trans thing, the bathroom issue, that's insane to us.
Yeah.
But there's things that are more prominent and hitting us in the face, like the anti-Israel, anti-Semitic stuff that's going around.
Right.
You know, you look around at all these famous people that they're picking pieces of the Bible out. They're not doing them in context. And they're forgetting that when God says he made everlasting promises to Abraham, you know what everlasting means?
Forever.
Everlasting. And I did this with my Sunday school class the other day. You know what eternal promises mean? Eternal. You know what forever means? It means forever. And so when they say, oh, well, God's changed, and no, God doesn't change. He's the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. And so we got some real threats, and some of them from our trench. And that's scary. So we got to work harder.
It is. So, Chad, I know of two incredible people that would love to join you guys on your tour this year. You may have met them before. They have this great organization, Watchmen Action, and they love to equip the church to engage the culture.
We'll have to do that. We'd love to take you.
I did get to it.
Yes.
So, Chad, this is exciting. Everything that's going on and the fact that we're making an impact. I don't think we can tell the stories enough about folks who are actually out there fighting the battle, making an impact. You're obviously one of them. So let's make sure people know where to find you, how to support you guys. What do you need them to do?
faithwinds.org.
Okay.
And if they go on there, if they'd like to know about our schedule, what states we'll be in, where churches are hosting us, go to faithwinds.org and just fill out a little pledge to be engaged. And you will get an email notice. I don't have time to bug them. I won't ask them for money, but we'll keep them informed about where we're going to be and when we're going to be there. We'll give the whole schedule. We're working on that right now. Obviously, with there's a lot of fluidity and there's dynamics happening. So we haven't locked that in. I was just talking to David Barton upstairs, and he's reading, I think, tomorrow or the next day or whatever. And we're talking about the schedule and trying to refine it, because basically what we do is we start on a Sunday night and we go to Thursday most weeks. And we'll do 2 or 3 or 4 meetings a day based on how close in proximity they are. And we'll challenge pastors. Hey, bring the pastors here that haven't heard this. They've not heard about God's role in American history. They don't know he's irreplaceable. They don't understand it. Or they've been lied to by people who don't want them to be engaged and do understand the church can make the difference. The enemy, that he's diligent and he's ruthless. He's relentless, prowling around like a roaring lion. We know that from Scripture. We've got to be that. We got to be committed. We got to be devoted, and we got to go work our tails off this year, because this year matters. Elections matter.
Chad, it's such a pleasure to have you on the
Honor,
show,
brother.
I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you. God bless you.
Guys, we're live at America Reads the Bible 2026. We're in Washington, D.C. at the Museum of the Bible. We'll be right back.
Prevent such a thing from today, but we will see you hopefully on Friday. It happens. This is the world of live guerrilla broadcast journalism, if you will. RC, I know we once again we're kind of we got a lot going on, so we're tight on time here.
Yeah.
So let me share my screen. I want to bring up this first story here. Here we go. I think this is it. Where'd it go? Here we are. Okay. Let me bring up this. Let me get this going this way. Okay, this should be that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So
here we go.
What you're going to see here is this is an interview, Wayne Allen Root interviewing President Donald Trump. And we're talking about the midterm elections. And as you know, for whatever reason, the Republicans have not been able to push through the SAVE Act. Now, again, and I say again, and I repeat again, because people hear my take and they think I'm a liberal. No, I'm all for ID at the ballot box. I'm all for just one day to vote. I'm all for in-person voting for the vast majority. I'm all for same-day counting as well, by the way, not election season, all right? And counting months through the Yuletide. But my issue with the SAVE Act is just using the real ID as the enforcement mechanism, because it's another bottleneck into the track and trace society. And so I would like to cut that off wherever we possibly can. That's my thing against the SAVE Act. I don't think that's unreasonable. That doesn't mean I'm not for the gist of it. But nonetheless, another thing that I'm not for, RC, and maybe I don't know if you would agree or not, you can tell me, but is the unilateral actions of the increasing unilateral governing from the executive office via executive order. We're really getting to where we, whatever, Democrat or Republican, we mount up the executive orders, and that's pretty much the only legislation that happens. The spending bills, of course, we've talked about those, and then and then we just swing back and forth. So anyway, here is President Trump talking with Wayne Allen Root, and Wayne Allen Root is saying, hey, listen, you can declare an emergency and just force the SAVE Act through. Check this out.
So let me put an idea in your head, okay? Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything, now they're on.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
He says they don't get anything done if they never get the Save America Act done. You have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983 under Reagan that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And
Let
you
me
don't
just say
even
that
need
stranger
the
things
Senate
have
vote.
happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
All right, so then he says at the end, President Trump responds saying, stranger things have happened. RC, is this something we should be concerned about? Now, also, I will say this. We know President Trump says a lot of things, and then, he'll brag about stuff. But, is this a real thing? Or is this something we should be concerned about? Is this something that we should do? I don't know. What's the scoop on this?
Yeah, I think what's scarier for me, Andrew, at the top is this might makes right. Like we're in this cycle where might makes right. This is the same thing that got Lincoln into trouble while he is largely considered the savior of those who were enslaved at the time. That was a means to an end for him. But what really got him in trouble was the suspending of habeas corpus. And his logic was might makes right if the circumstances dictate it. So hang on to that one for a second. The concern that you had before we ran this is also valid. How long do we govern by executive order, right? One, it throws the balance of power out of whack, which is a whole nother subject, but also it has no teeth. So whatever you do here can just easily be reversed or dropped. Part 3 is I'm not entirely certain that declaring an emergency deals with anything beyond federal level elections anyway, right? Because states set their own standards for their state, county, local elections. This would, I guess, only apply to federal elections, because it stands right now, municipalities can allow illegals to vote, right? They have that right.
RC, let me ask you this. If we're only going to apply to federal elections, would that require then like split ballots? For example, one ballot that's federal, one ballot that's state? Because right now, many states, it's all on the same ballot. Your state and federal. Ballot. So you would have to split those up in order to enforce this if an emergency power declaration for the SAVE Act parameters is gonna happen. You'd have to split those up because otherwise you'd be able to vote on everything, state and federal.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how you would do that in time, Andrew, because would that require a reprint? Then who do the states use for the printing of their ballots? Are they just going to try to give people instructions as they go along? Like, I'm not entirely sure how that would work. And so it creates its own bailiwick, right? And there's such a short window between now and November. I think the other thing that's concerning for me is when you invoke emergency powers or you declare a state of emergency. I mean, we're still dealing with some state of emergency declarations, right? And they hang over us because what they do is that they suspend your constitutional rights. We're back to the double-edged sword conversation again. Like, do I want voter ID? Absolutely. Do I want it to be digital? No, because that opens up a whole nother can of worms. And that's one of the Achilles heels of what they want to do with the SAVE Act. But my concern is that when you start doing this, those emergency orders or those declarations don't seem to get lifted. This is one of the problems with COVID. And before you know it, you think you've got rights. And one day you go out and they're like, what are you talking about? That's already been suspended. Like you don't have them right now because like when you suspend habeas corpus, you can jail people who are journalists or not journalists for saying something that you don't like. Andrew, I think it sets a dangerous precedent, and people do need to keep in mind that, look, there's going to be an end to this, right? On Inauguration Day 2029, things are going to change. And if they change a way that you don't like, guess what? All of that stuff is going to be turned and weaponized against you. So there's a practical way to get this done. The fact that the legislature can't get it done is an issue that needs to be resolved, and you can force them or poke at them to get it done. But if you use some of these methods, in some instances, there's no going back. And I think with Wayne, there's a frustration there to the point where he'll dig for whatever answer makes him feel better and then makes his audience feel better. I don't think that's why we do Spin Cycle. That's why we do Culture Crossroads. Our job isn't to make you feel better. Our job is to help you understand what's going on and what the potential pitfalls or positives of it are.
Yeah. And, speaking of holding people accountable, speaking of things being weaponized against you, we had I would say, to put a button on that, I do think that President Trump's, let me put it this way, stranger things have happened. It's not an outright, yeah, I'm going to do it. It might have been that thing giving Wayne Allen Root kind of what he wanted and then moving on. But it is, it is worth noting because, again, if you're not going to rule something out as the president of the United States, that means you are also, there's a world where that exists, and we just need to be, ready for what comes.
Yeah.
Speaking of not holding things accountable and the weird ways Washington works, we have seen now these new texts from Dr. Fauci about COVID vaccines and pregnancy. And now this is from CNN. So CNN is trying to cover Fauci's tail here and helping him out. But nonetheless, he writes here, in an exchange on January 25th, 2021, Dr. Vivek Murthy, who was then a member of President Joe Biden's advisory board, asked about potential risk to those who are pregnant if Fauci knew of any data, theoretical reason why vaccinating early versus late would be preferred. Fauci responded, there's no reason to believe that early versus later would matter. He then added, since many people have significant cytokine storm, so that means they knew about that. And the cytokine storm was like the COVID pneumonia, as I understand it. It was that's what, and people were getting on the ventilators now, on that whole standard of care that many believe was really the culprit for a lot of people dying in hospital. And the fever after the second dose. This theoretically could be associated then with miscarriage in the first trimester. So this is what is blowing up. Then Dr. Rochelle Walensky, who was the director of the CDC at the time, definitely a good point, especially after dose 2. So we have now Dr. Fauci knowing that there is a risk to pregnant women, there is a risk to unborn children from this treatment. I'm going to use the words carefully because I'm hoping this will stay up online. We also have the acknowledgement of the cytokine storm, right? And so the standard of care, again, go home, wait till you can't breathe, come back in, we'll put you on a ventilator, then we'll give you remdesivir. And, the outcome of that usually was not good. So then, of course, you have Fauci the other week pleading the fifth 111 times, I believe it was 111 times. Wouldn't even answer what color the sky was from Josh Hawley, which I realized was a lot of theater. But if you have been pardoned, and that pardon Joe Biden gave Fauci, it was stretched all the way back to 2014.
Mm-hmm.
If you've been pardoned and you've accepted a pardon, that means you're accepting some guilt there. You're accepting some incriminating truth. So if you already have that pardon, why wouldn't you go ahead and say what you need to say to let the truth be told, unless there are new truths, maybe outside of that window? I have no idea. Obviously, the states still have the ability to prosecute Fauci. But what this means is then when Fauci is on CNN and he's on MSNBC and all the rest and the Sunday shows saying, hey, get it and get it now, you won't get it, it's safe for everybody, that he was lying, absolutely lying. And in the process of that lie, risk the lives of countless unborn children, risk the lives and health of countless pregnant women, and on and on and on. That is reckless to the point of reckless to the point of a crime against humanity, because you would have known that already, and to know about the cytokine storm and not be forthcoming about that either. There is no way, just that phrase you're seeing there in the second paragraph on the screen, there's no way you can know that and then go out and say safe and effective. There's no way.
No. I'm not surprised, Andrew. Like, none of the, and that's sad to say that. Like, I say that, you can probably see on my face. It's sad now, something that we already knew, and that it's, to some degree, had already been put out there that people either ignored or got buried, comes around again. But let me give you the best leading market indicator of the good doctor and how you knew that he was off his rocker. When cornered.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
Years back, he lashed out and said the science is settled. Now, at the time he said that, I said, dude, hang on a second. The science can never be settled. That's the entire point of science, right? What you're telling me is you don't want to talk about it because there's a whole bunch of stuff going on that you don't want people to know. And now that we have access to the records, we can clearly see that was the case. And for the life of me, have family members who are doctors, great respect for doctors who practice in an ethical and meaningful way and really want to help people to get healthy. But amongst so many in that trade, the Messiah complexes are off the charts. And when that goes unchecked, you end up with a Walensky and a Fauci and a Deborah Birx. And they think that they're God. And they convince people that they are, right? The whole white coat experiment. If you guys haven't looked that up, you should go look that one up, right? As to how people deal with authority. They sold you a bill of goods. And of all the people I could hold accountable, because you can hold them all accountable, I go back to something that I think you said last week, Andrew. This happened in 2020. I'm going to hold the people who were in charge who let this thing happen beyond the, okay, you didn't know what was going on. At some point, you did know what was going on. You knew who you were dealing with. You knew that people were dying unnecessarily. Why didn't you do something about it? Right. So there's a lot of people to hold accountable from that. And now we're just seeing more of the spill out from that. And Dr. David Martin has done an incredible job trying to help us understand what's coming. We're seeing the first wave of the damage from that. And for the sake of this staying up and not getting censored, I won't go into too much detail. People can figure it out for themselves when I talk about the waves of illness that have come, and that we can expect second and third waves from that are going to be absolutely devastating.
And when you have President Trump nominating for a new CDC director, another salesman for the concoction, and in fact the one Dr. Erica Schwartz, who was the one who persecuted our military servicemen and women who did not want to participate in it. You would think you would have learned a lesson from 2022 now, 6 years, but instead we're nominating and installing the people who ran this terrorist psyop in the first place. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Andrew, this goes back to something that we have said since we started the spin cycle. When leadership runs under the guise of, look, it may not be moral and it may not even be ethical, but as long as it's legal, it's okay, people will take you literally. And now we get into this phase where it's like everything's for sale. Whoever has the best sales pitch or the most money with the best agenda can get pretty much whatever they want. My follow-up question is going to be, okay, I have a pretty good idea of what an ambassadorship costs, right? What you have to pay, what dowry do you have to pay if you want to be an ambassador with the administration? Now I'm curious as to what a nomination to something like the CDC, what the price is for that. Because there's got to be a price on it. It's just like there's a price for an endorsement. I want to know what that price is so I can figure out how the heck we got these people in the first place. But it's pretty sad that the best we can do at the CDC is someone who did all those things. That's pretty telling.
All right, last story for the day, and then I'm pretty sure you got to jump here in a couple of minutes, but we'll get this one going. I think this is important. The Minnesota, let me make that a little bigger for you. Minnesota Republican primary just took place yesterday, and Lisa DeMuth defeated the Trump-endorsed MyPillow founder Mike Lindell for the GOP nomination to run for governor in Minnesota. The question here, we're still waiting for some of the exit polling, and I am looking for that right now. I don't know that I would like to dig a little bit into some of the exit polling, and hopefully we'll have this for a future report, maybe in a day or two, but it's to see what the voters were voting for, because I think this could be a clarifying moment for the GOP, and let the GOP know, hey, here's what your voters actually want. Because for a Trump endorsement to lose at that prominent of a position, I think that's a big deal. I think that says more than maybe what we're hearing in the fallout. So I'd be really curious to know some of the granular details. Those haven't come out yet. As soon as they do, we'll bring some to you. But from right now, from what we can see, do you expect this? Let's kind of look predictively. RC, do you expect this to be more a rejection of our current trajectory in America as led by effectively DC and yes, the Trump administration? Or is this more of a localized, no, we just prefer this candidate better, DeMuth? Or perhaps, in the last weeks, Mike Lindell also came out effectively in favor of amnesty, and that could have sunk his campaign as well. And it might be as simple as that. Those are the only factors I can think of right now that have any kind of backing or verifiability. And again, I'm looking for more of the exit polling as it comes out. But what's your take right now as to what you would expect to hear coming out of Minnesota in the next couple of days as to why Demuth defeated Mike Lindell?
Yeah, a couple of moving parts here, Andrew. And so I think one, and Damon Roberts from Live from Studio 6B did a great job with this last night. He said, look, it's Minnesota. Honestly, it doesn't matter who the Republican nominee is. Amy Klobuchar is going to destroy him by probably 20 percentage points. And you can just take it. Here it comes again, right? As the old joke goes. That said, so knowing the people in the race, knowing Mike Lindell and Kendall Qualls, well, if you look at the actual percentage breakdown, because the Minnesota Republicans couldn't get it together, I believe that the state party endorsed Kendall Qualls for governor, and then President Trump endorsed Mike Lindell. If you look at that breakdown, Lindell got 32% and Kendall Qualls got 21%. You can help me with my math here, but I believe that would have come out to 53%.
Yeah.
Which would have beaten Lisa Demuth. So here's what ends up happening. You basically split the vote because they couldn't coalesce on who should run. Right. And so what do you have? You have a vote split where when you look at the totals, if one of them was out of the race, the one who was still in probably wins. Lisa's a good choice because I think she's the Speaker of the House or the President of the Senate in Minnesota. So she's obviously a safe choice. And that's what people revert to when there's chaos. They just go with the safe and stable choice that they know. This is a failure on multiple levels. One, the state party is not in alignment with the RNC. Obviously, right? Because one gets endorsed and the other doesn't. Two, the two candidates can't come together and figure something out with the understanding that, hey, one of us can do this. Maybe we should try to figure out how we can make this work. So that doesn't happen. And then you end up with this three-way split where somebody else ends up winning. So I don't know whether or not Mike Lindell talking about amnesty really did much, and he did it out of context, which was a bad move. But I don't know that that was necessarily the determining factor. I think when you have a vote split like this, where candidates who have resources and are known entities and are pretty popular get together, people are going to dig in, and people take their direction from the party. Some do. Some take it from President Trump and his endorsements. Some take it from the media. I just think you saw all those things come together.
Let me ask you this. Take what we see in Michigan, the party split, the vote split. Can we project that onto the state of Florida? Do we have a similar split in Florida with Byron Donalds, the Trump endorsed perceived front runner, in many cases the assumed nominee, but you do have other candidates, and unfortunately, I wonder if there's too much of a plurality for any of those other candidates to defeat Byron Donalds. But are we looking at a similar thing here, where is the state party as misaligned with Trump as the Minnesota party is, or is Florida a different animal altogether?
Florida's a different animal. Everybody coalesced, like the RPOF and the party and those who provide money to it coalesced around Byron Donalds in record time. I think that even if the others, and look, personal opinions aside, I think even if the others all coalesced and decided one of them was the way to go, they still wouldn't get enough. There is, at this point, too much money, too much endorsement, too much muscle behind Byron Donalds in that primary. And there's a bigger plan. Some of this we've talked about on Culture Crossroads. We've written about this with Sherloc Exposes, where there is a bigger plan for Byron Donalds that involves the White House in the future. And in order for that to work, he's got to be governor of Florida. So that's why the money and the power coalesced as quickly. And people will tell you that I'm crazy, or that we're crazy, and that's not actually happening. But if you play this out, you will very clearly see that that's the case, and it had been decided. So I think it's a different animal, Andrew, because the state party, the RNC, the White House all came into lockstep. What I think is interesting is that President Trump felt the...
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
Need to come out 3 times to reaffirm his endorsement of Byron Donalds. That tells you that something is up, but I don't think it's enough of something necessarily to knock him out.
Do you think that Byron Donalds is a replacement for Ron DeSantis, for example, because Ron DeSantis didn't entirely play ball, because Ron DeSantis primaried President Trump? Maybe that was something they were hoping DeSantis could step into. But since he didn't play ball, and we know that he had a falling out with Susie Wiles as well, who runs a lot of Trump's administration, that they still want the Florida governor, but just not that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, Byron's going to be in lockstep, right? Until he's not. Now, I think he'll stay there because there are bigger plans for him. You know, we've talked on the show before about our feelings about Governor DeSantis and what he did and didn't do. We actually got grassroots leaders together back in 2021 because DeSantis's office asked us to pull them together for a listening session, and they spent 3 hours with us. They gave us a slew of questions. We gave Governor DeSantis some really good initiatives, which many of them he enacted to his credit. But the last question was ambiguous, and it was, if Governor DeSantis has an opportunity to run for president in 2024, should he? And 13 out of 13 doctors surveyed said absolutely not, right? If he stays governor, finishes his term, he will cakewalk to the White House in 2028. And so here you go, right? Where you've got this scenario. Is he being penalized? Yeah, whatever. I think, though, that with time, and it may not be 28, it may be 2032, I think that passes. And I think he does get another shot. So does it hurt him in the short term? Yeah, maybe. But there were financial incentives for him to run in 2024, which if you want our deep dive study on that, you can email us and we'll share it with you. So he kind of had to. Yeah, I think there's maybe some backlash from him, but look, Wiles ain't going to be around forever. President Trump ain't going to be around forever. Times are going to change. And so it will be interesting to see, though, as time goes on with what I just said, if the plan is for Byron to be in the White House in 2032 and Governor DeSantis plans to run in 2032, it should be a very interesting Republican primary.
Oh, my goodness. Well, the stories just keep coming, and we are going to we're going to stay on top of them and continue to strive to bring you, at least on this program, here's the basic stuff. You can do with it what you want, come to your own conclusion, but cut through the noise, cut through the narrative, and here's what's happening. All right, RC, let everybody know where they can find us.
Awesome. So if you're looking for Culture Crossroads on YouTube, it is Culture Crossroads 316. You will see all the great work we do with the Spin Cycle, Culture Crossroads, and Andrew Southwick's incredible monologues, which we still encourage him every day to break those up so you can see those because they're absolutely incredible. Culture Crossroads 316 on YouTube. For Watchmen Action, all things Watchmen Action are at watchmenaction.org. All of our socials are Watchmen Action, and you can watch the Spin Cycle weeknights, 9:30 Eastern, on the Watchmen Action Network. That is Bet Cable Channel 40 and streaming all over the place just for you.
All right. That's going to do it for today's Spin Cycle. I'm Andrew Southwick. He's RC Williams. We will see you next time. Thanks for checking us out.